All right. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is October 7th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Thank you for joining us at the Land Use and Zoning Committee. With that, we will start with introductions to the left.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tyrone Clark, Murray City Council, District 9, just visiting. I actually have the first two bills that are on your agenda tonight.
Mike Gay, District 2, just visiting. I have three bills, 590, 494, and 176.
Good afternoon, Rockman Johnson, District 14.
Good afternoon, Reginald Gaffney Jr., District 8.
Good evening, Rory Diamond, District 13, The Beaches.
Joe Carlucci, District 5.
Good evening, Raul Ayers, District 11. Chair, I would like to see if possible, item number 35, but we could move it up to the front of the agenda at some point today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrence Freeman at large, Group 1.
Randy White, District 12.
Dylan Rangel with the Office of General Counsel.
Susan Kelly, Planning Department. Aaron Abney, Planning Department.
Casey Cox, Planning Department.
All right. Thank you for all those introductions. And with that, we also want to introduce our page here tonight, Ms. Sarah Leese from Bold City High School. Go ahead, stand up so everyone can clap for you. All right. And for all of you out there who might have a student interested in becoming a page one night, we offer that on LUZ Tuesday nights and full council on Tuesday nights as well. So let us know, and we would love to have them. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to move around on the agenda, pretty fluid. So I would like to go ahead and take up Mr. Yancey's first, as I know he's still battling a little bit of that sickness from his I guess I don't know if it was a surgery or not, but anyways, we're going to go ahead to item number 35, 2025-676. Sorry for the curveball over there, staff. Please declare any ex parte communication you have at this time, council members, and we want to welcome council member Jacoby Pittman for joining us. So, seeing no ex parte, let's go ahead and open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is zoning exception 2025-676, which seeks to permit the retail sale and service of all alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption in conjunction with the restaurant. The subject property is the Colonial Promenade Lakewood Shopping Center, located at the northeast corner of San Jose Boulevard and University Boulevard. The proposed restaurant is Mr. Gordo's Tacos and Cantina. A previous zoning exception was approved for all alcohol in conjunction with the restaurant in 2023 under Ordinance 2023-390 in this shopping plaza. Staff finds the proposed use to be compatible with the surrounding area, as both San Jose Boulevard and University Boulevard are minor arterial roadways, and this area is a robust commercial corridor. For these reasons and those listed in the staff report, we forward a recommendation of approval.
All right, thank you so much for that. Do we have any cards? No cards? Okay. The applicant, Mr. Yancey, do you want to speak, or are you feeling a little... Nope, no worries? Okay, we'll go ahead and... We got one, okay. Okay, we do have a card for Mr. Yancey, so that is good. Obviously, he is in support. With that, no other speaker cards. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to committee. All right, we have a motion and a second on the bill. This is in my district, and I'm fully supportive of this, so looking forward to having another restaurant here in the Lakewood area. So with that, we will go ahead and open the ballot, record your votes.
7 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-676. All right, Mr. Yancey, thank you, sir. Hopefully you continue to get better. All right, and now we are going to go to agenda item number 9 and 8. Committee members, these two are the live animal processing plants. I've gotten some notification that some of the speakers need to get to another meeting tonight with our school board across the river, so I said that I would bring this up, and they would only have a few speakers because we're not taking action tonight. So with that, we're going to go to item number 9, 2025-487, open the public hearing. Okay, 487. All right. So, As I call your name, go ahead and come down and state your name and address and give us your comments. So card number 1, Herbert Ramsdell. Next will be Kathleen Pereira, Kim Robinson, Margie Watkins, and Samantha Ceres.
Good evening. My name is Herbert Ramsdell. My address is on file. When I first heard this proposal, we were told that the animals would be brought to this facility in a fully enclosed truck, backed into the facility, doors closed before unloading. I'm still trying to figure out how livestock is humanely transported in a fully enclosed, unventilated vehicle. How is it that we're even considering building a slaughterhouse in the same building, under the same roof, with retail shopping across the hall from animal holding pens and the area the animals are slaughtered? 656.125, limitations on rezoning of land. An applicant for a proposed rezoning has the burden of proving by substantial competent evidence that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, furthers the goals and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan, and is not in conflict with any portion of the city's land use regulations. Upon the applicant proving and the proposed rezoning complies with the criteria set forth in subsection B 1 through 3 of this section, the council shall grant such rezoning request unless the council determines that there is substantial competent evidence that maintaining the current zoning district accomplishes a legitimate public purpose. As such, terms are identified in subsection C of this section. Subsection C, legitimate public purpose, may be one or more of the following criteria. Item 2, the proposed rezoning will constitute spot zoning, that is, an isolated zoning district related to adjacent and nearby districts. Number 3, uses permitted under the proposed rezoning will not be consistent with or compatible with the existing and proposed land use and zoning of adjacent and nearby properties, the general area, or will deviate from the established or developing logical order of development. The proposed rezoning and development permitted thereunder would have significant adverse impacts upon property values and adjacent to or nearby properties in the general type of concurrency. In looking at the Part 462, Title 13, 462, 9, 901, 902, and 903, there seems to be conflict there. There also seems to be conflict in the comprehensive plan, land use policies 2.2.4, 3.2.11, and 3.2.21. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Kathleen Pereira.
My name is Kathleen Pereira. My information is on file. Please explain to the public why the council continues to allow legislation such as this one and its companion bill that are blatantly not in the best interests of the greater good. Now, some council members have argued that the best interests of the greater good means introducing legislation which benefits the city as a whole. That is being very nearsighted. Actually benefiting each community is the greater good because the city as a whole is made up of communities as interconnected to the city as a hand or foot is to the body as a whole. Therefore, if one community is affected by poor planning, all communities are not only affected, but are in danger of being future victims of the same poor planning mentality. How sad that the greater good of the entire city mindset has no couth bestowing a new bad reputation upon those affected communities. And in turn, the bad reputation of one community reflects the reputation of the entire city. Case in point, I remember when I was growing up, the North Side had a paper mill that did not have adequate filtering system. Back then, the North Side had a very rancid smell, a smell that greeted and literally enveloped all travelers along I-94-5 just north of the city. And I remember when the kids from the North Side bristled whenever us mean kids told them that we could guess they were from the North Side by their smell. The same kind of caricature happens to communities ruined by a stinky paper mill, a liquor store, or morgue by a school, intrusive traffic foisted upon a neighborhood by a business, and now possibly an inappropriately placed slaughterhouse. This is not how smart growth is supposed to work. Where is the compatible land use pattern dictated by the 2045 comp plans in these examples, especially with the proposed slaughterhouse? How is it that for the greater good that a property owner who has signed the deed agreeing upon the stipulations of the community general commercial and low residential land codes suddenly wanting to have city change the rules to benefit his single desire to build a slaughterhouse that in the end ignores the greater good? Of course, he would want to change the land codes because the current ones explicitly prohibit slaughterhouses. And where's the greater good benefiting from having no aesthetic buffers around the other abutting commercial and residential properties? Even if this property's land codes were changed to light industrial and or planned unit development like the ordinances seek, a slaughterhouse is explicitly prohibited in the light industrial land codes, and there is no precedent for slaughterhouses to be built on planned unit developments. The only land use code that allows slaughterhouses is the agricultural land code. And so how is it for the greater good for the property owner to bypass all land use laws when it wouldn't even qualify for the agricultural land use code because this property isn't big enough? Vote no on these ordinances. Otherwise, I'm concerned what will be next. A nuclear waste facility plopped right in the middle of some poor neighborhoods' wetlands. I would go on, but I'll give you some more evidence here. Finally, to avoid such headaches in the future, codify the Neighborhood Bill of Rights. Thank you, and I've got some things to hand out.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Kim Robinson.
Oh. Okay. Kim Robinson, 3180 Cortez Road. I have two expert opinions from two certified AICP land planners that I would like to submit.
You can just set them on the table right up here, or you can submit them after you're done speaking.
I can't hear you. Can I give you how many copies? Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. I emailed them to you last night because I just got them. Yes. You want some more? Okay. Anyway, I also have some commentary from a lady who is also a planner, but she did not want to be named because she has an active bill in front of y'all. She said she thinks that it's interesting that the proposed light industrial is an island and is not adjacent to other light industrial future land use. She said they are giving an appearance of a buffer between the LI and the new CGC future land use where it's next to the low-density residential. However, the light industrial use will be utilizing the CGC area to operate and could not function without it. The animals being delivered will be outside of the LI area when they are getting unloaded. Will they not cause noise and odor, as mentioned? That's something that should be avoided in the light industrial future land use. The closest AGR is at the corner of JTB and 295, and I think it's no longer AGR. I think they're developing it. So there's no AGR in the area. Does building code allow a 320-foot building to be next to that close to residential? Or fire code, I'm sorry. Mac McCullough, who is an attorney who I'm sure you know of, said it has all the hallmarks of egregiousness. He could not be here, but he would be if he could. Anyway, that's all.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next we have.
Thank you.
All right. Next we have Margie Watkins.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all well. I'm here. I represent all the people on Cortez, every one of them. My husband in this town for 60 years. He's had family there. I have all my church family, like 30 houses there. They have small houses. They build big houses. They're good people. They plant stuff in their backyards with their children. And they pay $10,000 each for each well. So all these bloods and everything. I'm from Iran. My father we had lots of cows. He was politician, but that's what it is. We had weekends, farms. I grew up around horses, cows, sheep. I hated to watch them, how they killed them. They kill them and let the blood go for like 30 minutes. I don't want that behind these houses. It's horrifying. And there are halal meat in Lotte supermarket on Atlantic now. Go and see it. How many hundreds of halal meat they have brought in from Orlando. And also in Sam's Club. I used to buy rack of lambs, halal. They come from Australia. Come, I make you halal rack of lambs. But I don't want them to slaughter behind the houses. That's awful. I know the owner of those own them. The two Pakistani, when their uncle was dying, I was with their uncle in the hospital. Yes, I love my neighbors. They should love their neighbors. They don't care about us. Take a dog there, a service dog in their store. They won't let you to go in. If they see a pig next to their store, they will come and shoo you away. We don't want the way they kill those poor animals behind our houses and my friends' houses and my relatives' houses with children, and behind this lady house, just behind her house. I just like cried. They're going to build this behind her house. And they are like, they're driving like crazy. They wanted to run me one time because I was making video. I know what kind of people these people are and who is going to get money here from them. No, you have to stop. You have to help your neighbors. This is in the middle of Beach Boulevard and Cortez and Aniston. My old church was there. The family lived there. The living stream. No, you can't do that. Please. You have to stop it. They can bring their animals from where they have. We don't have no slaughterhouse in the middle of city.
All right, thank you. Next we have Samantha Sears, and then followed by Brett Burton, Bruce Latimer, and Eileen Miller. Go ahead and make your way down if I just called your name. Go ahead, ma'am.
Samantha Series, address on file. I just wanted to say that it's really concerning that this has gotten this far, because obviously it came from the north side. They didn't want it, and now we're looking at a different location. And I completely agree with the other members that were speaking about the issues with the zoning. Imagine this being behind your house. That's kind of crazy to think about. People use well water. It is a serious threat to the community. There's polluting in the air, the water, the soil. There's a lot of things that come into a factor why you shouldn't really allow this. And then you think about, okay, so if you do approve this, the people that are residential are going to sell their homes, probably to developers. So they're going to take this whole area that was rural residential and changing it to industrial. I don't think that you guys are thinking about the future of this area. I'm worried that we're not considering the actual 2045 comprehensive plan. I'm not really sure how it matches with that. And it's just concerning that it even got to this point. Like, I'm sorry, this is not an appropriate area for this. If you look at a map and you actually examine what's around there, not even just thinking about what the ordinances are and the zoning, it's just like, it's not comprehensible. And so it just doesn't make sense that you would even get to this point. And I just worry that we're going into this system where we're just allowing all of this development, all of these changes without really thinking about the concerns that we have, especially with like water pollution. If any of you are aware, Florida has the worst water in America, and that's including like Flint, Michigan. Like, we have the most polluted water, and we have an aquifer under Florida. So if you want to look that up, we actually do have the worst water, so maybe we should start thinking about what we're letting into the water and things like that. And I just don't think that this is an appropriate area. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Next, we have Brett Burton.
Good afternoon, members of council. Full house tonight. Public safety is vital. Cortez Road has already been dealing with these 18-wheelers. By the way, Brett Burton, address on file. And semi-trucks already parked near this area. This is a big concern for the residents of Cortez Road. The residents of District 4 were here first, quite frankly. Multi-generations of residents have grown up in this area. This area has historic wetlands, and there are natural wells and springs here. The health of water is also extremely vital to this district of Jacksonville. A Google map view has shown excessive tire traction marks near this parcel, large enough track marks with trucks turning around to enter in another adjacent parcel. Right before you get to the resident section of Cortez Road, the road shrinks about 2 more feet. Cortez Road was constructed decades ago, and the average width of a tractor trailer is 8.5 feet wide and 53 feet long. How will these large tractor trailers back up safely? There's no light, there's no crosswalk or sidewalks to enter on Cortez Road. If you've actually looked on the map, there's not even a sidewalk almost halfway through the whole district. This will cause traffic to back up, traffic problems, and potentially injuries or fatalities. A slaughterhouse was originally zoned in 2024 to a different part of Jacksonville, and it was defeated. An article from 2024 claimed that the proposed slaughterhouse would produce pools of feces and urine from animals and cause pollutants to the natural wetlands. So, as you all know, I wanted to dig a little more, so I did some research. A 2025 case study shows that slaughterhouses existed earlier than many residential structures. In this case, the residents were here first, not the slaughterhouse. These wastes generated from the slaughterhouses are dominated by organic content that was poorly handled. The results of the soil tested conducted around the slaughterhouses showed that the acidic content exceeds the 7 pH threshold recommended by the World Health Organization. Most residents living in buildings with a close range are observed to have experienced high disturbances from environmental pollution, which is suspected to result in various degrees of health challenges, property value reduction, excessive traffic, and stress. I referenced this case to study it. If you need any more information, I can provide that. And I believe the residents of Cortez Road were here long before this slaughterhouse proposal, and if approved, these pollutants would cause their natural wetlands and the health of the residents to suffer. After much research, I believe that you should be well informed to vote no on this proposal and put the residents of District 4 first.
All right, next we have Bruce Latimer. Do you not wish to speak? All right, he is in opposition. And then we have Eileen Miller. After Eileen Miller, we have Pamela Pearsall. If you will come on down to the front row so we can kind of conduct this a little bit efficiently. And then Michael McKee. If you're here, come on down to the front row if you wish to speak. And then Jean McKee, if you wish to speak, come on down to the front row. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Eileen Miller. I live at 4434 Forest Boulevard. It's 32246. Councilman and members of the council, the Windy Hill Civic Association and residents of Forest Boulevard in the 32246 zip code have experienced 2 years of construction on Forest Boulevard by JEA, and it was completed in the spring of 2025. Both east and west of Forest Boulevard, and this runs almost from Regency to Gate Parkway. Both east and west of Forest Boulevard, these residents have experienced rat problems.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Which one are you on? Is this the right bill?
It's for the slaughterhouse.
Okay.
But what we had was construction by JEA for 2 years, and underneath the road, they actually disturbed rat populations.
Okay, continue.
So rat populations have gone into the residents' homes, and many of them have spent thousands of dollars unsuccessfully removing the rats. So the rezoning of this property for agricultural purposes, the Cortez is only a couple blocks from Forest Boulevard, and I would just see that this would be a major rat attraction, and it would be very difficult to eradicate from a slaughterhouse. I mean, we can't hardly even eradicate them from an individual's home. So I am opposed to the slaughterhouse and hope that you'll take into consideration that for 2 years, these residents have already endured quite a bit of just upheaval within our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, Pamela Pearsall, followed by Michael McKee and Jean McKee.
Hi, my name is Pam Pearsall. I live at 2446 Provost Court. I don't live exactly close to the area that we're talking about, but I'm vehemently opposed to it and just felt like I needed to do my due diligence to stand up here and speak about the travesty I believe is taking place. At the town hall meeting with City Councilman Kevin Carica, we were informed that 72 live animals, including cows, sheep, goats, and chickens, would be trucked in daily by semi-trailers. This alone should be raising serious concerns, particularly given that these large trucks would be using a 19-foot wide residential street to transport live animals. The suitability and safety of routing semi-truck traffic through a residential area should be considered a major red flag. We were informed also that no live animals would be kept on the property, presumably meaning that they would not remain there overnight. When the question was asked in the event of a power outage due to storms, other natural disasters, where the processing of the animal could not be completed, what protocols are in place to ensure that the humane treatment and proper processing of live animals that are in the middle of being slaughtered or processed would be taken care of? The response we were given was essentially, we just have to come pick the animals up and take them back. But realistic, how feasible is that? Are we to believe that in the middle of a power outage, electrical storm, hurricane, that a truck would be dispatched to retrieve live animals and return them to their origin, assuming that that's even possible or humane, and at what stage of the process? I strongly propose that the zoning committee, the planning committee, the mayor's office consider approving a facility of this nature only if it is located on a rural industrial zone property. Such a location would allow for the proper housing, slaughter, and processing of live animals on site, away from residential neighborhoods. From there, the processed meat could be transported to market using small refrigerated vehicles. This approach would effectively eliminate many of the serious concerns raised by residents, including traffic congestion, safety risks, public health issues, environmental impact, and the potential decline, not potential, the decline in the nearby home values. News4Jax reported there were dozens in attendance at that town hall meeting. However, there were in fact hundreds there to oppose it. I urge you to please listen to the people who are speaking and whom you represent. I hope you are truly listening, because the people of this community are speaking loudly, and we deserve to be heard. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Michael McKee, do you wish to speak? Don't wish to speak? Okay. Is in opposition. Jean McKee, don't wish to speak, is in opposition. Karen Brewer is in opposition, does not wish to speak. John Brewer, do you wish to speak? Okay, come on down.
Good evening. My name is John Brewer. I live at 2920 Cortez Road. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about my story. I grew up in Arlington, went to Parkwood Elementary, Arlington Junior High, Terry Parker High School, moved out to the beach after high school, married the cutest girl at Fletcher, and lived at the beach in Atlantic Beach for approximately 20 years. My property taxes I'm just a carpenter, and my property taxes became just too much to sustain 4 children and a wife and life at the beach. So I sold the house, looked for 10 years for a place, the right place for my children, my grandchildren, and even their children, right? And so I found 2 acres on Cortez Road. I'm in tune with nature. I know about mammals. I know about wetlands, water quality. And someone in the past has had vision, and they've left green space in between Forest, Peach, Anniston, Cortez, If you look at a Google map of the area, there is green space for water, stormwater to percolate and God to do his thing to clean our water so we can drink it. I mean, it's filtrated through these wetland areas. The groundwater is filtered. If you fill in the low areas of this proposed business, there's already wetlands, 0.48 of an acre of wetlands. They want to fill that and utilize it. Just the natural topography, even if they change it, it's going to leach into the broader wetland system. It's going to go down into the ground and it's going to come up in our wells. And my great-grandchildren and my grandchildren are going to drink it. And there will have to be legal consequences for this kind of irresponsibility. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And the following cards mark that they do not wish to speak, so I will read those into the record now. Kim O'Livery, and all these are in opposition. Michael O'Livery, Michael Kincaid, Patricia Witchersky, Don Heron, Jane Ramsdale, Ernestine Robinson, Lisa Francis, Tony Langles, Thomas Berry, Loretta Berry, Cheryl Reed, Joyce Amons, and Vanessa Warner are all in opposition. What? Oh, yeah, sure. Councilmember Diamond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really, I guess a question for the chair. Do we know when this is going to finally be voted on? It feels like this keeps on getting kicked over and over again, and all these folks keep coming out over and over again. I mean, it's pretty exhausting for a neighborhood to have to do this and not, you know.
Yeah, it's 11:18. All right, guys. We didn't really set the ground rules, but not allowed to, exercise all your, displays of support. But when are we voting on this, Mr. Reingold?
The applicant has asked that this, and it was approved to be continued until November 18th. I'm really hoping by that point they're going to be ready to go on this item, but there will be no public hearings at LUZ between now and the 18th.
All right, so I hope everyone heard that loud and clear. There's not going to be any other public hearings between now and November 18th. And I did have one other card. Araya Peters is in opposition. Do you wish to speak? Or you kind of got the message? All right. Is in opposition. Yeah, you can come on up. We just need you to fill out a card. I filled out a card. Oh. Well, so just keep in mind that we're on 487, and we do have to go to 488, which is the rezoning. So we just took up the land use, and we're going to be going to the rezoning next. So. Filled out a card.
So did I.
Well, come on down if you wish to speak, or if you want to just have it read into the record, you can come up.
I do appreciate
name and address.
Councilman Diamond speaking about the residential structures.
So hold on, time out. Pause the clock. So this is what we're going to do, guys and girls. We are on the public hearing for 487, which all your comments have to be directed to the land use and why you don't oppose the land use. So if that's why you're wanting to speak, then we are happy to find your cards or get new cards or whatever. But I guess my colleague here maybe has some, but he didn't find them. But anyways, if that's the case, come on up and state your name and address and why you oppose the land use.
Michael McKee, you have my address.
Okay, got it. Yes, sir.
I do appreciate you, Mr. Diamond, but there are other properties around there that are on well water. I work for Stenner Pump Company, and we have a deep well that services actually 3 buildings in our commercial facility on DeSalvo Road, and we probably have 80 employees over there that drink this water. So there's a lot more than just the residential people involved. There's commercial structures too involved here. And I'm confused is I didn't think you could put a slaughterhouse in anything that wasn't classified as agricultural. I didn't know you could put it in a light industrial area. And I thought that agricultural had specific, before something could be classified as agricultural, it had specific land volume requirements, which are not part of this. And I'm just wish you would really reconsider this. This is not a good thing for this area at all. Commercially, residentially, period.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And we did find your card. Was there any other speakers on the land use that want to come up? Okay, all y'all in the front row. I guess just come on down and state your name and address, and I'll see if I can find your cards.
My name's Ray Ratliff, address on file. Okay. I'm glad he brought up the agricultural thing because I'd like to illuminate a few facts about these slaughterhouses that we're talking about. The last slaughterhouse that was built in Jacksonville was decades ago. It's Milk and Honey Farms, and you guessed it, it's in an agricultural zoned area. If you Google it, you'll see dirt roads and trees, right? So what you find yourself in, and I would be upset if I were you as the council, that the Planning Commission has recommended approval for something that's legitimately just wasting taxpayer dollars. I sat through your budget meeting, and the budget meeting was about a small amount of a millage rate. We're talking about the amount of time that we've spent on it, the amount of time you guys have spent on it. It keeps getting deferred, and the negligence on the Planning Commission's party it's absurd, right? It's laughable because of the amount of stuff that it goes against 100% in the 2045 comprehensive plan alone, not to mention the spot zoning, the case law on that in the state of Florida. It's so I'd like to illuminate that because I looked into negligence, and the Planning Commission and yourselves have qualified immunity, right? When does qualified immunity get lost? When you intend to harm. We have brought to you guys proof that this will cause harm in the community. So I would just caution going forward with this that you would lose your qualified immunity, not to mention anticipatory nuisance laws that people can start bringing up lawsuits against this before the first brick gets put down to build it. Anticipatory nuisance laws, especially public nuisance laws, they're not unheard of, and they're easy to do when it's something like a slaughterhouse in a residential community. You'll be the first city council to ever in Jacksonville authorize and approve a slaughterhouse to be built in a residential community. That's ridiculous, right? And in decades, it hasn't been done. It's in complete contradiction to the 2045 comprehensive plan. And again, it is a waste, such a waste of time and effort. And it's just bad business if you really think about it, right? They're going to build one of two meat processing facilities in the entire city of Jacksonville in a place that doesn't have any growth. That's just bad business. You're going to be 100% of the only halal meat in Jacksonville. And you can't grow. That doesn't make any sense. Someone needs to talk to the applicant. I don't think the applicant has enough no people in his party. He has a bunch of yes people that are just charging him legal fees, doing his architecture thing, and he's just throwing money at it. So what happened last year? He withdrew it because it was a bad idea. What made the idea any better this year? More money. He just threw more money at it. He's at least $100,000 into this. It's just a bad idea, man. You guys need to talk to the Planning Commission and have them do their job. I saw the mayor's already getting scrutinized for taxpayer waste. This is taxpayer waste.
All right. Next we have Joel Looney. And then followed by George Cheshire, Shannon Peters, Carolyn Hughes, and Carla Looney.
Hello, I'm Joel Looney. I live on Cortez Road, 2915, for about the last 25, 6, 7 years. I attended that meeting at the church a couple of weeks ago, and their engineers for the applicants, one of the things they went on and on about is their lift stations for all the liquid waste that it's generated at this site. And there's two of them there that on their plan, and what I noticed was they went on and on about how clean they would be. There would be no release of smells, no water leak out. But the odd thing is, where'd they locate those two lift stations? Both of them are on their property line with where it joins the neighbors. In fact, one of them's actually closer to the neighbor woman's house than it is to their own building. So I don't think they were being completely honest with us when they were telling us about how nice this facility would be. Another thing on their drawings was this: if you look at the floor plan of their building, it has 2 semi-tractor trailer bays in it. And if you look at compare the floor plan to the site plan, one of the semi-tractor trailer bays doors on the inside, there's no door on the outside. In fact, outside it's a bicycle rack. And the other bay, which is on the north side, opens up into the parking lot, which means they show proposed and retail shops there with customer parking. The semis would have to back through the customer parking between the lines of parked cars where people are walking and kids are walking, and bicycle racks, people riding bicycles supposedly, and they're backing semi-trailers through between the parked cars and then making a sharp turn into the building. What could go wrong there, right? Another thing is these retail shops they show behind, attached to their building and as a future on the north side. What kind of business is going to rent retail space in an alley behind a Minute Market and a laundromat? I mean, we have enough online gaming and vape shops and hookah bars in the area already. We don't need the type of business that would locate in a spot like that. Anyway, the one retail shop that it shows as future, there's no place for animals on this site. There's going to be a livestock barn somewhere on site because you're not going to haul them back and forth from someplace else while they're waiting their turn. So they're not showing that. These people are just not being honest with the plans they present. What they've shown on their drawings is not what they're planning to build. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next we have, I think it's George Cheshire.
I live at 2929 Cortez Road. I've been there since 2000. Several times they've tried to change the zoning on that particular portion of the north end of Cortez Road, or excuse me, the south end of Cortez Road heading north. And all of this stuff seems to be a continuing revisitation of the same thing. As Yogi Berra said, it seems like deja vu all over again. They propose something, and then you have a myriad of these meetings until people get tired of coming, they quit coming, and then all of a sudden it gets passed and they say, well, there was no real opposition to it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, next we have Shannon Peters.
I'm Shannon Peters. Address is on file. I live about 8 houses north of the proposed slaughterhouse. Under the permitted uses and structures of CCG2, it also lists light manufacturing processing, including food processing, but specifically not slaughterhouses. Under the permitted uses and structures for light industrial, it also lists light manufacturing, processing, including food processing, but, and here it says it again, no slaughterhouses. Why do you think that our current zoning code makes a point to specifically state that slaughterhouses may not operate in these zoning codes? My fellow neighbors and I have a whole list of reasons why. Contamination of our well water, contamination of our wetlands, tanking of our property values, just to name a few. We were asked to trust the business owners and this business, that they had everything under control, that there was no possibility that the contamination to our wetlands and our wells would ever take place. We asked for their protocol, what they were doing. They informed us they did not need to have that for this to be approved by you guys, that was permitting further down the road. They did not have a plan put in place yet. Included in the comprehensive plan under Objective 1.5, it says maintenance, enhance, and conserve natural and environmental resources, especially our coastal resources. Section 1.5.3 discusses protecting potable water well fields, areas of moderate to high aquifer recharge, known habitat areas of rare, endangered, or threatened species, and other significant natural resources through the land development regulations, which limit activities having the potential to contaminate our soil, ground, or surface waters, and otherwise destroy these sensitive areas. Included in the comprehensive plan under Objective 2.2, the city shall establish, maintain, and implement neighborhood improvement strategies to combat and prevent blight. Section 2.2.4 discusses maintaining stable neighborhoods through coordinated rehabilitation and conservation action by the Planning and Development Department and the Housing and Neighborhoods Department. It goes on to talk about residential protecting residential areas from encroachment by incompatible land uses through proper zoning.
All right. Thank you. Next, we have Carolyn Hughes, followed by Lisa Dernberger.
My name is Carolyn Hughes. I live at 2928 Cortez Road. I would like to thank you for letting me speak with you. I appreciate that Mr. Carrico and another councilman came and listened to our concerns on the 28th of September. On the 28th of September, I listened to a lawyer tell me that after the fiasco last year concerning a slaughterhouse on the north side, they were given the task of finding an acceptable place for a slaughterhouse in Jacksonville. And after doing all their research, they came up with Cortez Road, a place where you have to rezone because of the fact that it's against city code to have a slaughterhouse there. And she said this with a straight face, that they found this spot, which just happens to be adjacent to a restaurant and a butcher shop owned by her client. Now, my daddy had a name for lawyers. I'm not going to say it. But I will tell you, she said this stuff with a straight face. And after that, I now know why people get Oscars. This is a joke. We had a gentleman next who was an engineer, and he told us he went to the JEA and asked for the best practices for this kind of construction and got very little, because there's nobody there that's had to deal with this. If you're not going to do your research, how can you possibly consider doing something like this in a residential neighborhood? I called because I wanted to have an environmental impact study. I've been told repeatedly that I have to prove to you why this is a bad idea. Not you prove to me that it's a good idea, a safe idea, but that it's a bad idea. And I was told, me, who lives on a fixed income, that I needed to come up with millions of dollars. This is a backward way to have to deal with the city council in any kind of future Jacksonville holds. I personally am just absolutely horrified by the injustice of this whole thing. Thank you.
All right, and next we have Lisa Dernberger.
Hello, my name is Lisa Ellen Dernberger, and my address is on file. I am adamantly opposed to the ordinance adopting a small-scale amendment to the FLUM series of the 2045 Comprehensive Plan at 11153 Beach Boulevard. I have to say that it says small scale, but this is a huge, huge scale. If we start this by amending the comprehensive plan for things like live slaughterhouses, it's a slippery slope. There will be no neighborhood safe. We must not approve this. And like all of the people before me, I am just so shocked that it's even here. There were 40 or so people that took off work early, made arrangements for childcare when it was in the planning department, and then it was deferred. We couldn't even come and speak then. We hear over and over and over that nobody comes to planning department and has their voice heard. Well, we were ready, and they deferred it. There's a lot of shadiness happening, and we can't let it happen. So we urge you to vote no for this. If this goes through, it'll be like McDonald's being sued for hot coffee. No neighborhood will be safe. Thank you for voting this down.
All right, and last we have Carla Looney, who is in opposition but marked that she does not wish to speak. So with that, the public hearing is continued until 11/18/2025. There will be no public hearings between now and then, and action will be taken on 11/18, and then that will be that, and we'll probably have a plan. We'll probably have reports by then too. So item number 10, 2025-488. We will go ahead and open the public hearing, and Mr. Reingold, if you can kind of set us on track here, because I gave a little bit of leeway on those comments. So if you can go ahead and put me and everyone else at ease with how we need to be addressing these going forward.
Thank you very much to the chair, to the committee, and to the audience. So except for actually our last speaker, pretty much everything I heard on the first item was zoning based. We had discussions about backing up of trucks, how the lift stations were going to operate, streets, very specific zoning style issues, which is fine. But that was more related to this item. My suggestion to the chair is that maybe we incorporate those issues and items that we heard on 487 into this item. And if anyone has any other things about zoning specific issues for this one to add on top of that, we could certainly give them an opportunity to speak, but it seems like most of those issues had already been addressed. So with that, I turn it back over to the chair unless you've got any additional comments.
Okay. Did you read your kind of statement at the beginning of the meeting? I don't think you did. I don't know if you need to at this point. But.
Yeah, I didn't. I forgot to bring it down, forgot to read it at the beginning.
Okay, no worries. All right, so we will go through kind of the same, it looks like the same stack of cards here. So I guess, can we just get a quick show of hands, which people wish to continue to speak that already spoke and kind of address the zoning issue, because now we're on the zoning, so is there any? Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and just read out some of the names here, and if you do not wish to speak, because this happens, we get people that this all happens. So if you do not wish to speak, and I read your card because you didn't mark it on here, please just raise your hand high for me so we can go on to the next card. Okay. All right. So Kristen Brewer. All right, come on down. Kim Robinson. Okay, you can't ask questions during public hearing, but you'll be after Miss Brewer, and then Samantha Series. Sure, Miss Robinson. Mr. Reingold, he'll try to answer your question for you on the side. No, Ms. Robinson, you go see Mr.
I wanted them to hear it. Okay.
If you have a question, you can ask our staff. Ms. Brewer, you go ahead.
Okay, so this is 488 is that correct? So I want to talk about the slaughterhouse. The other one had to do with the comprehensive plan. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, ma'am. This is the
Okay.
zoning, name and address, and go ahead.
Okay. Kirsten Brewer, and my address is on file. And I actually am going to read a portion of an article that just came out recently in the Halal Times. Okay. Abna Bazaar's first attempt to build a 25,000 square foot halal processing facility in Northwest Jacksonville on Woodley Road in April 2024 was met with strong opposition. Residents raised concerns about noise, odors, traffic, and declining property values, leading to proposals withdrawal after a planning commission hearing. In 2025, Abna Bazaar pivoted to a scaled down on its existing 6.82 acre property at Beach Boulevard. The new proposal includes a 23,800 square foot facility for on-site butchery with warehouse storage, retail spaces, serving only Abna Bazaar's customers. Okay, so my point I want to make is we received a packet when we were at the community meeting. It shows that the slaughterhouse that is now being proposed is 30,000 square foot. This is not reduced, this is increased. It also shows that there's going to be an additional 23,000 retail space. I don't buy that. This is an open door. And I also want to ask, who are these customers? Okay, and I'm going to add a little to that as I read. But I will tell you, I have a friend that buys halal meat. She goes all over town. She went into Rose's grocery store and they had halal meat, and she asked them, "Oh, where do you get your meat from?" Abna Bazaar. Okay, so what customers are we talking about here? Are they going to supply all of Jacksonville? So let me continue reading with the Halal Times article.
Just so you can pause the time, Stephen. This material has to be relevant and germane to the zoning, and that is not. So, Mr. Reingold, I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, but I had just asked if I was speaking, because this is what I wanted to speak on. So
I understand.
That's why I tried to clarify.
I understand. But what I'm going to have Mr. Reingold reiterate is when you folks come down and you speak to the zoning, there's specific information that you have to be giving us. Otherwise, it turns into just a public comment, and we can't use that information to make our decision. So that's why it's like that. So I'm going to pause your time. Mr. Reingold, please set the stage of what people need to be addressing in the zoning comments, if you can.
Yeah, through the chair to the committee and to the audience as a whole. Again, when you have a zoning item, please be specific to the rezoning request, the items in the PUD, not just things about general issues, general comments. Your evidence that you presented to the record needs to be fact-based, needs to be particular to the ordinance code criteria, such as spot zoning, such as consistency with adjacent land uses and zoning districts. And that's my recommendation to anyone who speaks, but it's not, as the chair said, an open comment period about just issues in general slightly related to the request.
Okay.
So all right, well, I'm talking about the building sizes and that zoning because it's not there right now and they want to build it. So I'm saying if they are, and it's in the records, I mean, they're saying that this is going to
Continue the clock. Sorry.
This is going to be a smaller facility. No, it's not. And I will also point out, so we're getting a lot of mixed information. We did show up at this community meeting, and the news tried to portray it as there's a few people. No, it was packed. They had to move us to another room. There was not enough seating. And the community is outraged, and they should be, because no one wants a Jacksonville slaughterhouse. This isn't going to go away. So you do need to vote no, because if you do not, you're not just voting against Cortez Road, you're voting against the city of Jacksonville in every single neighborhood, because no one wants this. And we had a right to get information that was correct. And the Cindy Trimmer, the attorney, literally said to us, you know, if you have a problem, you just need to call and report it, and they'll come out and take care of it. This is not like just any business. This is the health and all the things that go along with it. And they also pointed out they wanted to compare it to Maine's facility, not comparable. That is rural. We are the greater town center area, St. John's Town Center. That's what we are. There is no comparison. Their facts aren't correct. Their facts are not right.
All right.
I just had something else.
Ma'am, yeah, go ahead and state your name and
Kimberly
address.
Robinson, 3180 Cortez. If I have commercial on the south side and the west side, and across the street I've got the retention pond, would I not be entitled to some type of transitional zoning? Because I'm going to apply for it. I think there's a method to the madness. I believe they're going to withdraw the slaughterhouse in order to get you disinterested, and then they're going to go ahead and get their zoning. I'm telling you right now, I've already called an attorney with Smith Halsey. He said yes. So they're going to be right back down here on mine. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Samantha Series? Or Cirrus?
Samantha Series, like World Series. So I just, again, wanted to state that I oppose the rezoning of RLD 60 and CCG2 to a PUD to permit butchering and live animal processing and commercial uses. And the reason I oppose this is because it would be spot zoning. If you look at the map, it would show that this is a area that would not have been consistent with the other areas. And, I just don't really understand, again, how we got to this point, how the planning committee really thought that this was a great idea. I'm not sure what the logic is behind it. Maybe we need to have another discussion. And again, look at how many people have showed up for this. And the fact that it's not going to be heard and voted until 11/18, it's kind of exhausting. And I think that's the point. And I just worry that, again, using this rezoning is going to change the neighborhood. And then again, like someone else said, it's a slippery slope of going from rezoning to rezoning, patching around Jacksonville. And then, we have no green space. We have nothing that's going to help our areas. I'm sorry that's the land use. I saw the eye roll. My apologies. So again, the rezoning, I'm against it. You all should be against it. If you thought about having your lovely houses and then a slaughterhouse behind you, it just doesn't make sense to me. And again, it's spot zoning. It's not consistent with the surrounding area. You even stated that, Mr. Reingold. So, it's not it's incomprehensible that we're here at this point to rezone this. And the fact that, again, it's not going to be heard until 11/18 and voted on. We've been fighting this fight for a long time, so it's kind of exhausting. And again, I just want to say that I oppose it, and you guys need to vote no.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Bruce Latimer. Okay, I guess I'm taking that as you do not wish to speak, but is in opposition. Pamela Pearsall, don't wish to speak, is in opposition. Michael McKee? Nope, okay. Opposition, does not wish to speak. G. McKee, opposition, does not wish to speak. Jerry Woodham? Okay, she is in opposition. Eileen Miller? Opposes, does not wish to speak. George Cheshire? Opposition, does not wish to speak. Does anyone else wish to speak on this? Okay, all right, I'll keep going. Just wait a second. All right, Risa Grant. Okay, opposes, does not wish to speak. Ray Ratliff, there you are. Come on down.
Ray Ratliff, address on file. I'll talk about zoning. I feel like the city council gets a little bit annoyed when people don't stick to the topic and you have him tell us what we should say. I get that, and I understand that, but don't misplace your frustration, right? Because we all have jobs. We all come here over and over and over. This might be the 6th, 7th time I've spoke. So don't misplace that frustration. Your frustration should be with the Planning Commission. That's where your frustration should lie, because that's where this should have stopped. If you want to talk about zoning, this is a cookie-cut case of spot zoning. It's because it's the only spot in Jacksonville where there's a slaughterhouse that's not agricultural zoning. So right there, I mean, it's you bring this to any lawyer, it's laughable. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand how it gets past the planning committee with a recommendation of an approval, right? So if you want to talk and stick strictly to zoning, I would like to ask questions, but this isn't a Q&A, I get it. So ask yourself this question at some point. How is it not spot zoning? What case have they made, the lawyers that they have that were at our community meeting that couldn't answer simple questions that I asked them? Hey, what case law have you looked at in the state of Florida? Because there's plenty of it about slaughterhouses where the city got sued, not to mention the applicant got sued, right? This guy needs a business manager and new lawyers because he's not getting correct counsel. This is pretty simple, guys. Pretty simple. And I'm not taking it out on you because you just have to vote on it. Applicant has rights. I get it. City, we come and talk about it because the community. But I mean, I feel like you're kind of misplacing a little bit of frustration because you got to hear it over and over. That's your guys' fault because this is the system you signed up for, right? You signed up to be voted to these positions to listen to this. If you want to change this, then you need to point your attention at your planning commission and tell them to do their job. And if they don't have the resources, like a lawyer, a competent one, that could easily look at this and say, this is a clear-cut case of spot zoning, let's not push this any further because we're just throwing away taxpayer money. Not to mention, let's see, the president of the city council ran unopposed last time when he was elected. Prior to that, he won by just 2,000 votes. There were over 200 people at that community meeting. That's 10%. That's a lot. When you come to voting for these type of positions, you don't get a big turnout. So having 200 people just to show up at a community meeting for this, that should raise some eyebrows. And he might not be unopposed next time.
Sir,
so I think we need to really think about
on the zoning, please.
I'm talking about the zoning.
No, you're not.
At what point did I not talk about zoning?
The comment about elections and the planning staff was not about
It's
zoning.
to point out the number of people that are opposed to it in his district, that he's on the council as the president to either approve or deny the spot zoning. So it has a direct relationship.
Your time's up.
Well, that's a direct relationship.
So, all right, guys, listen. We're going to turn the temperature down, or we'll have the sergeant of arms start removing people, and it doesn't need to happen that way. And just for the comments that were made, the Planning Commission, they're the first stop. We're the last stop. So if we get sued, they don't get sued. So for your comments, if we get sued by the applicant, we rely on your comments to defend us in court. That's why we made those comments. Our job is to listen to you. I'm happy to sit here and listen to you, but I've been through this enough to know when we go to court, we have to have testimony from the neighbors. And if it's not germane to the zoning, the judge throws it out. So that's the process looking down the road. So there's no frustration in hearing y'all's comments at all. Like, that's why I'm asking, hey, come on down. If I forgot your card, come on down. We're not here to, try to get it along. I moved you guys up to the front of the agenda too. I mean, we're here to listen to y'all. We're not even taking action on this. So we're doing the right thing here. But that's the reason. Sir, this is a comment. Okay, no, you're good. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Good deal. So we're turning the temperature down, and we're going to go to the next couple of speaker cards. What? You want to speak? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know normally we don't interject and have conversations or dialogue during the Q&A component of this, but in the beginning when I was here, I heard some comments and just want to make things very clear. As the chair just stated, as the Planning Commission, we are literally the last stop before it goes to full council for a final vote. The conversation or the narrative that we've already had our minds decided and all that, I think it's not about frustration because ultimately for me, I want to see a full room. I want those 200 people to come here tonight or the next night to talk about what's going on because ultimately that's what we're here to do. That's what we're elected here to do, to listen to you on and to ultimately then have conversations and dialogue later on. But that's not the day for this today, which is why sometimes, the frustration seems like we're just deferring things. It's not really up to us. This is just a process. It is what it is, like you said. But I will tell you one thing, that we don't make our minds up based off of, who the applicant is or the narrative out in the news. Like, we'll make the last stop here, and we've proven that many times, and I think other people from other districts have seen us in action. So I just want to make sure that you guys know that it's not always about what you see in the news. Like, we are literally here to work for you all. So like the chair just said, let's lower the temperature because we just want to continue moving on. And if we got to be here till midnight, we'll be here till midnight. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we're good. We're all good. All right, so next we have Carla Looney. Does not wish to speak, I guess, is in opposition. Joel Looney? Okay, already spoke, does not wish to speak again, is in opposition. Shannon Peters? Opposition. All right, she's coming on down. And then next we have Carolyn Hughes, and then Rebecca Moran. Go ahead, Ms. Peters.
Shannon Peters again. My address is on file. Speaking about the PUD zoning districts, and a little bit about frustrations, is that everybody here that knows about this much about all of this process. And we're going home and we're researching, we're not spending time with our families and our kids to learn about what a PUD is and what light industrial and commercial, the different degrees of commercial and residential. We're learning all of this. So when we're trying to come and give you facts, it's not like I'm just like all willy-nilly just up here to talk because I want to, but it's like I'm trying to find facts to share with you guys to express our frustration of having to do this. We're protesting every single weekend about this rezoning and this PUD that wants to go through. This PUD, they're supposed to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and land use category. It's not. It's not in any way. It's not creative or innovative. It's a loophole that they're taking advantage of to squeeze something in that they want, that's going to benefit them, not going to benefit my community that I live in. This commercial business has been in our community for maybe a year, for about a year. We have generations that have lived on their property. My family has lived there a little over 20 years. We have people that have lived there for generations. This is a clear case of spot zoning, which is a universally condemned practice. This does not belong here. It's not in the zoning code that they're trying to rezone to, so they're trying to ask for a change in land use. It's not okay. We already have the proper zoning in this area, and we need you guys to stand up and protect it for us. We need you to protect our neighborhood, our well water, and our wetlands. We're counting on you. We're hoping, we're praying. If there's anybody to trust, we're trying to put our trust in you guys, and we hope that we can. We hope that what we bring to you is good enough. We don't have access, like we're spending money that we don't have, that we would love to be able to spend somewhere else on speaking with lawyers and speaking with people that know things about this stuff. Nobody's being lazy, not even the people that aren't here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And we have Carolyn Hughes.
I'll be honest with you. I have about this much knowledge about the difference between these two things. But I will say this to you. My parents built the house that I live in 1982. And during the years that they lived there, I helped them write letter after letter after letter to the city protesting one zoning or another. I had them, they fought, the people on this street fought so hard to get a stoplight at the end of Cortez. Then they fought to add a turning lane because of the traffic. And if you change this zoning and you allow the plans that this gentleman has, whether it be building a little shopping center or a slaughterhouse, I don't care which, you're creating more of a problem. You're creating a hazard for people in terms of traffic, getting in and out of that road. Since he's had this commercial zoning, he's brought in semis. And every time one of them has to make a turn, people have to back up, or people on beach have to stop so that they can get by. We don't need extra commercial buildings. We don't need that kind of business at the end of the street. We've already got enough, because it's going to create an unbearable situation in terms of traffic, accidents, and livability. Thank you.
Next, we have Rebecca Moran. Yes, that's her coming down. And then after her, Araya Peters.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Moran, and I live at 1869 Cortez Road. I had prepared some talking points, but I realize you guys want me to specifically talking about the zoning aspect. So with that said, this is an obvious case of spot zoning. We know this because this clearly mainly benefits the grocery store owner at our expense. We know this because the potential nuisances it will bring, the potential health risks, and loss in property values. We have rights too. Would you guys want this built at your front doors? We don't want it. Just ask yourself that question, because it would be honestly a no-brainer. It's really shocking we're at this point. Please help us stop this. Thank you.
All right, next we have Araya Peters. All right. I guess she does not wish to speak, but is in opposition. Oh, you're coming down? Oh, wow. Okay, I couldn't even see you. Is there what do you need help with? Okay, I guess we'll just put that on file. The rest of the cards I have here, I believe are marked. I don't wish to speak. If you do, just stop me and come down, and you can have 3 minutes to speak. John Brewer is in opposition. Richard Hughes opposes. Michael Oliveri opposes. Kim Oliveri opposes. Did I call your name?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna come down.
Eduardo Valdu, opposition. Anja Freehart is opposition. John Scott opposes, does not wish to speak. Joyce Ammons, opposed. Chrissy Kinney, opposed. Jonathan Moran, opposed. Jane, what? Who? Okay. You do want to speak? Okay, I'll put you to the side just 1 second. Jane Ramsdale opposes. Margie Watkins opposes. Kathleen Pereira opposes. Everyone else is in opposition, so I'm just going to read the names. Lisa Francis, Thomas Berry, Loretta Berry, Tony Langles, Brett Burton, Dawn Heron, Candeladia Peppers, Melvin Peepers, Michael Kincaid, Patricia Wischerski, Marissa Warner, Cheryl Reed, Catherine Del Rey, Kevin Quitter, Kelly Updike, All oppose? And, Herbert Ramsdale, you want to speak? Okay, come on down. And then Chrissy Kenny can speak after. And then, ma'am, did I call your name? Okay, just come on up and then state your name and address. And if we can't find you, we'll figure it out.
My name is Herbert Ramsdale. My address is on file. As indicated in 656.125, limitations on rezoning of land, the council can determine that there is a substantial competent evidence that maintaining the current zoning district accomplishes a legitimate public purposes as such terms are defined in subsection C of this section. In subsection C, item 2, the proposed rezoning will constitute spot rezoning that is in isolated zoning district unrelated to adjacent and nearby districts. Item 3, uses permitted under the proposed rezoning will not be consistent or compatible with the existing and proposed land uses and zoning of adjacent and nearby properties, or the general area will deviate from an established or developing logical and orderly development pattern. The proposed rezoning and the development permitted thereunder will result in significant adverse impacts upon property values in adjacent or nearby properties or in the general area more than the types of uses currently permitted. Item 5, the proposed rezoning and the development permitted thereunder will detract from the character and quality of life in the general area or neighborhood by creating excessive traffic, noise, lights, vibration, fumes, odors, dust, physical activities, or other detrimental effects or nuisances. The rezoning of the proposed, this proposal appears to be also in conflict with the 2045 Comprehensive Plan, Future Land Use Development, Goal 1, Policies 2.2.4, 3.2.11, and 3.2.21, just to name a few. Rezoning this property to PUD will allow the property owner carte blanche to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, with total disregard for the residents adjacent to and nearby this property who have been there for decades. I would like to refer to Exhibit number 6 of this bill and request that you deny this rezoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Chrissy Kinney.
Thank you. I actually wasn't going to speak on this tonight, but I heard some things that were important. Chrissy Kinney, address on file. When we talk about legitimate public purpose, the First Amendment Establishment Clause came to mind that says that a decision made cannot foster an excessive government entanglement favoring one religion over another. And what I'm hearing is we've got a halal processing facility that is a religious processing facility. They're wanting to use this space for that only, and it doesn't serve that legitimate public purpose because if it was conventional processing, slaughtering of animals, it could be done anywhere. And I think that's what qualifies it as spot zoning. It's a perspective argument that might be unconventional, but I thought I would just kind of bring it to mind for you to hear. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We have no other cards, but ma'am, if you wish to speak, you can come on down and...
Yes, my name is Margaret Drost. I live at 14532 Yellow Bluff Road. I had not heard about this rezoning until tonight, but I'd like to point out a few things from my professional experience as a USDA inspector for the U.S. Army. This facility would be under USDA inspection. They would have to approve the actual building prior to use. Under these circumstances, the community involvement, I doubt seriously that the USDA would approve such a use for this building in that kind of facility, that kind of environment, especially with the residential area. The difference in the odor, There's no hiding slaughter odor. There's no hiding slaughter bugs, the flies, the other rodents that would encourage the use of this building in that kind of zoning area. So I would consider this vote as a negative vote for this applicant, because there would be no purpose in approving it for the use of this facility in that environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, yep. Did I call your name?
No, not for this one.
Okay, just make sure you fill out a card.
The card is filled out, 488, yes.
Okay, but I didn't call your name?
No.
Then we
Not
don't
for
have your
this
card.
one.
Okay, then we need you to fill out a card. So name and address, go ahead.
Lisa Ellen Dernberger, address is on file, and I would like to strongly oppose the rezoning from residential to PUD to permit butchering and live animal processing. The key word is live animal processing. I don't even know how this got through planning department, and I want to thank the chair for explaining the process to us, because as everybody has said, we don't live and breathe this, and it's important for us to know the process in order to be effective, to get things on the up and up. And so I would encourage you to keep repeating that, because we're all emotional about it. It's live slaughtering. The very noise that will go on inside, just driving by it. Everybody will. It's on Beach Boulevard, for the love of God. And just knowing what's going on inside of there, I'll hear the noise. It is an absolute spiritual aspect that should not have ever passed through planning department. And I don't know what kind of games they are playing, but this one needs to be stopped. And I would encourage the applicant, Cindy Trimmer, to withdraw this application, because it is that absurd. So thank you for doing what you can to help save our neighborhoods.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else? Nope. All right, so with that, we will we'll continue this public hearing until 11/18/2025. And again, just for process sake, just as everyone kind of hears this, and you might have already heard this or know this, but being that specifically the zoning. So the zoning is a quasi-judicial matter. The land use is not. So the land use, we can take a position on that, Mr. Reingold, if I'm correct. Before we hear all...
The land use item does not follow the quasi-judicial rules.
Got it. Okay. So what that means is we're sitting here as basically judges hearing the evidence brought forth in the public hearing, and we cannot make our own position or stance. We can't say, support or oppose this until we close the last public hearing and have heard all the evidence from the neighbors, the applicant, planning commission, staff, everybody. So that's why if you send emails or if you see us up here, we're not able to really say, okay, we support or oppose this. I can just say this, at least from my perspective. A lot of the comments that I've heard from you all tonight are very concerning to me, and I can just let you know that. And otherwise, we're going to have to kind of follow the process that is in place. Sometimes, you're right, it's not the best process, but I think there has been a lot of concerning things said tonight. So with that, we're going to kind of move on to the next agenda item, but that was 2025-488 on the zoning. So, and it'll be continued until 11/18/2025. We are taking action on November 18, 2025. We will not defer this again. All right. Item number 1, 2025-172. Open the public hearing. Get a staff report. No staff report. Close. Oh, we have one speaker card on 172. What's up? Yep. Item number 1 on the agenda, 2025-172. One speaker card, Samantha Series, like the World Series. Come on down.
Samantha Series, address on file. I just wanted to say that I oppose this small-scale amendment to the Flume series of the 2045 comp plan, going from low residential to medium. I believe it's pretty important to kind of understand, I'm wondering, like, how does adopting this amendment to the 2045 comp plan preserve and enhance present advantages, encourage the most appropriate use of the land, water, and resources consistent with public interest? I just say that because I'm looking at that land and it's like almost 4 acres, and to put medium, like to make it medium from low in residential, I think that's a pretty insignificant amendment. And I know it's a small scale, which is fine, but if you look at the actual like difference, I believe it starts with, as a low residential, it's 44 people, like 44 possible like population could be added. And then when it's medium, it's 144, or let me just check my notes, but it goes up 171% from 45 to 122 in the population that would be there. And that's less than 4 acres. It's kind of, again, I'm not sure how it is with the comprehensive plan that's in place. It literally has to be amended, our comprehensive plan. So I just think that we need to take a step back and consider really what you're doing when you're saying that this is a smart decision to make it from low residential to medium. It's not a small impact. It is a big impact. 171% from 45 people to 122. That's a lot. That's a big impact on that community. It's really just a concern that I think we need to start kind of understanding what you're doing here. The applicant, Cindy Trimmer, she obviously represents Artec Homes, LLC. They are a more like new construction company, not much on them. They did have some issues in 2019. So just something that we need to take awareness of, that you think that this seems all good on paper, but just looking at those numbers, concerning. So I think that we need to just understand when we're looking at these reports, like what is actually being impacted in that area. And thank you. That's all I have to say about that.
All right. Thank you so much. We have no other speaker cards, so we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to committee. All right. We got an amendment here. Move the amendment. Do we have a second? All right. That was a mumbled second, but I'll take it from Councilmember White. The amendment just changes the acreage from 3.47 to 3.91. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended. Move to refer. My apologies.
Second. All right. We have a motion and a second to re-refer the bill as amended. Open the ballot. Record your vote.
68, 0 nays.
By your action, you have amended and then re-referred 2025-172. Item number 2, 2025-173. Open the public hearing. Get a staff. No staff. Sorry. Yeah. Same thing. All right. We don't have any. Is there ex parte on this? It's not on my sheet. It's getting re-referred. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Arias. Ex parte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to declare ex parte. On 10/7, I had a phone call with the applicant regarding this rezoning, and it's currently being filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right, and now we will go to our speaker card, Ms. Samantha Series.
Hi again, Samantha Series. Obviously, you know what I was going to say against opposed rezoning. Y'all voted, it's fine. Just want to say I oppose it. Again, we need to think about what we're doing when we're rezoning these areas and understand the impact that they have on the residential people of the areas. And again, just don't understand how this is part of the comprehensive plan. And, you know, you have this comprehensive plan in place and you want to rezone all these things to let all these developers come by. You know, it is what it is. I just want to state my opposition. Thank you.
All right. With no other speaker cards, we're going to close the public hearing, and I'll make a quick comment before we get a motion on the substitute. So, Ms. Series, just so you know, we didn't take any action on this other than to re-refer it. So there will be more action on 11/18. So just so you know. All right, looking for a motion on the substitute? All right, we have a motion, a second on the substitute. The substitute is changing the zoning from RLD 60 to PUD. All in favor of the substitute signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The substitute carries. Do we have a second? All right, motion is second on the substitute to be or the bill to be re-referred as substituted. Open the ballot, record your votes.
68, 0 nays.
By your action, you have re-referred the substitute of 2025-173. Item number 3, 2025-176. Council members, please declare any ex parte communication you have at this time. Councilmember Arias, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare ex parte as well. On today, I had a phone call with the applicant, Michael Sittner and Cindy Trimmer, and it's currently being filed with Legislative Services. And as well, I also had a phone call on 9/11 with Michael Sittner regarding this rezoning as well, and it's currently being filed. And I do have another one. I've received numerous emails in opposition for this, dating back from all the way from 9/16 through today. So those are my 3 ex partes. Thank you.
All right, with that, we will open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is PUD rezoning ordinance 2025-0176, which is seeking to rezone 22.43 acres of land from RR acre to a PUD in order to allow for the development of 90 single-family dwellings. These lots will range in size from 50-foot wide lots to 60-foot wide lots. There will be about 78 of those lots that will be 50 feet in width, and 12 will be 60 feet in width. The subject property is just north of New Berlin Road, which is classified as a collector roadway, which is currently operating at 80% capacity using our 2025 traffic counts. Staff has reviewed the requests and finds that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the comp plan with the existing land use category of low-density residential and is located within the suburban development area, which allows for up to 7 units per acre. With the proposed unit count, this is closer to a density range of 3.5 units per acre. We find it furthers the goals and objectives of the comp plan by accommodating growth in Jacksonville and by encouraging and facilitating new infill development and redevelopment on vacant land. We find it meets the internal and external compatibility factors by providing additional buffering along all property boundaries, minimum ranging from 10 feet to 20 feet in width. They will also provide visual screening along the property boundaries. This exceeds the requirements of the code for single-family dwellings adjacent to other single-family dwellings, where there is no required buffer or visual screening between these two types of developments. The surrounding area is developed with a mix of single-family homes that are ranging in various lot sizes. These are subdivisions that allow for 50-foot wide lots and 60-foot wide lots. Some immediate examples include the Chandler Crossing neighborhood, which is to the east with frontage along Yellow Bluff Road. This subdivision is developed with 50-foot wide lots. You also have Northwoods neighborhood with 60-foot wide lots, and Cherry Lake neighborhood, which is under the RLD 50 zoning district. So because of these reasons and those in the staff report, we are forwarding a recommendation of approval. This application was heard by Planning Commission back on August 21st, where there were a couple speakers in opposition citing some concerns related to drainage with potential flooding of the surrounding properties, and then traffic due to the increase in the housing for the area. The applicant explained at that public hearing that they had already met with the city to address the existing drainage issues on the property, and that further review would be conducted through their civil engineering phase of the development. The Planning Commission had no concerns on the proposed development, and they voted unanimously for approval.
All right, well, thank you for that. I do have one speaker in the queue to declare ex parte. Mr. Diamond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have ex parte. I spoke with the applicant, Mr. Sittner, briefly in the atrium earlier today, and we'll file it with Legislative Services. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sittner, you have 5 minutes on the clock. If you don't mind upping that to 5 minutes, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chairman. Michael Sittner, 1 Independent Drive, Suite 1200, on behalf of the applicant. This is a PUD rezoning. Originally, what we filed was for a conventional RLD 50, and we proceeded all the way to Planning Commission and received a recommendation of approval from staff and a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission on the conventional RLD 50 zoning. After that, we understood and heard from some neighbors that there were some concerns over the requested application. So what we did is we hosted a community meeting with the help of the councilman. This is in District 2. And we hosted a community meeting, and we heard 3 main concerns. The first concern was traffic. Another concern was stormwater. And then there was concerns about the overall density of the lots. And so for the density, what we did is instead of filing for RLD 50, we converted the application to a PUD, and we locked in 60-foot lots along the eastern side of the property. That's where the larger lots are in the context of our particular property. So we did 60-foot lots on that eastern side. We also, in this PUD, we require 10-foot buffers and fencing. And normally when you do a single-family product that's adjacent to another single-family product, you don't need a 10-foot buffer or fences. So we try to do that to add additional compatibility with the surrounding community. With regards to stormwater, there is stormwater issues. The water currently flows from west to east, and the property to the east of us has a stormwater pond, but it has no outfall. So really it's just a borrow pit. It's just a lake with no outfall. And so we brought our engineer on site who walked the site with Bill Joyce, who is with the city and the stormwater department, and discussed the drainage and our plan. Ultimately, what we plan to do is accept all the water that's flowing on our land, pipe it under Scarwin and out to a different ditch on the other side of on the opposite side of Scarwin from our property. That ditch that's existing is underutilized. Bill Joyce told our engineer that post-development, the flooding or the stormwater issues in the area will be improved by post-development. Finally, traffic. So one of the things is when we went to the PUD, we reduced our unit count. So that's going to reduce traffic. As you heard from staff, they ran the capacity numbers for New Berlin right adjacent to our site, and it's operating at 80% capacity today. Also, New Berlin is slated for widening. It's going to be, currently it's 2 lanes. It's going to be expanded to 4 lanes. There's going to be intersection improvements, turn lanes, signalization, and that's in the works. So traffic, currently there's available capacity, and throughout the next few years when the improvements actually do happen on New Berlin, traffic will actually be ameliorated. With that, I'm happy to stand by for questions. Thank you for your support and stand behind the staff report, which recommends approval. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that. So now we're going to go listen to the audience. So we have up first is Linda Mack, followed by Margaret Drost. If you don't mind, all of you guys coming up to the front row, please. And Edwards Nager, and then Jessica Johnson. All 4 of you, if you're still here. All right. Come on, sir. Did I call your name? All right, awesome. And then we have Edwin Summer next. Once again, if I call your name, just come to the front row. And I'm going to continue calling names until I see more people getting up. Susan Shinago. Okay. State your name and address for the record, sir.
Yes, name is Jim Drost. Address is 14532 Yellow Bluff Road. My original intention tonight was to get up and read your oath of office that you all took, but I'm not going to waste my 3 minutes on that because I know you all take that very seriously. I'm here just to ask, how many times are we going to have to come down here and go through this with all the divisions that are coming into our area? This is probably my 7th trip in 2 months. And by the way it looks, we've probably got another 6 or 7 trips involved for the other ordinances that are trying to be approved. We, as you can see, are showing up in force for these every single time. That we're hearing the road capacity is 80%. Has anybody taken consideration the amount of new homes, apartments that have been put in the area over the last 6 months to see where we're at on that 80%? We keep building this, we're going to be over 100% capacity in no time whatsoever. It's going to be really quick, and it's going to come fast with the amount of development that's coming into the area. As far as road improvements and things, we've talked about this a lot over the last couple months, and I know New Berlin is going to have some road work done on it, but I think we need to work on the infrastructure before we continue to expand and develop these developments and then put these homes and apartments into our area. You know, it's one of those things where we as citizens are looking at this as, these guys are bringing in the horse long before the cart. I'm sorry, bringing in the cart long before the horse. I think there needs to be more road studies done. I think that there needs to be a consideration after each individual development comes in. We're talking 200-300 homes, per month that we're proven to go into these areas. But yet we're talking about a road study that was done, months ago. So, those are some of our concerns. And I know everybody back here dressed in red feels the same way. They're going to address more of the points according to the 2045 plan. But I just want to make sure that we, there's some consideration. There's a human level here involved when the decisions are being made. If you were being choked on a daily basis, would you not show up to argue and fight your point? And I'm sure all of you would. And I would expect you to do so. And that's why we're here. We're being choked. We want to stop it, slow it down, at least have a little consideration for those of us who live out here. Thank you, guys and ladies. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, sir. All right, Susan Shinago. All right, Thomas Smith. Rita Sweet, or Sweat. Ruth Peebles. All right. Hello, sir. Name and address, please.
Hey, sir. Stephen Shinago, 3085 Sunset Landing Drive, the Amelia View subdivision, just about a mile east of Yellow Bluff on Sterrett Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Folks are going to talk about, I think, other speakers on the various plans for the north side and some of these high-density residential developments. And they're going to speak about the comprehensive plan 2045, environmental impact, drainage, traffic density. You've heard a lot of these things. I think one thing that we might have to consider is folks who come to Jacksonville, and we came with the Navy in 2011. We owned a house on the southeast side of Tampa Bay we thought we were going to go back to. And then we were either going to live on base or rent a house for our 3 children, 9th grade, 6th grade, 1st grade, somewhere that made sense for them. And then when we lived in all 4 corners of the U.S., although we're Floridians, and my wife called me and said, I think I found a house we want to keep forever. Well, we owned a house in Tampa to go back to forever, and we came here, and she told me where, and sure enough, there was something appealing about the north side of Jacksonville, backing up to the Nassau River, the wetlands and the marsh, etc. We came down here, we bought a house, we stayed here, sold a house in Tampa when a military family was done with their rental lease, and we've loved it here ever since. So as we look at the north side, Jacksonville, huge city, incorporating all of Duval County, I think the consideration a lot of us have is if we can plan to not overbuild every single section of a city, we can have appeal to various folks who are going to come down and look for things that are close enough to the city core to do things, to support the Jaguars, to come downtown, to work with you all, to grow a vibrant community, to fish and go to the beaches, do those sorts of things. So as these various issues have come up, Councilman Member Diamond referred to it earlier, 6, 7, 8, 9 meetings occurring. At the last meeting, the developers representative said, boy, we'd sure rather be somewhere else. We've missed meals, my wife's expecting, etc. I completely agree. But they're being paid to come to these meetings. We keep showing up in force as volunteers because we're trying to keep a quality of life. So as I whip through those things real quickly, I would only say if we constantly see deferments, changes, a different plan, a zoning request to change from what already existed, et cetera, at some point, is it not a red flag that maybe something's not right with this initial proposal? And then as I quickly move through, because I want to make sure I respect my time, I would simply say in that conversation, the developer's agent said, well, we can't really build bigger houses on bigger lots because that's not our business model. I totally agree there is a use in Jacksonville for that business model, high-density housing. Let's just not make it the north side of the city. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Next we have Ruth Nelson Peoples. Come on down.
Good evening, Ruth Nelson Peoples. My address is on file.
The objection that I have to this development is not developing it, but to the small lot sizes with zero recreation area. The spot zoning is contradictory to the 2045 comp plan, and it contributes to urban sprawl. You know it, and we know it. There's absolutely no reason to continue to approve such small lot sizes in a community of large rural lot size homes, and where the majority of homes are situated on 1 acre and larger. We did meet with the applicant, and we expressed that sentiment at that time, but it appears that they have decided to make absolutely no change after meeting with him. So I honestly am not certain why, if they had no intentions of compromising with us, that they agreed to meet. On 9/11/25, there was yet another accident at Sterrett and Dunn Creek and Lanier Road, which is an extremely dangerous intersection that the homes in that area will come out onto Dunn Creek and take it out to Sterrett. That accident involved a school bus. I just want to make you aware of that, because that is going to increase the traffic on that intersection, where it's a very poorly designed intersection. And I tried to get more information on the school bus accident, but they wouldn't allow me to have any information on it, because they said that I wasn't involved in the accident. But I'd like the applicant to consider larger lot sizes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Jason Reif. All right. After Jason, we have Samantha Series, Nicole Repovich, James Pippin, and Robert McFeely. Y'all can go ahead and come on down to the front row if you would like. The floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having us tonight and hearing our concerns. So for 176, we had an emergency meeting with the applicant, and it appears that nothing really changed since then from our inputs. If they did, they were ever so slight. So from what we heard from the planning department, the meetings we've had, it's basically a build it and then let's find out what we're going to do about it afterwards, which seems to be a common thread with a lot of these developments going in, which is completely unacceptable for the community and, for whoever builds there and whoever lives there in the future. This is a true definition of spot zoning. Spot zoning is when a small parcel of land is rezoned or given special zoning treatment that is inconsistent with the surrounding area, usually benefiting a single property owner or developer rather than to serve the broader community or the comprehensive plan. The applicant mentioned that, and the planning department also mentioned that there are properties in close proximity to this that are the same, which is patently false. There are no abutting or adjacent properties that match or even come close to what they're doing here. Everything around here, according to GIS, is a half acre or larger, the area that it's in. The only exception would be the lot 12709, which is close to it. And, if I was a betting man, I would say that that's probably going to get bought up before too long, and they're going to take these two properties, which wouldn't stand on their own to be rezoned, combine them after they've been rezoned to make even bigger problem. Per the 2045 Recreational Open Space Entitlements Objective 2.2, the City Land Development Regulations through the subdivision ordinance shall ensure the provisions of active recreation open space on private enterprise, which this doesn't have as far as I'm aware with the current plan, because it does have between 25 and 99 lots. They are required to have such space or pay fines accordingly. As far as the roads, they bring up the roads as being a benefit to this or this being a benefit to that, whatever, we've been promised better roads on New Berlin for years. And from what I understand, it's 5 to 6 years at best before any of that happens. And we're cramming all this stuff in there. You're putting properties in there that are not consistent with the existing properties and definitely not consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Samantha Series.
Samantha Series, address on file. I feel like I'm talking a lot today, so I'm sorry about that. I would just like to say I am in opposition of the rezoning, and I would just like to point out, if you open up the documents that you all receive and look at the aerial view of the subject property, there are no other large developments in that entire area. I know it keeps being stated in these reports that it's, in like cohesive with the comprehensive plan, but it really isn't. And I just don't know where you think that putting a large development in this rural area really matches the comprehensive plan. I know that there's been a lot of discussions. I'm kind of new to this one specifically, but I saw it in the other meetings. They're trying to work with the neighborhoods and the people surrounding them, but it doesn't really seem like it. If you also look at their plans, it is a packed area with these homes, like they look on top of each other. I know they're given 10 feet, extra. Ooh, very exciting. But if you look at the aerial view, that's just going to be completely, stuffing this development in this area. And it just doesn't make sense. I understand we want to develop Jacksonville, completely understandable, but we have these green areas for a reason. Florida is a swamp. I know it's kind of surprising, but we do have the river of grass. We're trying to keep it clean. It's not. And we struggle a lot with our filtration systems because we are overdeveloping these areas. And just because something's not being used doesn't mean we need to use 100% of it. 80% is used. That doesn't mean that 20% needs to be used. We don't have to utilize all of these areas. We can keep things green. We can keep things from being overdeveloped. And especially by these developers, they aren't the most up and up with these construction. So, I watch the developments around Jacksonville. They have a concrete floor and then it's all just like siding, it's not concrete. Florida gets hurricanes, not really sure how we're building all this wood, just expecting it to sustain all of this area and all of these like things that are happening to Florida. It's just doesn't make sense to me. I understand it probably makes sense to you, but I look at this stuff and I'm not really seeing what you guys are seeing. I'm not really sure how this matches the area, not really sure how we keep overdeveloping Jacksonville. I think we need to take a step back, slow down. Our roads are having issues. We have a lot of traffic in areas that we really shouldn't have traffic. So I think we just need to take a step back in all of these rezonings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nicole Repovich. Okay, does not wish to speak in opposition. James Pippin.
Good evening, council members. James Pippin, address on file. So a lot of my community members have already hit a lot of my key talking points, but a few that I just want to follow up with. I hear the planning department throughout Chandler Crossing as a development, that is to match this one. Chandler Crossing don't even come close to this property. It's on a totally different road. So I don't know how we get to use that as an excuse. Might as well use properties in Mandarin or the West Side, to come up with these crazy property descriptions. Some facts about this property, as many of my neighbors have said, all the properties on the west side of the road, every one of them averages, there's 8 properties on that side. If you average all those out, that's 0.530 acres, over a half-acre property. These are properties that abut this property. On the south side, there are 4 properties on New Berlin Road and Sapp Road. The average of these 4 properties is 1.103. On the east side of the property, which the developer so kindly said hey, we're going to put the larger lots over there. Well, that's because everything on that side of the property is 1 acre or larger. So it really doesn't make sense that he's going to do us a favor by putting 60-foot lots on 1 acre lot properties. The current zoning is the correct zoning for this area. Every house that abuts to this property is half acre or larger. You're doing the community and all these people that touch this property a disfavor by dropping their home values if you allow these small properties to come in and take over. The developer said 80% on the traffic study, right? Does that take into account the new subdivisions that are in? Approximately a half a mile west of this property, there's a brand new subdivision sitting there, fully empty. Streets are in, lights are in, nothing's being built. Fully empty. Why are we still trying to cram in small properties when there is no use in there? We did meet with the developer, also the builder who came along, had a great conversation with him, told him what the community would go for. Nothing back from them. They're not willing to negotiate, willing to work with us. It flat out says, that we don't care about the community. We just want to build and overpopulate you. So just piggyback along what all my other community members said is this property needs to be opposed. It doesn't need to be passed. It doesn't belong in this area. The houses that abut to this do not match it. Facts are facts, and those are the facts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Robert McFeely.
Robert McFeely, address on file. Good evening, council members. I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition to rezoning application 0176. At the council's request, our community agreed to an expedited meeting, even postponing another planned meeting to accommodate this process. When that community meeting was held, it was met with overwhelming opposition. More than 70 residents signed in to voice their concerns. The proposed rezoning from residential rural to PUD is fundamentally inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood. This area is defined by low-density, rural-style homes, and introducing higher-density lots would disrupt the character and go against the intent of our existing land use patterns. Even the PDPC report confirms that the surrounding zoning is RR acre and RLD 100A in every direction. There's nothing nearby that supports this jump in density. The 2045 comprehensive plan clearly sets standards this proposal fails to meet. Objective 1.1 says growth must be compact and compatible, not sprawl. Policy 1.110 requires PUDs to match surrounding density and character. Objective 3.1 and policy 3.1.1 require the city to protect single-family areas from incompatible land use and prevent blighting issues. Placing RLD 60 and 50 lots in the middle of RR and RLD 100 zoning would create a dense pocket that is incompatible, out of scale, and risk urban blight by contradicting the objective 2.2 of the comprehensive plan. This proposal also violates City Ordinance 656-125, which limits rezoning when it contributes to urban sprawl, constitutes spot zoning unrelated to adjacent districts, is incompatible with nearby uses, detracts from neighborhood quality of life through traffic density and other impacts. Finally, under Section Code 656-122, once a rezoning application is submitted and fees are paid, it may not be amended or withdrawn without council approval. Yet this has already been altered, raising serious concerns about the fairness and transparency in this process. Council members, you have both the authority and responsibility to uphold the city's own policies and protect the integrity of this neighborhood. This proposal clearly fails to meet the standards of the comprehensive plan, zoning code, and basic community compatibility. I respectfully urge you to deny application 0176, protect our community from ill-suited development that does not serve a legitimate public purpose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have James Drost. Oh, you already spoke, sorry. Okay. He is in opposition again. Catherine Del Rey. No, don't wish to speak. Okay. Opposes Jane Love. Opposes Obi Limp. Opposed? Is that you? Okay, come on down. Then we have Kim DeBerry and John Greco. Is Kim here? Okay, you'll be next, and then John Greco. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Name and address.
Good evening. My name's Obie Lamp. I'm at Yellow Bluff Road. I oppose this. I'm a third generation to live out there on the north side. Been a lot of change come through that area. A lot of good, a lot of bad. I guess we talk about the roads, we talk about all the building that's going on out here. What we lose inside of is when you look up at that sky at night and you put all these subdivisions in, you don't see the stars anymore. You don't see the things that you used to see when you were out there. The building that we have going on out there is terrible. When I was coming here, when you pull up to Pecan Park and 95, the traffic was backed all the way to 95. We cannot get out. Coming on to 17, off of Yellow Bluff, you wait 5-10 minutes to come back towards Jacksonville. If you're going towards Yulee, you're fine. But if you try to turn them out, there is no need in all this. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have anything that supports it. And the plans are way out. I don't know if there's any other plans for Yellow Bluff to be widened where we just can't get out. It's just terrible what we're doing. And we're taking over these little places. I didn't really plan to speak, so if you tell, I can come along, but it just does not, it needs to slow down. Something needs to change. We're just approving stuff. And the little people are being left out. And that's about it. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have Kim DeBerry next.
My name's Kim DeBerry. My address is on file. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My family and I, we oppose this development. The development is not compatible with the original footprint of the existing acres and homes. Our family have lived in this neighborhood for approximately 60 years, and what attracted us to the area is the acres, the bigger lots, the rural area, so that we could build our homes and raise our families. At some of the previous community meetings, we requested for the developer to consider to do larger lots in lieu of the smaller lots. We definitely oppose this, and thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, next we have John Greco. All right, does not wish to speak, is in opposition. And then the following cards marks that they do not wish to speak. If you change your mind, just let me know. And all these are in opposition. Tiffany James, Kathy Hill, Geraldine DeBerry, Deborah Harling, Joanne Greco, John Spurgeon, Donna Gleaton, Shirley Spurgeon, Joanne D'Angelo, Laura Fulford, Zachary Zimmerman, Erica Zimmerman, Risa Grant, Michael Curtin, Karen Curtin, Kathy Nagel, Gail Smith, Claire Greco, all in opposition. With that, we will give 3 minutes back to the applicant to come down and close this out, and then we will bring it back to the committee.
Good afternoon. Michael Sittner, 1 Independent Drive, Suite 1200, on behalf of the applicant. I think most of the concerns you're hearing is that this is a rural area. The comp plan has located this particular property in the suburban development area. The rural area doesn't start for another 2.5 miles east onto New Berlin. It's not even New Berlin anymore. It's Cedar Point. That's where the rural area starts in the comprehensive plan. We are in the suburban development area. So this particular property has been planned in the comprehensive plan for up to 7 units to the acre. What we're proposing is detached 50 and 60-foot lots. That's the quintessential single-family development contemplated in the LDR land use category. As you heard, staff, we're proposing about 3.5 units per acre. So that is half of what the maximum development is. And if you do approve this PUD, that locks that density in. We cannot go above what we're proposing in the site plan. There's also, we filed a JEA letter that shows we have central services accessible to the site. Again, that's indicative of a suburban area, not a rural area. We will be on central water and central sewer. With that, I'm happy to stand by for questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Arias, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sittner, if you don't mind coming up here, please. So earlier, one of the concerns I heard that stood out the most amongst many was the property value of the homes going down potentially. Is there any information you could give us as to the proposed project, the value of the homes, or whatever you are considering putting on there?
Sure. Through the chair to Councilman Arias. This is going to be a market rate for sale product. It's a national home builder. They're going to sell the homes for as much as they can sell the home that a willing person is willing to buy for.
Okay, so and these will be single-family homes, right? Not multi?
Correct. Detached, single-family, fee-simple homes.
Because I'm looking at Zillow, and here the medium is looking at, they're roughly in the upper 200s, lower 300s. Would you say that's going to be a comparable rate that you guys will be proposing as well too, or is it going to be, because when I heard the values are going to go down, I don't want you guys to consider putting something that's $150,000 obviously, or whatever the case is. So what do you guys have in plan?
Through the chair to Councilman Arias, that's the type of range for housing that we're suspecting, perhaps a little bit even higher on the upper scale. Of course, it depends on market, but that's exactly right where, or if a little bit lower than what we anticipate to sell for.
Okay, and then earlier you talked about the 3 concerns: traffic, stormwater, and density of lots. You talked about having a 10-foot buffer as well as a fence, but you didn't specify the height of the fence, what type of fence. What are we looking at for
Sure.
that?
Through the chair, it's going to be a 6-foot white vinyl fence.
Is that something that the neighbors and you guys came to an agreement on, or is that something you guys decided to just do on your own?
Through the chair, that's something we offered.
All right, got it. And then regarding the traffic concerns, you're actually good, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Gay, through the chair, Mr. Gay, if you don't mind, the concerns about the traffic. I know that on the budget this year, there's a lot of action items that you put on the CIP. Was one of those the improvement to New Berlin, I think it was, right, or no?
Through the chair to Councilman Arias, the one that you're referring to is the I guess the immediate relief we're trying to get at Yellow Bluff and Sterrett Road over on the other side. But to answer your question about this particular road, it was stated by Mr. Sittner that this was going to be a 4-lane road, and that's incorrect. All this will be is a 2-lane road with a turn lane in the center is what the future expansion will be. So,
okay,
to answer your question.
All right, well, thank you. It does. All right.
All right. Next, we have Councilmember Gaffney. You recognize. And keep in mind, we're still in the public hearing, so these comments are obviously still fact-finding and not, stating your opinion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to, I guess, the planning department. Most of the comments that I heard from the community tonight was they don't feel like this compatible. I guess from the planning department, how did you guys reach a decision that you felt that it was compatible? I keep hearing rural versus, I guess, residential. Can you explain that, please?
To the chair, to Councilman Gaffney. So when we're looking at it, we're looking at the general area. We're also looking at roadway capacity. So from a zoning perspective, we're looking at roadways that have the capacity to handle higher density. We're also looking at the existing land use category, which again is low density residential. So the city has designated this area to accommodate up to 7 units per acre. It's also categorized as a suburban area that has utility services already established for this type of density. We are looking at compatibility for development patterns within the immediate area. So from 2004, we've seen council approved subdivisions for 60-foot wide lots. 2015, we had a subdivision for 50-foot wide lots. 2016, 50-foot wide lots. 2020, we had another subdivision for 60-foot wide lots. So just historically in this general area, we have seen the trend going from higher residential, higher acre size lots to lower density subdivisions. So taking all that into account, that's how the department came up with a recommendation of approval for this PUD of a mixture of 50s and 60-foot wide lots at a density range of 3.5 units per acre.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to planning, and maybe it could be Mr. Sittner as well. I might have missed, but how many homes did they say they were looking at?
So through the chair to Councilman Freeman, so the PUD will limit the development to 90 single-family homes. They did specify the number of 50-foot wide lots would be 78, and the number of 60-foot wide lots would be 12, but an overall development maximum of 90 single-family homes.
Okay, and thank you. And through the chair to planning, so we have 90 homes, and how, again, do they calculate the amount of trips on the road?
I will have to defer to Lori Santana, Chief of Transportation.
All righty. And also, Ms. Santana, through the chair to Ms. Santana, when you get there and you give your name, do you all as the planning department ever go out there during high volume area times to see what it's like at that period when we're doing the road count, or is it just a general road count from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.? And does that weigh into your calculations when you're considering congestion? Or, I mean, I've been in traffic on that road, so I know exactly what they're talking about. Thank you.
Lori Santana, Chief of Transportation Planning. Through the chair to Councilmember Freeman, the data collection that the city does is collected for 24 hours on a midweek date, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday when school is open, so not on holidays and not on short days. And that's the data that we collect annually. But when there's a project like the one that the Public Works Department is doing for New Berlin Road, they will do specific counts at intersections, turning movement counts that the Planning Department doesn't do. We do daily counts. So the data is collected to provide the engineers with the information in order to do an informed design.
That's perfect. And through the chair to Ms. Santana, is there a rubric or some type of standard that is easily or readily accessible that says, hey, if certain points reach certain thresholds or maximum volumes, that then planning department must now consider that in it? And I guess I'm still trying to get back to the traffic piece, because I know I heard your answer, but if in that window, if at 6 o'clock in the morning, if someone's driving through there, and I've driven through there and it's not as congested in that area, but if you're there around 4:30 and you're trying to go left, you're definitely going to find some congestion. Or if I'm coming from Yulee heading south, you will find it. So I'm just trying to see through the chair to Ms. Santana, is at any point when you see that maximum level, is that identified as an area of concern or where we focus as a planning department, or is it the overall time period when we're counting and calculating?
Through the chair to Councilmember Freeman, from the planning perspective, we do look at high-level volumes. We don't go right down to turning movements or to levels of service. We look at the volume to the capacity of the road. And those are daily volumes to capacity. But I do have recent counts as of 2025 for the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, and that those volumes are below capacity. One thing I do want to mention as far as the New Berlin Road widening project, I got information from Mr. John Baxter from the Public Works Department. There's a city development number 6256.497, and he said that there's 90% designs have been submitted to the development review system, but he's mentioning that this is the roadway improvement from Cedar Point Road to Sterrett is, which is right in this segment of where this project is going to be built. He told me that it was from 2 lanes to 4 lanes with a raised median, curb and gutter, closed drainage system, sidewalks, and bike lanes. Also, the work includes improvements at Pulaski Road, Dunn Creek Road, as well as signal upgrades and utility relocations. So we'll have to look up that CDN so we can see what the plans look like, but he said that their 90% plans are complete, and they're already purchasing parcels for stormwater ponds, and I can provide you with that information.
All right. Yep. So, Ms. Santana, real quick before we go to any other speakers, what was it that you just read? Can you leave that with us and put that in the file, or is that automatically in the file just because she spoke it? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted, because that's a pretty big piece of information.
Yes, sir. It was an email that I received from John Baxter, PE. He's from the Public Works Department. He's the project manager for the New Berlin Road project.
Okay. Is there a completion date on that?
Yes. The schedule that he provided, currently, we are in progress of the 90% design plan, so we're a little bit ahead on design. They were expecting to be spring of 2026, but the design plans for 90% have already been submitted. The right-of-way plans should be completed in the summer of 26. Permit approval, summer of 26. Final plans approved, fall 26. Right-of-way acquisition from fall 26 to fall 28, and construction to start at the earliest in fall 2028.
Got it. Okay. All right. There are no other speakers in the queue, so we will now officially close the public hearing and bring it back to committee.
All right, let's move the bill.
All right. We have a motion, a second on the bill. Let's go over to Councilmember Gay first. You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Few topics I want to go through here, if I may. Y'all, community heard it there firsthand. Now we're getting a 4-lane road, so that I can't walk that back now. So it's going from 3-lane to 4-lane. So that's. All the plans and all that they've had, the community meetings and all now has changed. So that's good for the community now that that's happening. So on what we've heard a lot here tonight is what we always hear that the committee needs, and that's substantial evidence. And we not just substantial evidence that we've heard factual evidence. And I passed out some paperwork to the committee to show that this is the very own documents that were submitted by the applicant. And if you look at what the 2045 comp plan says about the adjacent property, I went through and listed out the acreage and square footage of all the adjoining property that this rezoning is affecting. And going through it, it's basically, if you do it basic on average, it calculates out to all the square footage of all the property that actually touches this is 51,000 square foot per on average. So that's a little over an acre per property that touches this. So the problem that we're faced with is, the planning department establishes a standard to say, we send out notices of 350 feet, but we want to base our decision on 2 miles down the road, 5 miles down the road, but they're saying the affected property that they send notices out is 350 feet. So we got to have some kind of reel this back to say what is the guidance, the boundaries that we're going to operate on. And so if you look at what I've shown you here, the 350 foot is bringing it back to not trying to interpret the 2045 comp plan, but we are challenged with applying the 2045 comp plan, and not to sit here and create hypotheticals and situational speculation, but apply what's in black and white. And this goes back to the root cause of what we all have to deal with. Is it starts at the planning department, the planning commission, and then we get here, and then we've got to wade through all this, and we need to reel this back to basically apply as it is. It's simple. And so the community is not saying no to the development. They're saying we want a development that's going to enhance our community, enhance our property. That's all they're saying. They're not saying no, not in my backyard. They're just saying let's do it right. And you know, I would encourage the developer. They've came to some 60-foot lots, but look at the square footage. That's, we can say the future is urban, but the right here, right now, what the facts are is RR. It's acreage. It's, and we're coming in and turning upside down the whole community. So I would like to see a more compatible community to go in here, and I'll go ahead and step back and see what some of the comments are. Thank you.
All right. Oops, sorry about that. We have one member in the queue, and if anyone else would like to just chime in and kind of give your thoughts, now's the time, and then we will vote on this. So, Councilmember Arias, you're up. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Chair. So, I live in a part of town where it's highly dense, and the fact of the matter is that there are no more spaces for much development, let alone 100-foot lots. All right. I'm used to 50 and 60. And when I hear that it doesn't enhance the neighborhood, I don't agree with that. It brings in a lot of new families, young families, a lot of growth to the economics of that specific area, especially the businesses, the restaurants, more volume going to those. Obviously, I understand the putting the cart before the horse. Infrastructure needs to be put in place. That is, to me, of number one priority. We heard today that there will be improvements to the infrastructure. So that definitely appeases my thought on that. My biggest issue was bringing down the property values. If they were going to put some sort of, and nothing against affordable housing, but because we need it in all parts of town. We need it in my district. We need it in your district. We need it in all our districts, right? But if they were going to put that there, I understand the community, why they have a disagreement with that. But what they're putting here is market value homes. And I don't know the product, but I can tell you right now that based off of what I heard today, it's going to be your traditional homes, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm looking at the maps. I've driven. I have friends that live around there too, that part of town, and I see that Jacksonville is growing. And I'm just saying this to kind of foreshadow where my train of thought is, unless I hear other conversations from especially you, Mr. Gay. But Jacksonville is growing, and we need to continue to develop. We just need to have smart development and good development, things that actually make sense. There will never, I'm telling you right now, like in the next 20 years, the whole narrative of 100-foot lots, especially in that part of town, that's going to go away. So I know that a lot of people moved there and bought homes 40 years ago, 30 years ago, but Jacksonville, as it continues to grow, people are going to start moving to other parts. You know, the west side is happening a lot of movements over there. In my district, I have a little sliver that's continued to growing, but I just want to make sure that people understand, like, we are in a city that's fast growing, and so we just have to have that mindset of open mind. And you guys have had a lot of community conversations. It went from, I think, 50 at one point to now some 60 as well, so that's a good compromise. I would love to see more 60s, if anything, but at the end of the day, you know, there's a lot of action items happening today on your district, and a lot of them, even though you say the community doesn't want development, I mean, it's okay with development, I see it as they don't want anything at all, and something's got to give. There has to be a compromise, and your district is not really, is not you know, protected from any development. Jacksonville needs to grow. So I will be more than likely supporting this if that's the case because of the conversations we heard, specifically more so the 4 lanes. That to me was the biggest one, and that appeased me completely. So I'm ready to move forward on this one and go on to the next one for your district. Thank you.
All right. We have no other speakers in the queue. I guess you're good? Okay. All right. Can we open the ballot? Oh, you got a question? Okay, Councilmember Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And man, I'm looking at the maps, know the area well, understand the challenges that the community has brought forward. Also familiar with some other neighborhoods that are in close proximity to it, and the argument of this has been done and approved, and I'm sure as a council member I've approved some of those things. I guess my question through the chair to Councilmember Gay was, were there any types of negotiations? And I'm just speaking back to when Councilman Ferraro was on the council, and many times there were projects at Cedar Point. I remember when that was happening, where the applicant and Councilmember Ferraro and the community, they said, okay, this is going to probably pass. Can we get a park in there? Can we get sidewalks done? Were there any talks of some type of negotiations or conditions? I don't know if that's the right term, Mr. Attorney, but through the chair to Mr. Gay, that you know of, and not to prolong or to hold it up any further, because I got a feeling this is going to move forward. I'm just trying to see if this does move forward, is there anything that we can do to kind of help?
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Freeman, through the chair. There hasn't been say any amenities or green space discussions. The only, I guess, I think it's 60. There's a few 60-foot lots that is been offered in this. You know, we would like to see something more compatible than what's being proposed. And back to answer some of the questions, it's no, the community is not against the development. We just want to see something that's really going to enhance the community. So if there's definitely some green space that could be offered, it would definitely be beneficial.
And thank you. And that was something that was important to me. And the logic of reducing the size of the lot, if we're applying the same logic to cost of square footage in houses, that would in return bring down the value of the property. If I'm following my train of thought properly. So I want to make sure that we're kind of understanding that as well. If those are kind of the concerns of we want to reduce the lot size, that will then reduce the price if it were to pass. So I think trying to maximize that. And when they came to this agreement of the lot size, I shouldn't say that. The number that is in front of us, through the chair to Mr. Gay, was that an agreement? And my apologies, I did miss those meetings, community meetings. You had a daughter playing some sport and can get to it. Were those agreements, was that kind of an agreement made or a concession made between the applicant and the community?
Through the chair to Councilman Freeman, that was basically what they're offered. It really wasn't the applicant or the community was requesting bigger lots, but that's pretty well all that they would increase to.
All righty. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the 90 units, the community was looking more so for like a 45 or 50 unit deal, larger square footage, higher value of the property, which then they felt would be compatible. And through the chair to the planning department, and I'm done, this is my last question. In regards to that statement, I mean, I know that there was a new development built just a little bit north up where Cedar Point and I guess where the Family Dollar is, just right behind that Family Dollar in that area. I'm just thinking of all of the new development that I've seen come up in that area. Was there any consistencies between those and this when it comes to how you came to make your decision?
Through the chair to Councilman Freeman. So yes, so the department is going to review it based on the same criteria, and we came to the same conclusions and offered the same recommendations as those similar surrounding developments that have gone through in the past.
All righty. So once again, this is something that I'm not going to feel the best about, but it seems that it is consistent to what the previous council member did and fought for the community. I definitely understand their challenges. The statement with the stars, I can relate and understand. But it does sound like it's similar to some other projects that were coming. I only wish that, and maybe I'll do better to try to get involved earlier, that we can get sidewalks. I don't know if that was a conversation. I just think of that road and walking down or park in there. I just wish there was something more that we could have given them. And I know it's gone far enough now, and this is my 4th meeting, so I don't want to pick up something that you guys have been working on for a while, but that would be something through the chair to Councilmember Gay. When any more issues like this come up, I think we should really tighten down on trying to get more concessions for the community.
All right, so next we'll go to Councilmember Johnson for the first time, and then we'll go to Councilmember Arias. Stephen, if you can, let's just go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock just for first time, 2 minutes for second time, because we have quite a bit of other things to get to tonight. So go ahead, Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did hear, I think more than anything, through the chair to Councilman Freeman, what you were saying, more than concessions, I think it's just an agreement to make sure that we're giving the community, I just don't like to look at it as a concession. I think it's just a way to work together. It kind of echoes back, one of the reasons why I'm championing the Neighborhood Bill of Rights is because I want to be able to have the community have that buy-in up front so that we can move forward. And I heard the murmur in the audience. They said, what about now? If I could ask a question, then I have a question for Mr. Reingold. So if someone could be the representative of the community or through the chair to Mr. Gay, is there anything that besides, or is there a spokesperson for the community that can come up? Is there something besides changing the lot size that you're saying I need, and please keep it short because I only have a couple minutes, but something you're saying, hey, this is what this community could use, because as Councilman Arias said earlier, we are in the space of needing more places for people to live in Jacksonville.
Jason Reif, address on file. Through the chair to Councilman Johnson, as Councilman Freeman said, bigger lot sizes are going to add value to the property. It's going to add value to the surrounding area. It's not going to detract. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for anywhere around 100-foot lots. We're not asking for acreage. We're not asking for that, at least quarter-acre lots per house. I mean, it's pretty simple. We're not, like Councilman Gay said, we're not opposed to it at all. We have a large community on Facebook. We talk about this all the time. We are not against it. We want it to be responsible and take care of us.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Is there anything else before I move on besides the 100-foot lot?
There is a lot more, but I don't know that it's going to make a difference at this point.
Okay, well, now's the time to ask. Okay, I appreciate it. If you got it.
There's other things other people have said, sir, that echo through, but the biggest thing is bigger lots, better value for the property to help us not lose our value, not overcrowd our streets. We have streets that
Understood.
supposedly are going to be 4-lane. I've never heard of that. So wherever that came from is beyond me.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I just
So-
want to know if there's anything else that you wanted to get. Besides, I get what the detractions are, but what can we get to mitigate it? But we're good.
Well, we would like better clarification on the water management, because that obviously is a huge issue. It was concerns that were brought up prior from other members that live directly adjacent to that property.
Okay.
So water mitigation, things like that is a big thing.
Understood. I'm running up on time. I got a quick question, Mr. Chair, if I may, through the chair to Mr. Reingold.
Guys,
because of competent substantial evidence, I've weighed this particular issue, looked at the 2045 comp plan, weighed it against competent substantial evidence. If, based on what I see now, there is no competent substantial evidence that would equate to making a denial specifically. If we were to deny it, would that put the city in liable, or will we end up in court? Could you speak to that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair to Councilmember Johnson, I will honestly, respectfully disagree with you for a moment. I've heard competent substantial evidence on both sides, honestly. I think there's evidence to support whichever way this council or maybe the LUZ committee goes. I think there's evidence to support a denial. I think there's evidence to support an approval. I think this is at the point where you, as a committee, simply just need to make the decision based upon weighing all of that evidence on what the right decision is.
all right. Councilmember Arias for the second time.
All right, thank you, Chair. So as Mr. Freeman was speaking, I was actually going over my list of things why I feel better about this. Obviously, the 4-lane road, that was never conveyed to the neighborhoods. It is now. It's on the record. It's happening, so rest assured it's going to happen. The property value is going down. You know, we heard that the stormwater system that you guys have in there right now currently isn't the best, and that with this development, it would actually improve your stormwater issues that you're having. So that's a plus on my end. Mr. Sittner, if you don't mind coming up very quick, because I have limited time. The 50-foot lots that you're looking at and the 60-foot lots, what are the sizes of the homes you're going to be looking at, square footage-wise?
I'd have to confirm with my client. I don't know off the top. I'm sorry.
Okay. I need a range. I'm making a decision.
I've just
Okay.
guesstimating on their models. They're 1,800. Hold on, I got a text right now.
Over 1,500?
1,500 to 2,700 square feet.
I ask because I'm looking at most of the lots or the homes in that area. They range from 1,200, 1,500, 1,400, 1,300, 1,600, 1,000, 2,100, 1,900, 1,800 square feet of these homes. Some of these are manufactured homes. Are yours going to be manufactured?
No.
All right. So when we're talking about the value, I don't see it decreasing because of these homes. If anything, they may even increase it. Once again, I'm pro-development. In this case, when it comes to smart development, healthy development, people are moving to Jacksonville. We need a place for them. As long as it doesn't bring down the value of the neighborhood, I'm on board with this. And that's where I'm at right now. So thank you.
All right. Are there any other speakers or comments? All right. Seeing none, we will go ahead and open the ballot. Record your vote.
Six yeas, one nay.
By your action, you approve 2025-176. Moving on to item number 4, 2025-215. Open the public hearing. And do we have any speaker cards? Do we have a staff report or not yet? Not yet. Okay. Didn't think so. Do we have any cards on 215? Okay. All right. And just keep in mind, committee and speakers, we're not taking action on this item tonight. Okay. Okay, first card we have is Linda Mack. Are you here? Okay. She does not wish to speak, and she's in opposition. Margaret Drost does not wish to speak, is in opposition. Edward Nagel does not wish to speak, is in opposition. Are all these? Okay, all these do not wish to speak, and they're in opposition. Susan Shinego, opposition. Thomas Smith opposes. Rita Sweat opposes. Michael Curtin, oppose. Ruth Nelson Peoples, oppose. Nicole Repovich, oppose. If you wish to speak, just raise your hand or come on down. Okay, come on down if you wish to speak and sit in the front row for me. Ma'am, what was your name?
Ruth Nelson Peoples.
Okay, I'm just going to set your card aside. You can
Okay.
You can have a seat for me though. All right. Nicole Repovich opposes. Jason Reif. That's it? Okay, I'll put his card aside. Samantha Series, you wish to speak? Okay, cool. James Pippin opposes, does not wish to speak. Robert McFeely is right there, is going to speak. Michael Curtin does not wish to speak, is in opposition. James Drost. No opposition. Catherine Del Rey, oppose. Claire Greco opposes. Gail Smith, oppose. Kathy Nagel. Karen Curtin. Risa Grant. Steve Stonego? Oh, okay. Does not wish to speak, but opposes. Geraldine DeBerry, opposition. Joanne Greco, opposes. John Greco, oppose. Jane Love, oppose. Obie Lamp, oppose. Donna Gleaton, opposed. Shirley Spurgeon, opposed. Joanne D'Angelo, opposed. John Spurgeon, opposed. Kim DeBerry, opposes. Tiffany James, opposed. Kathy Hill, opposed. Debbie Harling, opposed. Laura Fulford, opposed. And Erica Zimmerman, opposed. Zachary Zimmerman, opposes. And if you came down to the front, go ahead and come on down to the podium. We'll start with Ruth Nelson Peoples.
Thank you. When we met at the city council meeting on this issue, there was a proposal that it was for 220 townhomes, and then they said they would change it to a 50-foot lot with homes. And I believe as late as this afternoon, there is a new site plan, which I'm sorry, I didn't have the ability to print that out and look at it, but it looked like it was 60-foot lots with 135 homes. Can anybody confirm that?
Well, we're not able to confirm.
Okay. I believe I saw that at 2:00 this afternoon. I want to propose, when we talked about 60-foot lots, that was the minimum, and they came back with the very minimum. I was proposing 60, 80, and 100-foot lot, a variety of lots, so that there would be some different varying levels of people able to buy in that community, some with smaller lots and more medium-sized lots and larger lots. And there is a concern about green space. And one of the reasons that I want to mention the green space is because it seems like all of these communities going in with over 100-foot or 100 homes in them have absolutely no green space and no room for children to play, no room for a picnic table, a basketball court, a swimming pool. And that is part of the problem with the kids getting in trouble up there. And I adamantly would like to say I'd like to see sidewalks, green space, places for children to play. That is an important part of community, is to have a place for people to meet and play within their community to keep their children safe. If you have a local community swimming pool in your neighborhood, then you can families can meet there, or if you have a covered spot or even a picnic area for people to meet, they take their children there. And none of these communities that I'm seeing have anything to build that sense of community. So I am opposed to that because there is nothing that I can see in that, and very, very little green space. So I'd like to propose that they look at it again, 60, 80, 100-foot lots, not just one or two.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Next, we'll go to Jason Reif, followed by Robert McFeely, and then Samantha Series.
Jason Reif, address on file. This property development is another definition of spot zoning. And I'd like to thank Mr. Diamond on this one in particular, because he's mentioned about having to come back several times. We've had to do this, I don't know how many times now. But just because some of this stuff is allowed in the past, as you guys talked about in the previous, does not mean it needs to go forward. And every time that they make an application does not mean it needs to be approved. There's substantial stuff that we've proven time and time again, people that have day jobs work and have to try to figure out how to do your guys' jobs and planning department's job, to figure this stuff out, to bring it to your attention, just to get railroaded. I'm going to go over some statistics in the area. From 2020 to present day, Ocean Way area alone, from the Jacksonville Sheriff's traffic crash maps, crash and traffic maps, and crime in the area has gone up 35%. Traffic accidents have gone up 200% in this area. And I'm talking from about First Coast High School, Sterrett Road, and from just north of Sterrett Road on Yellow Bluff to New Berlin. Why does this time frame matter? As you all know, this has been the largest boom in this area as far as growth. We've got properties that don't even sell. They're for rent. We got apartment complexes that have been built for over a year that you're lucky to see 12 cars outside of. It's ridiculous. The average home value has gone down 4.2% over the past year. The median price of a house has gone down 3.2% over year. Some local sources put the median house value at $350,000. So a lot of these in these meetings that we're having are proposing anywhere from $200,000 to $350,000. We don't need that here. We don't want it here. It doesn't belong here. We didn't move here for that. Ocean Way crime rate is about 3% higher than the U.S. average. And the violent crime rate is also 3% higher. The violent crime rate is 1.788 per 1,000 residents. That's ridiculous. And we're allowing that by cramming all this low-value property into our community. And it's showing. And it's going to show even worse for our kids and their kids. Developers tell us every time there's massive need for homes, but yet we're in a buyer's market. So how to make that make sense? I don't know who's in your pockets, but something's going on. 57% is owner-occupied. Everything else is rented in this area. That's sad.
All right, next we have Robert McFeely.
Robert McFeely, address on file. Good evening again, council members, and thank you for your time. I stand in opposition to application 215. This application should have been dismissed on August 19th when the applicant abruptly shifted from townhome proposals after overwhelming public opposition to a new request for RLD 40 zoning. That change was not a compromise. It was a tactical maneuver to rescue a failing application. At that point, the process should have started over. Allowing it to proceed without doing so is unfair to both the public and this council, and it undermines the integrity and transparency of our zoning process. It's clear the developer has not engaged in good faith with either the community or this body. Their actions reflect delay and strategy. This type of conduct is the reason why City Ordinance Code Section 656122 exists and needs to be followed. An application for rezoning of land shall not be allowed to withdraw or amend by the applicant at any time after the required fees have been paid to the tax collector. This language is unambiguous. Once fees are paid, the application cannot amend the application, but this body can. Please stop. The applicant should have been dismissed at the moment of attempted amendment and is in direct violation of this section code. This is spot zoning, benefiting a single applicant at the expense of neighborhood stability and contradicting the comprehensive plan, which requires compatibility and consistent land use. Per the staff report, the surrounding areas RR and RLD 100A. There is no demonstrated public need for this rezoning. It serves private interests only and is wholly incompatible. The rezoning process must be fair, transparent, and community-driven, not drawn-out effort to wear down opposition through repeated deferrals. The community deserves a fair process, not one marked by manipulation and disregard for public input. I respectfully urge the council to deny this application in accordance with City Ordinance 656122. And also, Mr. Arias, we are not against growth. We are against 50 and 60-foot lots. We all moved out to this area. My wife was born and raised off Hexter Drive. We live out here for a reason, because we like our green spaces. We do not want this to be Nocatee. We do not want 50-foot lots. That's unacceptable to our eyes. And if you lived out here, you would feel the same way. And I also find I've sent 3 emails to this zoning board, and I don't think any one of you responded. Mr. Carlucci, you opened it. I got a read receipt. I didn't get anything from anybody else.
All right, thank you, Mr. McFeely. Next we have Samantha Series.
Samantha Series, address on file. I just want to state that, again, I oppose this rezoning. I understand that they want to develop and everything like that. It's not that they can't develop, the low density zoning is there. They can develop 7 homes per acreage. Like, I don't understand why they need to add more. This area is already being flooded by other subdivisions. And, I understand, Mr. Arias, your statement that we want people to move to Jacksonville. We want them to, come, have a place to live. Trust me, they have places to live. There are empty buildings. There are places that are for rent mainly. And I'm not even sure from the application, like, are these going to be for sale? Are they going to be for rent? I'm not 100% sure. I know you can't answer, but I'm just thinking, when I was reading it, I really couldn't tell who is going to be developing this area. So it's just concerning. I understand, like, you want to develop. It's not taking into account, like, what we need to really be worrying about in Jacksonville and Florida. I understand people are moving here. It's up and coming. I live in a high density area. I don't live in this area, and I still feel bad for the people out here because they want their green space. I want Jacksonville to have more green space. I think we are not, really understanding what the people want. I know people are moving here. Housing is unaffordable. That's why so much of Jacksonville is for rent, and that's why developers buy up these properties, rezone everything, and then they can build these apartments that are only for rent. They don't even allow purchasing. So I'm wondering, are we really considering what the area needs? This is part of urban sprawl. I wonder if this is in a food desert area. Like, do we even have anything around there that could help those people there? So, I understand that we need to get used to development and things like that. I just don't think that it's worth rezoning something that they can build on. It's not like you can't build here at all. You can build there already. Like, it's available. They can do 7 homes per acreage. It's not unavailable for them. So for them to be rezoning just to pack as much as possible into these areas doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
All right, with that, we have no other speaker cards. Oh, did you want to speak? Okay, Councilmember Freeman, you're recognized.
Through the chair, is Ms. Trimmer in the room by any chance, or is it Mr.? You don't have to come up.
Mr.
You don't have to come up. I would just like a meeting scheduled. You can get with my ECA on this project and on any other ones that you have coming in this particular area of town. But done my best to try to keep up with it. But one of the things that's going to be really important to me is just understanding concessions. I'm going to use the word concessions, but just understanding what can be done from your whoever you're representing and what the community is asking for. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Obviously, this is being continued
until 10/21.
To 10/21. I have spoken to the applicant, and when the community first came out here, I don't know how many months ago, I made it very clear. The previous legislation that we just approved is totally different than this one, all right? In the sense of this was literally going to be townhomes, all right? And now it's looking at single-family homes. The compromise that you guys have had with the community and with the applicants was, hey, we want minimum 60-foot lots. Obviously, you guys are not done negotiating and figuring it out with the applicants, so there's still room for conversations, like Mr. Freeman just stated. But no, I would not be okay with townhomes or multifamily homes just like that because it doesn't meet the integrity of the neighborhood. So that's why they decided to say, you know what, we're going to go back to the drawing board because that's kind of what we request them to do. Otherwise, on my end, I would have voted this down. So I want you guys to continue having the conversations with the applicant. I heard about green spaces and all that. So there's still plenty of room and time for that. And no, this is not a food desert area. Definitely not one of those. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that you guys know that no matter how the last vote went, like every vote is taken separately in my account based off of what's going on in that property. And like I said, there's still more room for conversation. So thank you so much for that, Mr. Chair.
All righty. Okay, Councilmember Diamond, you're recognized.
I'll be quick. No, just more a note on this one. I really do hope that there are some discussions. I voted no on the last one. I'm getting a lot of heartburn about what's going on the north side and the neighborhoods and seeing green space just disappearing. And so I really hope that our applicants and developers in Jacksonville are listening because, I'm telling you, the politics on this will switch really fast. People will start losing elections if we just keep ignoring people about what's going on in their neighborhoods. Just look in St. Johns County and what happened. That's happening in Jacksonville, and so I'm just throwing it out there. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, and through the chair to Councilman Diamond, you're absolutely correct, and I don't think it's just a Jacksonville problem. I think it's a regional problem because it's not just St. John's; it's Putnam as well. And you think of what's happening down in that area, and so with your expertise, moving forward, I'm going to be asking questions through the chair because you do a lot of this work in surrounding areas, so that we'll understand when you have some heartburn about something, and you'll be able to kind of give some substantial evidence to go with it. And I know we're on this different reel, but my last challenge on the last one was green space as well. Did not want to hold up a process that had been before this body for a while, or else I would have gladly put the foot on the brakes, and we had that conversation. Moving forward, that's going to happen. But Jacksonville is growing. The beaches, do you have room for any more property in the beaches, right? And a lot of times you hear we don't want people coming over the ditch, right? So you're somewhat isolated, so I get it. But it's in other areas of our town, it's not the same. But I hear it in San Marco. And you think of some of the things that in San Marco and the historic nature of San Marco that they fought against, and they still had the condominiums come up right there in the square. It's happening in a lot of parts of our city. This is a very tough committee to sit on. My heart bleeds for the individuals out there. Some of them are my neighbors, and the challenges that they're saying are real, and I will experience them. I'm not excited about the 4-lane road because I've driven down Alta when they were redoing that, and the traffic, when they start making those adjustments, and you think of now adding construction on top of it. But we are where we are today. Moving forward, Mr. Sittner, I'm going to strongly encourage you all to sit down and talk with me and walk me through it, because if I have to sit in this seat again and be faced with the challenges that I'm hearing, I'm not quite sure how it's going to end.
All right, so this public hearing is going to be continuing until 10/21/25. And kind of committee members, we're going to skip over to page 8, item number 11, 2025-493, and we're going to go ahead and open that public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. Ordinance 2025-493 is a small-scale land use amendment. The 6-acre subject site is located on the north side of Jake Road, approximately 0.2 miles east of Yellow Bluff. Yellow Bluff Road is classified as a collector roadway, and Jake Road is a local roadway. The applicant seeks a land use change from rural residential to low-density residential in the suburban development area. Properties near the subject site have been transitioning to allow for an increased residential density. Recent amendments are outlined in the staff report. The proposed land use amendment to LDR would result in a compatible land use development pattern, as it would be an extension of the LDR land use category directly north and west of the property. The proposed LDR land use category would maintain and be compatible with the single-family residential development pattern of the area, and the site is served by JEA Water and Sewer. For these reasons and others outlined in the staff report, the Planning Department forwards a recommendation of approval. The Planning Commission heard the item at their August 21st meeting and recommended approval with minimal discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that report. Now we were going to go ahead and go to the public comment cards, if you don't mind. I'm just kind of getting a few things organized here. First up, though, will be Jason Reif, followed by Nicole Repovich and James Pippin. Oh, yep, sorry. We'll go to the applicant first.
That's okay.
Mr. Harden, do you have a card in here somewhere?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I see it right there. Okay, 5 minutes, please, Stephen. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harden.
Thank you, Paul Harden, 1431 River Place Boulevard. This vote is just on the land use, and I will do my best to follow Mr. Reingold's rules with regard to it. So the only question before you is, can this go from RR to LDR? And so I'm not going to talk about the zoning, but I will talk about is the trend in the area, which is a important part of the main part of the land use consideration. The Planning Department has gone through the considerations of available infrastructure through their report, and there is plenty and adequate infrastructure on the site. As a result of that, over the last 3 or 4 years, there have been several land use map amendments to the north and to the west. Beginning in 2023, Mr. There he is, Mr. Gay. I was going to go through these votes, so I'll try to do them quickly. But in 2023, before you got there, Mr. Ferraro went through a land use map consideration on this to go to go from RR to LDR, and it passed 17-0 on the final vote with Mr. Ferraro voting for it. Mr. Ferraro's successor in 2024 had the same consideration in 2024, 671, and not one time in 9 public hearings was there one vote to the negative, nor was there on any occasion anyone who spoke in opposition, and that one was approved 17-0 with Mr. Ferraro's successor voting for it. And in 2025, there's been a similar consideration on this land use map amendment on 9 votes. There's not been one person speak in opposition going from RR to LDR. So the only question is this an appropriate place for low-density residential, which has been voted on all those over the last 3 years numerous times and never been anyone in opposition. I would suggest that the trend in this area is to low-density residential, which is the lowest density category in the residential portion of the zoning code. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, sir. Then we'll go through some of the speaker cards, and then we'll give the applicant time for rebuttal, and then we'll bring it back to committee. So first up, we have Jason Reif.
Jason Reif, address on file. So when we talk about low density, we're talking up to 7 houses per acre. I mean, that's stupid. That falls in, everything can be wrapped up in that category, right? with this, we're allowing these developers to come in here and stair step their zoning. The property prior to this, which is part of this grand scheme, was addressed and rezoned 4 different times by the same people. I have no doubt that this is going to be the same with this land use. They talked about land use versus zoning. The only thing in that area that's not suburban, that's rural, is the swamps. Everything else is suburban, which is ridiculous. And you guys are making the planning department's making these decisions and referring it to you based on that, which is atrocious. In this situation, we're basically, according to the developer, with conversations we've had, we're basically funding the owner's pipe dream of this property, giving his friends and family benefits, extra property, half-acre lots, plus whatever they got in the back. Now they're trying to close off portions of the road and take that as private property. I'm assuming once this is done, the signs just went up for that, so we'll be dealing with that. But this specifically goes against the zoning code and the 2045 plan, because none of these on their own would have stood any scrutiny on their own. So why are we letting them do this and basically, like I said, stair step the zoning to get where they want to go? Because on its face, it would not have passed or not have been approved to get to this point without doing so. This area, besides the 180, you're looking at adding about 300 homes. Potentially up to 600 vehicles, 500 to 600 vehicles, a lot of traffic. We got traffic studies with Starrett and Yellow Bluff. I mean, all the evidence there is proving that this type of stuff does not belong out there. Bring the quantities down, bring the quality up. We're okay with that. We have no problems with that. Mr. Diamond, you mentioned about people's seats. 2027 is coming up for several of you in different capacities. Just remember that. Because you think my voice is loud now, you think our voice is loud, wait until election comes around.
All right, we have Nicole Repovich. Okay, she opposes James Pippin. Okay, is in opposition to the land use. Robert McFeely.
Good evening. Robert McFeely, address on file. I'm here tonight to formally oppose rezoning application 493 submitted by Bird Dog Development. My opposition is based on what this developer has already shown us through their previous project. Durbin's Point, which are those pictures you're looking at right there, are now a rental home community, which was rezoned on June 28, 22. At that time, Bird Dog promised a well-designed residential community. 2 years later, what we have is an unfinished, overgrown, blighted property, a project that has failed to meet the basic maintenance standards: vacant lots, unmanaged weeds, and neglected infrastructure. Now we stand here where homes and families were promised. This is not community development. This is urban decay in progress. So I ask the council, how in good faith could we approve another rezoning for Bird Dog when their last project remains an eyesore and a burden to the neighborhood? Now, the name Bird Dog in real estate is actually fitting. A bird dog is someone who hunts for deals, finds profits, then passes them off for a larger profit, often without any long-term investment in what happens afterward. And that's what exactly we have seen here: speculative rezoning and piecemeal of parcels. That approach directly violates Jacksonville Comprehensive Plan, which is this council's charge for upholding. Policy 1115 specifically says the city shall prohibit scattered, unplanned urban sprawl development without adequate facilities, service, or need. The current condition of Durbin's Point exactly what we are seeing here: scattered, incomplete, and unplanned projects. Objective 2.2 of the plan directs the city to combat and prevent blight, allowing Burdock to pursue new zoning while Durbin's Point remains visibly blighted does the opposite. It rewards neglect instead of accountability. The photos you see showing the current condition of Durbin Points with overgrown lots, vacant parcels, and no progress. These are not old photos. This is what it looks like today. Those photos were taken September 18th. Members of this council, the decision is about more than zoning lines on a map. It's about trust, accountability, and credibility of this process. Approving these new applications without regarding Bird Dog to fix what's already broken would send a message that developers can overpromise, underdeliver, and face no consequences. I respectfully urge you to deny application 494 and 493. Jacksonville deserves responsible, accountable development, not speculative projects that create blight and erode trust in this process. Thank you for your time and continued dedication to protecting the integrity of the city's growth.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, we have Catherine Del Rey. She opposes. James Drost opposes. Ruth Nelson Peoples. All right, coming on down.
I wanted to reiterate something that someone mentioned earlier. The current
name and address, please.
Oh, Ruth Nelson Peoples. My address is on file. The current landowner asked that all the properties where his family and friends not be rezoned. He wants to keep his family and friends on their half-acre lots or larger lots, and then have this development planned around that. This is on off of Yellow Bluff Road, and where there was an old trailer park. So all of those family and friends members will retain their beautiful piece of property, and this development will be designed around it. I just want to say enough is enough. Just because you've done it before doesn't mean that you have to do it again. Again, just because you've done it before doesn't mean that you have to do it again. I very definitely discussed green space in this area. There's a small amount on the site plan that he provided us. There was a small amount of green space in the very front part of the property. I believe it was 0.46 of an acre, maybe 0.26. I don't have the site plan with me. Right up next to Yellow Bluff Road, because as I recall, during the meeting that he had with us, I commented about, we're going to put that green space for the kids to play in right up next to one of the busiest roads that goes from North Jacks to Yulee. And then there was another small green space at the very back of the property, which, as I believe, is more of a swampy area. So we definitely talked about what kind of green space would be provided, larger lots, and I guess that's it. Thank you.
All right, next we have Linda Mack. Does not wish to speak, opposes. Steve Stanego. You coming up? All right. Then after Steve, we have Joanne Greco, John Greco, Joanne D'Angelo.
Thank you, sir. Steve Shinego from earlier address given in Amelia View HOA. So when we spoke earlier, we had a chance. Number one, thank you to Mr. McFeely for bringing up that current development at Durbin Point and the fact that built for high-need residential homes didn't sell, and now it's a rental property. We know around Airport Center Drive and a lot of those areas, and a lot of townhomes and apartments go up. And you heard a previous speaker say some of those apartments have 12 homes or 12 cars parked in a parking lot. A lot of vacancy there. So I think the point I wanted to make, though, was when we had one of those earlier meetings, and this was one of the ones in mid-September, and we referred to that as meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, and the red flags of the deferments, the changes, the zoning changes, et cetera, over and over again. But we had a chance to have that cordial conversation with the folks that were here. And in that conversation, we said, well, there's still a profit in building larger size homes on larger lots. And this is an area of the city north of St. Johns River up to Nassau River where there's an opportunity to do that and make that part of the city appealing to that type of clientele, that type of buyer. And the comment was, well, we just don't find that there's value or selling opportunity to sell larger homes. Well, I would disagree. Amelia View's 285 homes. You can't, there's 3 or 4 people sitting back there that bought the house within a week of it going on the market, and they're paying between $550 and $750 for homes in that area. But as we continued that discussion, the developers representatives said, well, you have to understand, though, that's just not our business model. Our business model is to build smaller homes on smaller lots for the starter homes for people moving out of apartments. That's wonderful. I agree with Mr. Arias. There's probably a need in some parts of Jacksonville for those type of homes and those type of buyers. The problem is, built on the north side, we've got massive vacancy in those types of homes, townhomes, and residential, individual residential homes. So as we talked to the developer, and they said, well, yeah, but that's our business model. So our comment was, well, then build in an area of Jacksonville where we're currently fighting blight. Build somewhere where you can get land just as cheaply and build homes where the affordability is needed to build a 1,500, 2,000 square foot home. So again, I guess my comment would be, I've not heard yet at any of these meetings folks saying don't build, we oppose development, we think it's not going to happen. Folks aren't dumb. They know what's happening, they know we're growing. What they're saying is keep a part of Jacksonville available for development that matches what's currently there. Larger lots, larger homes, one section of Jacksonville is still able to do that. Thank you for your time.
All right, next we have Joanne Greco. Opposed. John Greco. Opposed. Joanne D'Angelo. Opposed. Jane Love. Opposed. O.B. Lamp. Come on down. Clara Greco. Opposed. Gail Smith. Opposed. Kathy Nagel. Opposed. Margaret Drost. Opposed. Ed Nagel. Opposed. Susan Shinego. Opposed. Thomas Smith. Opposed. Rita Sweat. Opposed. Yes, ma'am. Did I call your name and you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Name and address.
I'm Joanne D'Angelo. I live at 1565 Jake Road, where this is going in at. I'm opposing 493 and 494. And I heard Mr. Harden say there was no opposition to any of this. That's because we were told he was being greenbelted. The property was going to be greenbelted, and we never knew there was a development till we saw the drawings on Facebook. So we were in on the Zoom meetings, and we were told greenbelting, then it was something else, and then it was something else, but it was never anything about a development. And like I said, the only time that we knew about a development was when we saw the drawing on Facebook. And then Mr. Small brought a new drawing to the meeting in September, and that one is including this property here as well as what's already been sent through. So one of the biggest problems that we have out there is flooding. I have a video if anybody wants to see it, but it's not good. They've taken some trees out because that was during the green belting time, I guess. But there was trees taken out, not all of the trees, but some of the trees, which added more flooding. They're going to cover in a ditch if this passes, that they will cover in a ditch that separates the lots on Jake Road from the lots on Ed Johnson Road. There is a ditch back there, so that will be covered in. So there will be no drainage there. I know they're going to put retention ponds in, but they're talking about the fact that the ditches should be able to handle it. Well, if you see the video I have on my phone, you'll see the ditches aren't handling it now. And they haven't started taking out the other trees or adding the soil and all of that to build the property up and everything. So I don't know what else to tell y'all. Just please don't let this thing go through. We can't. The property it floods. We have issues with, of course, with traffic. You already know that. But what you may not know is Yellow Bluff Road is a corridor. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, ma'am.
For people coming from Georgia and other places. So lots and lots of.
Okay. The next speakers are checked that they don't wish to speak, and they're all in opposition. Michael Curtin, Karen Curtin, Risa Grant, Kim DeBerry, Tiffany James, Debbie Harling. Yeah, come on down if you want to speak. Geraldine DeBerry, Kathy Hill, Donna Gleaton, Shirley Spurgeon, John Spurgeon, Laura Fulford, Zach Zimmerman, Erica Zimmerman. Yes, ma'am. Your name and address?
I am Risa Grant, address on file. And I'm in opposition of 0493 and 0494. Before everyone gets the idea that the north side is some utopia, some utopian rural area that we're trying to keep all to ourselves, before you send the masses up to our area for affordable housing, I just want to draw you a little picture of life on the north side. We have a shortage of parks and recreational facilities. We have no post office in our area. There's no public library branch. And we are a health food or natural food desert. So it's not all it's cracked up to be. Those of us who live up there do so in some sacrifice. We live on the north side in the rural area at a cost. We are willing to make those sacrifices in exchange for the opportunity to have the land that we have, the acreage we have, the large lots that we have, but it's not all it's cracked up to be. So for those of you who are getting the idea that we're thinking we want to just hoard it for ourselves, it's not like that up there. We are running short on some advantages that people in other parts of Jacksonville have. So just wanted to share that comment with you all. Thank you.
All right, and then we also have Brian Small in support, does not wish to speak. And, oh, sorry, Lamp. Go ahead, sir.
Toby Lamp, Yellow Bluff. So this one hits kind of close. It's straight across from the road from me. Somebody spoke that said there was water and sewer. There's no sewer that runs down Yellow Bluff. There was sewer at the end of both ends of Yellow Bluff, but not in the center. But there is water. The way we live out there. So I'd just be curious to see how many people actually have been driven out by these subdivisions, have now moved to Callahan, Yulee, Nassau County. But yet they still work in Jacksonville. And they come back to work every day. They come down our roads, our busy roads that we have that are not up to par. Talked about that 4-laning of any road that may be. People lose property. because it widens it out and you automatically take it. They don't get nothing for it, so they move away. The lot sizes out there, I live on 4 acres. I'm not gonna lie, I love it the way it is. I live on a dirt road, I maintain it. But when you put this subdivision straight across from me, supposedly it's one way in, one way out. That road will come to me. I will not be able to get out. You put a turn lane in, still, it's bad. Yellow Bluff is bad. It's not a good road. It used to be back in the day, but I understand progress has to happen. But if you put this many houses in on top of us like that, you leave us with nothing. You take away from our life, our living that you do. It hits hard for me because it's close. It's close. And I understand that progress has to happen. But to build that many houses, you're backed up already on the marsh. That Jake Road, it goes to the marsh. So if you put that many houses in, where does the water go? Either comes to me, floods my road out, or whatever it may be. It's a tough situation. Y'all's job ain't easy. But I expect that y'all would understand the way we feel. Because we've lived out there for so long. I'm on well, I'm on water, I love it. I wouldn't have city. But anyways, it's emotional for me, and I'm sorry. But I hope y'all understand this when you take your vote, that you affect people in the way that, I mean, we're 3 generations out there. So I hope y'all understand that. And if you do, I hope you make it where it's at least livable for us, because I have a custom home. But if you're putting in a stick home, I mean, I can't help that, but I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. I don't have any other speaker cards, so Mr. Harden, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
So last time I'll offer just to talk about the land use instead of the zoning. There wasn't any evidence at all presented to you about the land use. The only evidence you have is the planning department report, which goes through all the infrastructure and the requirements in the area that are required in the area and shows that there's adequate infrastructure. The site is literally surrounded by LDR land use designation, except for the City National Bank piece, which is MU, which includes LDR in there, which authorizes 7,700 units adjoining us in the area. The suggestion by the first speaker that there's no LDR in the area just is not accurate. It's belied by the maps you have in the planning department report. This vote is just on whether to go to LDR, low density residential, the lowest density available in the zoning code in the residential category. The people who just built the new Publix out in Ocean Way probably don't think that it's a food desert out that area, but that's not an issue to deal with the land use. So otherwise, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. With that, we have no speakers in the queue, so we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring back to committee. All right, we have a motion and a second on the bill. Any discussion? I don't know if Councilmember Gay would like to chime in, or we can go to you first or last, Mr. Gay. Last, first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and being this is just on the land use. So the residential rule, that's the predominant zoning out there. It's kind of indicated in the information that I passed out. So as you heard, that the community's not against say the development in the area, but we just want to see the compatibility with the adjoining properties. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Diamond, you're recognized.
I think this is as good a time to talk about this as any. Just through the chair to my colleague, Mr. Gay. So I think we can see what's going to happen over the next 20 years, right, on Yellow Bluff. Like, what's going to happen with this road?
Well, it's through the chair to Councilman Diamond. It's definitely traffic is increasing tremendously. It's we've got a lot that come from Yulee up through out to there. That's why we had to find some way to request money to get the intersection somewhat upgraded there. But you know, we've got a lot of communities out there that are from the Cape to Eagle Bend and all out there that's sizable communities. But yeah, the road's eventually going to have to be done the same thing what New Berlin Road's done.
Yeah, it's just going to have to be. Usually when I'm worried about your district for you, back to when Al was there, it's usually worrying about the pumpkin preserve and black hammock and all the rest. But I kind of see where things are going on in that part of the neighborhood too. I probably have the stomach today for going from RR to LDR, just because there is LDR all around it. On this next one, I'll ask more questions on the next one, but that's probably where I'm at. But man, that road makes me nervous. I've driven up there, and if there's hundreds more houses, I just don't see how that's going to work for a long time. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, and through the chair to Councilmember Gay, thank you so much if you had anything to do with the bridge getting repaired in that direction. And Councilman Diamond is absolutely right when you're asking about what are we going to do about capacity on Yellow Bluff. It's not lit. It's a 2-lane road and it's curvy. The one piece of information that I think will be beneficial is all of those trees that you see, and I drive that road probably 6 times more than that. I drive that road every day, okay? Those trees are on in a trust, and it's in a trust with a family of 2 brothers, and one brother can't make the decision on his own. And so one is saying he's never going to sell, the other one does. So that has kind of been the saving grace that I've learned, that trees, if you're familiar with the area, like you say, when you leave, let's say he mentioned the Cape, he mentioned Eagle Bend, there's a new community that was just built north of that. If you leave and go left and you're heading down towards New Berlin, all those trees on the left, for sure I know, are in that land trust. I don't know about the ones on the right, and I'll continue to do more research. So I think when you're talking about development coming to that road, it's pretty much going to stop right in that area, if you're familiar with it, where those trailers are that have been removed steadily, and there's some single on the right side of the road heading south. They put some single-family homes that seem to be pretty decent homes. I will definitely continue to listen to what my colleagues say, and especially the council member. Thank you.
All right, we don't have any other speakers in the queue. So, with that, we'll go ahead and open the ballot and record your vote.
7 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-493. Moving on to item number 12, 2025-494. Council members, please declare any ex parte communication you have at this time. Councilmember Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just declaring ex parte, I spoke with Paul Harden, the new applicant, just very briefly earlier today, and I'll get that filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to declare ex parte. I spoke with the new applicant, Paul Harden, as well, and we'll make sure the necessary paperwork is filed for Legislative Services.
All right, and I'll declare mine. I received a phone call from Mr. Harden this morning asking if I had any questions on the zoning. I told him I did not, and this paperwork will be filed with Legislative Services. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to declare ex parte. I had questions for Mr. Harden earlier today, and the paperwork is being filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I also received a phone call from the applicant, Mr. Paul Harden, this morning, asking if I had any questions, and it's currently being filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
Councilman Gaffney.
Thank you through the chair. I also like to declare ex parte. I received a call, I'm talking about Paul call, a phone call from Paul Hart this morning asking me did I have any questions. I make sure everything gets filed with legislative services.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open the public. Oh. Okay, Councilmember White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't have nothing to file. I missed a call from Mr. Harden, so there won't be nothing filed, but when he does reach me, I will file it at that point. Thank you.
Mr. Harden, again, got to show some love to past President Mr. White over there, I guess. All right, so with that, we'll open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is conventional rezoning ordinance 2025-0494, seeking to rezone approximately 19.4 acres of land from RLD 100A and RR acre to RLD 50 to develop the property with single-family dwellings. The subject property is located along Yellow Bluff Road, which is classified as a collector roadway. Staff has reviewed the request and finds that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the 2045 comprehensive plan with the approved land use category of low density residential, which will allow for a maximum density of 7 units per acre. The subject properties, again, are located on the east side of Yellow Bluff Road, which has been transitioning to allow for smaller lot sizes. Properties to the immediate north were recently rezoned from RR acre to RLD 50 through ordinance 2024-0672, which was approved in October of last year. So this would be an extension of this development pattern south to the subject properties. When looking at long-term development for the surrounding area, north and south of the site is approximately 2,000 acres of land, which are located within a multi-use land use category that was approved back in 2010, which has designated this land for long-range development of a mix of density ranges for a maximum entitlement rights for about 7,500 residential units and approximately 90,000 square feet of commercial space. So we find that the request to be consistent with the existing development patterns along this roadway, and then also looking at long-range development plans for the area. So therefore, we forward a recommendation of approval. Application was heard by Planning Commission on August 21st, where there were no speakers in opposition and little discussion amongst the commissioners, and they voted unanimously for approval.
All right, thank you. First up, Mr. Paul Harden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Harden, 1431 River Place Boulevard. This was zoned, as just noted by the staff, just recently. At the time we zoned it, the representative of the district and the neighbors that we met with were more than happy to get rid of the mobile homes that were out there in the area. By my calculation, today we can put in 420 mobile homes on that same spot with the current land use category. We've moved forward in a development pattern consistent with the area, which was a substantial upgrade to what was in the area. In addition to the normal things that are included in the zoning application, there are 2 parks planned for the neighborhood in the area. There are turn lanes out of the. We've moved along with the development in the area, and so you can. Some of these are on file. There are a development plan to provide for access onto Yellow Bluff Road, turn lanes, that sort of activity. There's a buffer on the front that they were described as the friends and family location. There are plans and applications in to provide water and sewer to the site. The sewer is about $2 million to come to the area. So we have been through the mating dance, if you will, on this project on the first phase, and this is basically the second phase. And in those discussions, we made provisions for many of the things that were discussed earlier. If you suggest this is a spot zoning, you'd be wrong. It would be a spot zoning to zone it something other than everything else that's surrounding us in the area. We were consistent in the application earlier over the last 2 and 3 years, and we would like for you to continue that consistency with this project. I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. First up, we have Obie Lamp.
Moby Lamp, Yellow Bluff. You know, I don't know what else to say to y'all because nothing's going the way we think. We live in the country, and yet we're up here fighting for what we think is right. And they put in all the houses. They do what they want to do. That's the way we feel because that's what we're getting. It's horrible. It's hard for me to hold my emotions back, but just because you live where you live, you love it. Where we live, and we love it, and we want to keep it that way. To come in to build this many houses on this road is unbelievable to think about. Yeah, there'll be future development, and maybe down the road, but for this time and this now, that road cannot handle this. It is bad coming out. I challenge any of y'all to come out on my piece of property. Look what I got, and you're taking it away. That's what you're doing. You're taking away what we love. It's not easy. We don't waste our time, but we come down here to fight for what we want and what we love. Y'all all love what you love. Your families, your loved ones, your wife, your kids, your grandbabies. All mine are going to grow up on that road. And God forbid that something happens to one of those kids. There's been many deaths on that Yellow Bluff Road, especially where the bridge just got done. It didn't help it. All you did is put up guardrails. So now they won't fly into the woods. They speed up and down that road. They do a lot of things on that road. It's horrible what's going on right now. And to put that many houses in that area, it's just not right. It's not right for us. It's not. I wish you would reconsider when you vote. Thank you.
Next, we have Joanne D'Angelo. Followed by Steve Shinego, Ruth Nelson Peoples, Jason Rife, Samantha Series, James Pippin, and Robert McFeely.
I, again, Joanne D'Angelo, 1565 Jake Road. I've been there for 50 years. Right now, I think we're the oldest of all the people that's been out there. If I'm understanding this right, and I'm not too bright in all of this stuff, I'm new at it. This is going to add. I was hearing 60 more houses. This is going to add for this 494. Now you've already heard about the traffic. There's traffic comes from Georgia, Callahan, Fernandina, Yulee, not counting what comes from over the bridge from the other side of the river. That is a cut-through road. There's no way that road can handle that traffic. And like he said, that bridge, that was a joke. Why did we spend all of that money on that bridge? All they did was just put up some guardrails. You should go out there and look at it. See how our money's being spent. But this is not going to help any of that. It's not going to help the traffic. It's not going to help the schools. It's going to make it worse. And if that 2,216 acres that belongs to the bank, if they decide to put that in play, we're in a world of trouble. Because that's, I think it was 7,900 they can put in there. 7,900. So please, do the right thing with this one at least. Thank you.
Steve Shinego. No wish to speak? Okay. Is it opposition Ruth Nelson Peoples? Opposes Jason Reif.
Jason Reif, address on file. First, with planning statements, planning department has their meetings at 1 o'clock. It's hard enough for us to get here when we get here away from our families, let alone getting away from our jobs to combat these. So to say that there's zero opposition is complete and utter garbage, and you all know that. In that area at the intersection of Yellow Bluff and Sterrett Road, in 2025 alone, there have been 22 accidents, 2 deaths at the intersection. There's been 1 additional death recently. I say recently, probably within the past year or within the last 6 to 9 months. Shortly fallen of this, or short of this property that's going in or that's being zoned. One major question I have is we talk about, we hear these ex partes of talking to the developers, talking to the landowners, talking to applicants. Why are you guys not taking our invitations for this? I personally sent an invitation out to every single one of you. Planning department's the only one that actually responded, and I had a meeting with last Wednesday. None of you, including the regular council as well, or the main council, none of you responded. None. Why? You guys take these meetings with the members, the applicants, all the time. We hear the ex partes, communication with the lawyers, communication with the applicants, all this, but nothing with us. This is garbage. I've sent out 3 emails to all of you, probably totaling close to 60 people, including the mayor's office, to try to get a sit down and talk about this stuff before these meetings, before these final votes, to talk, to find out what's going on and help educate you on what is going on in these communities. The RLD 100 that they have is more than sufficient. We don't oppose that. I don't think there's anybody in the area that does. But to drop it and double the houses in that area, they need this property to complete their little grand plan of nearly 300 homes in this area. And to give their friends and family, as the representative reiterated, the benefit at our expense. That road needs fixed. It's been promised to be fixed for a long time, and it hasn't. The bridge, again, a joke. We could have done a lot more with that money. Councilman Gay has been fighting for money for that intersection. That intersection is horrible. And people going from, God forbid, the 90 or 295 is clogged up. It gets backed up all the way to 295 to that intersection. People trying to get through.
Thank you. Next, we have Samantha Series, followed by, not wish to speak, okay. In opposition, James Pippin.
James Pippin, address on file, but I do live in the Cape neighborhood. And so, Mr. Ayers, this does affect me because the water, the drainage that comes from this property is going to be coming into Samples Creek, which is the waterway that I live on that flows into the Nassau River. There's already been approved, as the planning department says, 189 homes north of this. Now they're trying to add another 50, 60 more in here. What's funny is the friends and family of the guy that owns the property, they get to stay acre lots or larger, but he don't want everybody else in the community to have the same thing. So just trying to cram everything in there that they can. I heard about 7,500 homes already in the planning. I didn't hear one plan about schools, fire departments, police departments, any part of that in the future plans. It's just, let's cram however many homes we can get in here. Who cares about everything else? I'm going to go back and pull the meeting minutes from this meeting because essentially earlier you said that Jacksonville is essentially going to be a RLD 50, 60, pretty much get over it. The future's coming. Well, guess what? We're the community now. Why are you not listening to the community now? We're here now to talk about our community, where we live at now. We don't care about the future. Our families are going to take this future and keep going up there. That's the reason most of us bought this property up there. I found my dream lot, not at my dream home, my dream lot. I found it up there. I'm building a new home up there for my family to pass down to my girls. This area means a lot to everybody up here. Just because you don't have the same belief of want green space and property around you doesn't mean everybody else does. I'm going to go find this video. It's going to be on record. I'm going to pull up what you said. I'm going to make sure the news captures it. Because Mr. Diamond's point, there's going to be consequences to this. You're just going to sign off on everything that comes up here? Everything that comes through here gets approved? This is bull crap. Bull crap. I thought you were better than that, sir. I honestly did.
Sir, through the chair, I think we need to get back on the zoning criteria.
Okay, sorry. Back to the zoning, because y'all don't want to hear nobody else's crap. Traffic study was done at the red light. Let me pull that up for you. Traffic engineering has received your concern, FDOT's Community Traffic Safety Program. Thank you for reaching out. The city has completed an engineering study and has determined needs for auxiliary left and right turn lanes at Yellow Bluff and Sterrett Road, signal upgrades to address congestion. The anticipated project is pending funding approval through the city. Pending funding. We don't even know if we're going to get the money or not. Plain and simple. We don't even know if it's going to get through. And then if it does get approved, the long-term project could take 2 to 5 years for design and construction. This is from Dana Moore, Traffic Studies Associate Engineer with the City of Jacksonville.
All right, thank you, sir.
Quit cramming everything down our damn throats.
All right, next we have Robert McFeely.
Good evening, Council. I stand before you tonight in strong opposition to rezoning 494. The proposal is not consistent with the surrounding area. It is incompatible with existing land uses and represent a textbook example of spot zoning. While Bird Dog has pointed to a few nearby RLD 50 properties as justification, it's important to recognize this land has been assembled incrementally rather than through a comprehensive planning process and is not complete. This is not progress. This is spot zoning for profit. This is very important to understand. When the previously approved RLD 50 area, there are 3 properties that remain. These are referred to by Bird Dog as holdouts. People, holdouts. Council members, we are being asked to approve dense development around unwilling neighbors. This is exactly what Ordinance Code Section 656125 aims to protect. Rezoning must serve a legitimate public purpose, including avoiding premature development, preventing spot zoning, ensuring compatibility with surrounding uses, and preserve neighborhood character. The comp plan reinforces this with Objective 1.1 calls for compact compatible growth. Policies 1.110 and 1.115 prohibit scattered unplanned development. This rezoning meets none of these objectives and goes against your own comp plan. This application fails every one of these standards. Approving it will enable urban sprawl, encourage spot zoning, and reduce the quality of life for the community for pure profit. The developer's name, Bird Dog, says it's all. A bird dog finds undervalued properties for investors to profit. Here we see the practice in action, acquiring small parcels, pressuring families to sell, and rezoning for personal gain, not community benefit. This raises serious ethical concerns about the integrity of this process. Council members, this is not just about land use. This is about survival and character of our community. Approving this rezoning will irreversibly alter our neighborhood. Rewarding unethical behavior and undermine the standards of this council is sworn to uphold. Zoning exists to protect the public interest, not to maximize profits. I urge you to reject this application. Any future proposal must reflect the character of the surrounding area. Follow your comp plan and serve the public interest. The community has already spoken. Over 65 residents attended the meeting to voice their opposition. I ask you to uphold the oath you swore to protect our community. Follow the law, say no to spot zoning, unchecked urban sprawl, and developers who put profit before people. It's very funny that Mr. Hardin conveniently had a conversation with every member today. But when we stood here last time, It was Brian Smalls that was here.
All right. Following speakers are in opposition but do not wish to speak. If you do wish to speak, please come down. Catherine Del Rey, J.R. Drost, Nicole Repovich, Linda Mack, Margaret Drost, Geraldine DeBerry, Joanne Greco, Jane Love, John Greco, Claire Greco, Gail Smith, Kathy Nagel, Risa Grant, Ed Nagel, Susan Shinego, Thomas Smith, Rita Sweat, Michael Curtin, Karen Curtin, Kim DeBerry, Debbie Harling, Kathy Hill, Tiffany James, Donna Gleaton, Shirley Spurgeon, John Spurgeon, Laura Fulford, Erica Zimmerman, Zachary Zimmerman. Did we got one, right? Yes, ma'am. And two? Okay, come on down and just state your name and address.
Claire Greco, 2942 Amelia Bluff Drive. So we're all very emotional when we get up here and talk about the impact of these developments on our community. I'm an architect. I've been practicing for 25 years. I just moved to Jacksonville. Absolutely love the city. But I've noticed something. I've noticed a real lack of transparency in the applicant's process, lack of disclosure of their studies, the information about the purpose of their development, the look and feel of the proposed neighborhoods. I've also noticed that the density is extreme. I think several people have mentioned that the violation of the comprehensive plan that seems to be happening repeatedly is that we're going from half-acre or acre lots to a density level that is about 8 times as dense. And this is happening in small enough tracts of land that it's floating under the radar of the larger pipeline of development. So I would say this should be alarming that we're having these 10, 15, and 20 acre tracts. This would be a prime example of a development that is under the threshold of requiring a true environmental impact assessment. And I think that we should seriously consider these applications, their impact on the larger region, their proximity to the waterways. I don't have heard anybody address the fact that these developments are creating concrete jungles. They're creating extreme density in an area that would otherwise have very natural drainage. I would ask kindly that you reconsider this application and ask the developer to go back to the drawing board, put the impact study together, come back with greater transparency, and then consider your vote. I ask that you deny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Come on down.
Jim Drost, address on file. Mr. Diamond, thank you. And I wish I had a Rolade for your heartburn. I think a lot of that comes through the planning committee. I think a lot of what we've discussed tonight should be dug down more in the planning committee. They're putting you guys in these positions to sit here and listen to all these arguments when we listen to Mr. Gay bring contradiction to the 2045 plan. He stated it clearly. All the properties that they're adjoining, I mean, most of these properties adjoining the properties that they're meeting up against. And it all goes by you guys. I mean, there's no consideration for that. It's in the plan. Compatibility is in the plan. These are not compatible to anything in our area. He explains that to you, and it goes over your head. The vote comes in, yes. So, we sit here after our 8th meeting, or our 8th time, and we're going to continue to come. But at what point do our voices get listened to? How many points do we have to make in consternation to the 2045 plan that go over your head? You have discussions, you talk about it, the vote comes up, it's yes, 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 yes. After the fine gentleman explained his point. He could have deferred it, we could have waited, we could have had a little more conversation, but he continues to fight for our community. I'm thankful for him. You all need to listen.
All right, were there any other speakers? All right, last card, Brian Small supports the questions only. Mr. Harden, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Harden, 1431 River Place Boulevard. Spot zoning is a zoning inconsistent with the surrounding zonings. The exact definition the gentleman used to describe spot zoning would be what you would have if you did not zone this consistent. If you look at the map, just because somebody says it's not zoned RLD 50 doesn't mean it's not zoned RLD 50. Look at the maps prepared by the planning department. On both sides and on the top, everything is zoned RLD 50 in the area. The suggestion, and I know it's an emotional things, but to refer to as complete garbage that there's been zero opposition is just not correct. You've got 15 votes in the last 3 years, and everyone voted to support the application. There are multiple reviews before we get to this location. You go through environmental reviews, traffic reviews, transportation, and all those have been designated in the planning department report as being compliant with the comprehensive plan. So to say it doesn't meet the comp plan, when you look at the exact language the planning department's been through showing each of the locations where we are consistent with the comp plan, is just not correct. It would be spot zoning not to approve this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. With that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to committee. All right, we have a motion and a second on the bill. Councilmember Diamond, you're recognized.
I'll just put my 2 cents on the record, because I feel like people deserve to hear it, at least the why. So I don't really love this one, if I'm being really direct. The issue for me on this one is that they got 50s before, and so essentially like the half of this was done before, and now coming back to get the other half of it. I worry about turning this into just a fight over whether or not we could even vote no today. So I guess my thought is I'm going to vote yes, just to be clear. And for those of you who are talking about the Planning Commission, I think they're absolutely useless myself. I'd get rid of it, but state statute requires us to have a Planning Commission. They just rubber stamp everything. I agree with that. I think our staff does a good job in stopping weird stuff from making through. And so this will pass today. But just so you know, all my meetings and all my talks with lobbyists and the applicants who come up and they've got stuff on the north side in particular, but also in Randy White's district on the west side, I usually just tell them, look, my default right now is I don't like it if it's really small and doesn't make any sense. So I'll be a vote today, but the direct reason is that they already got half of this, and so that's the other half. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Gay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, once again, I refer to the paperwork that I passed out to everyone, just referencing the actual adjacent property of this, showing that the RR and the acreage. And my ask is just to try to get something that's more compatible, that's with the surrounding property, to make it more conducive, and which would be in compliance with the 2045 comp plan. And we could argue that all night long, but it's when it gets down to it, the community's not saying no to development. They're just saying let's raise the bar, and let's try to do something more compatible with the community. So I would appreciate everyone's consideration in that.
Councilmember Gaffney, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I guess to my colleague, Mr. Gay, in this situation right here, what would be compatible? Like my colleague, Councilman Diamond said, in the map that the gentleman passed out, all these lots were zone 50. And I guess the legislation now is to be zone 50 as well. In this area, I mean, what would a community like to see for this particular zoning right here? And I guess a couple of my colleagues mentioned concessions earlier. I'm not sure if that was discussed through this community meetings, but you have any thoughts?
Well, you know, through the chair to Councilman Gaffney, there was a desire for naturally bigger lots to the 100 RLD 100, excuse me. But you know, I understand the resistance. It's just they got what they wanted in the first phase of the 50-foot, and it's like, let's see if something's pliable to where we can get to some 80s or something to where we can try to bridge this gap. Is all we're saying.
All right, we have no other speakers. We've got no other speakers in the queue. So with that, we'll go ahead and open the ballot and record your votes.
Seven yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you approved 2025-494. Now we're going to go back, committee members, to page 4. Item number 5, 2025-242. We're going to open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. Ordinance 2025-242 is a request for a small-scale land use amendment at 0 Owen Avenue, just south of Winton Drive on the northeast side of McMillan Avenue. The site is approximately 5.34 acres and is currently undeveloped with access from 2 local roads, McMillan Avenue and Owen Avenue. Adjacent uses include single-family residential, schools, parks, and cemeteries. The applicant is requesting a change from low-density residential to medium-density residential in the urban development area. The proposed MDR category would be in the middle of an established neighborhood. The land use pattern of the area has been stable with single-family housing and no land use changes over the last 20 years. The site is within the Lem Turner Ribault Scenic Neighborhood Action Plan, which describes the area as having the character and stability to remain a middle to upper class community. Staff finds that the proposed amendment is not consistent with the land development pattern and neighborhood character. Further, Moncrief Road, which is a collector road, is located about a quarter to a half mile south of the site and would be a more appropriate location for strategic densification. For these reasons, and as outlined in the staff report, the Planning Department recommends denial. At their September 18th meeting, the Planning Commission heard this item. There were residents in opposition to the amendment, citing the potential for a negative effect on property values, as well as on the character and history of the area. Concern was also raised about the effect of on traffic and on the wetlands on the property. Planning Commission ended up recommending approval of the item with a vote of 4-3. Some commissioners argued that the proposed amendment would not impact an established neighborhood, and others that were in opposition cited environmental contamination on the site and felt that the proposed amendment was not good for the neighborhood. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll go to the applicant, Mr. Herzberg.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. Mike Herzberg. Address is 12483 11.
Stephen, he can have 5 minutes because we got a lot of speaker cards. So go ahead, Mr. Herzberg.
Thank you so much. I'll try and be brief. I know it's been a long night and a lot of testimony, and I'm sure we're going to have some more. I'd like to start by thanking the councilwoman. I've been working with the councilwoman and the community on this project now for most of the year. since the original filing. And I think even the applicant, or I should say the owner of the property, learned a lot about this property. So before I get into the staff report, I'd just like to highlight a couple of things about the parcel, and you have a handout before you. This site is rather unique. It abuts the city's former dump, which is the now Lonnie C. Miller Park. That was a Moncrief Road dump. In other words, that was a city landfill from the 1940s to the 1960s. The city just spent a considerable amount of money fixing the cap on that as the cap had breached. As a matter of fact, this property is a brownfield site that is not only the subject parcel, but also the city's landfill there. There was incinerator ash likely dumped at this location for those many years, the 1940s through the 1960s. Our site, the site that's identified in your handout there, is actually a private landfill, or was a private landfill. There's a substantial amount of material buried here. It's buried in the 3 to 7 depth range, so that the specific borings have been done and test pits have been dug to kind of assert or ascertain what the actual scope of that debris field is. So that has been done. Just to the south of the old Moncrief Road dump is the city's indigent cemetery that operated till about 1940, as I understand it. I think 1920s to 1940. That has been closed for a period of time as well. To the north of this, you've got intermittent neighborhood commercial land use there. And then you have a large, about 60-acre complex, which contains the Ribault High School, Sally Mathis Elementary, and Ribault Middle. So for the department to say that this bifurcates or somehow sits in the middle of an established neighborhood, I think is somewhat inappropriate. I think this is a fringe project. In other words, what we're trying to do here is create a transition from those uses, especially the dump uses, those intensive uses, to the neighborhood itself. The community has been most helpful in outlining for us what their concerns and objections were. And so this project has changed. I'm going to keep my comments to the land use for right now, sir, and I'll come back to that later. But you did hear staff say that this is in the urban area of the city. So we've been talking about suburban area tonight, urban area. That urban area designation connotates various things that are very important, specifically as it relates to the policies of the comprehensive plan. I'll get to those in just a minute. So I asked you to kind of look at the uses. I think you'll see the land use is a very mixed fabric. On the first page, you see the number of land uses you have there. NC, RPI, MDR, all of those amongst the MDR or the LDR of the community that we're adjacent to. So my contention is that this is a transitional product, not bifurcating the neighborhood or being dropped in the middle of the neighborhood. Also wanted to discuss the proximity to those JTA bus lines. There is a JTA bus line on Moncrief, which was less than a quarter mile to this site. There's also one on Winton, about 800 feet just around the corner from this site. So there's a substantial amount of access in that regard. I'm going to just go for a minute, if I might, and I won't read all of the comprehensive plan policies, but I think the staff includes most of these policies in the report. I just think they've drawn the wrong conclusion as it relates to these policies, and I'll outline the highlights of why I think that. Objective 1.1, ensure that the type, rate, and distribution of growth in the city results in compact and compatible land use patterns. Again, back to the development areas. This is the urban area, and again, we'll come back to the importance of that. Development uses and densities shall be determined by the development areas as per policy 1.1.17. Policy 1.1.21, rezonings and amendments to the future land use map shall include consideration for their potential to further the goal of meeting or exceeding the amount of land required to accommodate anticipated growth. Policy 1.1.24, the city will encourage the use of such smart growth practices, interconnectivity of transportation modes, again, the walkability of this, the fact that the schools are immediately adjacent to this, the churches are immediately adjacent to this, the proximity to the JTA bus routes immediately adjacent. A mix of uses is encouraged, a range of densities and types of residential developments under that policy as well. Finally, objective 1.6, the city shall accommodate growth in Jacksonville by encouraging and facilitating new infill development and redevelopment on vacant, bypassed, and underutilized land within areas that already have infrastructure, utilities, and public facilities. Most of this area has a patchwork of utilities right now, JEA, water, or sewer. I'm wrapping up right now, sir. So what this would do is allow those services to be brought to this site. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, first speaker card we have is Anthony Akins. And then Joycelyn Ann Glover, come on down to the front row if you wish. And Joseph Wood and Kiera Melton. Those are the next speakers.
Wow. Wow. My name is Anthony Akins. I live at 3730 McMillan Avenue. My home is approximately right adjacent across from the street where the so-called upgrade, as he wants to make you believe, would be established. Here's the whole thing. All of this fast talking that he just did is crap. This development is not sitting right where, as what we were told would be for the elderly coming in, like, for upgrading, these homes, supposedly these 90 units. First, they came with 3 or 4 three-story buildings. Now they want 7 buildings put on this same piece of property. We've had meetings with this guy over and over and over for months and months and months and months. And the whole thing about it, at every one of these meetings, and one of your planning members was at the last one, he has had 0. Not one member of the community that approved or wanted this stuff in our neighborhood. He has given us nothing. Every time he comes in, it's always something different. It's always like, okay, well, this is not feasible for us because it will cost too much money to actually get the crap that you buried there years and years and years ago and get that out so you can put in single-family homes like the community is already set up to be, not multi-homes or multi-units. You don't want, he said it, he came out of his mouth because they don't want to spend the money. It's not feasible. It will cost too much to actually do this. But yet still you want to come in and cram this crap down our throats over and over and over again. You're not being honest.
Sir,
You're not telling the truth.
Sir, you need to speak to the committee.
And
we're
well,
not
he's
talking.
not being honest and he's not telling the truth. And we're sick of it over and over. Not one single person gave him approval or said, yeah, come on in. We're not against you developing it. Get the crap that you buried out of there and then going to build single-family homes like it's already designed to be. That's all we're asking. He's not said anything about doing nothing for infrastructure. There's flooding going on that property. There is all kind of things. There's no lighting. He's not talking about doing anything to the streets, to the infrastructure, and these so-called JTA bus lines. You get an elderly person there and tell me who's going to walk down to these bus lines and catch her. These are not Olympic athletes that you're talking about putting in there. He's talking about elderly people putting them in these 2-story homes, and that's supposed to work.
All right, thank you, sir. Next. Ms. Pittman, did you want to speak now? Okay. And sorry to keep you waiting. I know you're not feeling too well. So next we have Joycelyn Ann Glover.
Joycelyn Ann Glover, 3661 McMillan Avenue. You all have to excuse me. I'm in excruciating pain. I've been here since 4 o'clock. And when I saw we were going to be on page 4, well, anyway, I'm opposing this rezoning. I oppose the zoning of this property. There were unanswered questions at the last zoning meeting. We were told it would be 84 units. Now it's back up to 96 units. What is it? 84, 96, or whatever. I asked the young man, was the housing going to be federal housing? He said he didn't know. We need to know that. We surrounded by federal housing. I've been in that neighborhood 66 years. The average person been in there 60, 50, 40 years. We want growth, but in 2022, I was approached and say there was going to be houses. And I was approached again, January gone, that it was going to be single-family housing, no apartments. And in April, I got a card in my mailbox. I'm not going to call the people name that say there was going to build apartments for senior living. And it'll be right next to my house if they build it. And then it's about 7 or 8 houses in front of it if those apartments be built. And I just disagree with it. I know we need growth, but we don't need no more federal housing in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next is Joseph Wood.
He's gone.
He's gone. Okay, he opposes. Kira Melton. All right, she opposes. Juanita Owens. Oppose. Reverend Aaron Flagg. And then Janicia Odom. Clenzeria Brown. Okay, you're here. She opposes. Oops. Oh, 243. Here, hold on. 243.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Flagg. My address is on file. And the request that we resubmitting again will cover a lot of things. There's one thing I've never said anything about, so I looked at Google and asked Google a question. Is it unsafe to build apartments on a 30-year-old dump site? And I heard him mention Lonnie Miller dump site, which is over a mile from where we're talking about. I don't know what he's talking about that for. But the dump site right there has a lot of, well, Google says it's unsafe. It's near 3 schools. Junior high school and an elementary school, 2 daycare centers, one within 1,500 feet, one within 300 feet, and they got long-term things. They have risk, potential risk. They got health hazards from gas, migration, explosion risk, asphyxiation risk, toxicity risk, contamination of water and soil, leachate contamination, chemical exposures, which they call PFAs, or forever chemicals. That's chemicals that don't never go away. Uneven settlement, variable composition, and unstable and unpredictable base for construction. Research shows that people living near landfills, even closed ones, can experience higher rates of certain health issues as cancer, birth defects, and respiratory illnesses. Reminded me of the forever chemicals becoming airborne and unsafe when you uncover that. It's packed under there now, but once it gets into the air, it's going to get that school, them 3 schools, them 2 daycare centers, and us. A lot of people have been dying from cancer on our street, but we haven't been able to prove it to that. I like Mr. Erzberger, but y'all be careful, because he can sell a cow its own milk. Yeah, he can. He all right. He's a good talker. But listen and see what it's about. Not children, not community, but money. Now, you going to call him back up at 2:43? You want to give him 3 more minutes? I'll get out your hair. Go home. I'll let y'all go because I know y'all
All
tired.
right, sir, we got to call you back up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. Janicia Odom, and then Donna McIntosh Wells. Are you here? No? Okay, she is in opposition. And then Felicia Small is in opposition. Latanya Pickett opposes. And Phyllis Warthen opposes. Go ahead, ma'am. Name and address.
Okay, so Light Raven Flags, Janicia Odom, 3960 Robert C. Weaver Drive. Just to piggyback off of what Raven Flag mentioned about the toxins in the ground from it being an old landfill. I feel like our neighbors don't deserve to be exposed to the potential carcinogenic health risks that come with the digging on that land. Apartment complexes typically generate 7 to 10 trips per unit per day. This creates a bottleneck and higher accident risk. Increased traffic near Ribault High, Ribault Middle, the elementary school, and the church means greater dangers for students and churchgoers walking in the area. Research from the National Association of Realtors shows home values can decline 2 to 15% when rental units are introduced to predominantly single-family zones. Home buyers often avoid areas next to large apartments due to concerns about noise, safety, school crowding. This lowers the resale potential for existing homeowners like myself. We simply don't have the infrastructure to handle multifamily buildings in a residential area with only 2 grocery stores. The contamination site, the city has also approved 2 additional apartments to be built less than 5 minutes away from Winton Drive already. Apartment complexes on the corner of Edgewood and Cleveland, and the second apartment complex on US 1 across from the Sarah Carter Mortuary. And it makes us number 3, the third proposed one at Winton and McMillan. We live in a food desert. We have 1 pharmacy, the Walgreens on Road Avenue. We lost the Walgreens on Sutel and Moncrief. And I think we just deserve to keep our single-family home community just that, single-family homes or nothing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Herberg, if you would like, oh, ma'am, did you want to speak? Okay, come on down.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Clenzeria Brown. My address is already recorded. Number 1, I was not going to come today, but in lieu of what happened last night, which caused me not to go to work, someone tried to break in my house last night, and they broke my bay window on Moncrief Road. Because they couldn't gain entry into my home, they went to my neighbor's home. The trips, they gained entry into the home after they left the Jaguar game, and because he has a concealed weapon, he was able to hold the person in his house. They made it into the bedroom, and they were getting ready to kill him and his wife. The apartments, if they're built, they will be right behind both of our properties. In that area, we already have subsidized housing, Secret Village on Moncrief, Washington Heights, or whatever it's called now, Cleveland Arms, Hilltop. I am not opposed to fair housing for anyone. What I am opposed to is the infrastructure that no one has talked about that will come with it. McMillan, Winton Drive, if you go back there 8 o'clock at night, it is dark, it is desolate. People have been found dead back there about 6 months ago. The police had closed off Moncrief Road from Moncrief and Rains Avenue all the way to Winton Drive. And it was a major manhunt. And I found that when I was leaving work at 7 o'clock at night, and my neighbors were calling my work phone, my home phone, saying, Clenzeria, are you in the house? If you haven't made it yet, don't come. The neighborhood is on lockdown. My concern is with all the apartments everywhere, I don't want it to be like in New York where there's not enough air because all the apartments are sucking in and it becomes a desert, a heat. They call it a urban heat island. if we were to do this, we need to make sure we have the appropriate infrastructure, the sidewalks. It's a hot flooding. When we had the flood a couple of years ago, water runs right through there, the river. Those houses on McMillan and Winton Drive, they sit very low. So we need to make sure that we're going to have the ample infrastructure to support the other people. Yellow Buff was talking about the roads. Have we done a feasibility study? Has there been a road study? Has there been anything? Because you have two major high schools there, one junior high school, one elementary school. So if all of this stuff is happening now and we're not being aware, are we going to be ready to handle these people coming in there? That is my concern, because we're not able to handle what we have now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Herzberg, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll be brief. A lot of what was discussed was pertinent to the rezoning itself, but you did hear certain things in there. And I think really the contention here is the community wants single family or nothing. And the unfortunate part of that is because this is a landfill, the only way to make the site usable, to put it on the tax rolls, to make it available for homes is to do a source removal extraction, which means going in there under the eyes of the city as well as the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and removing that material and then cleaning the site. The expense involved in that would render it impossible to build a single family home and make it viable for the market area. You'd be talking $700,000 to $800,000 per home to try and make something like that possible. And unfortunately, the market area doesn't bear that. It can't be done. So is the matter of honesty? Yes, that's the honest to God truth. This property cannot be used for anything, which is why the neighborhood action plan called it undevelopable, knowing that it was a dump. This is an opportunity to fix that, to clean the site for the community. It would include lighting. It would include sidewalks. It would include use of a portion of this property that otherwise is part of the contributing factor to the crime and the issues you heard. I won't belabor the point. We can discuss it further in the zoning. Thank you so much.
All right. With that, we have no other speakers. Ms. Pittman, did you want to speak during public hearing? It's up to you. All right. If you have questions, do you have questions for the applicant? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Pittman, you're recognized.
To my colleagues, I just want to say we've done what you asked us to do, for me to do when this first...
No, sir. We're not. Did you want to speak? Okay, I think you might be on the zoning. Are you on 240? What's your name? What is it? What was the first name? Well, come on down and speak.
Good afternoon.
Just make sir.
Protocol have been established.
Before you speak, sir, just so you know, we found your card to speak on the zoning. This is on the land use. Are you wanting to speak to the land use? Because we don't want to hear.
I want to speak on the zoning.
Okay, then that's next. Let's
Yes.
Let's wait until your card for the next zoning. All right. Sorry. Go ahead. You can have a seat. We're not on that one yet. We will come right back to you. Ms. Pittman, go ahead.
I just want to say, based on when this was first rolled out, the LUZ asked us to go and have a meeting with the residents in the neighborhood. We've done that. We've had 4 meetings. I've involved staff. I got to say, this property or properties is cancerous. And we already have enough disparities in that district. I live probably about a mile from the property. I've ridden up there in the daytime. I've drove up there at night. And the problem is, you know, I called Jeff Foster, who is the extraordinary expertise, and asked him to give me a status on that property. And as Mr. Hirschberg said, it's going to be costly to do that. Also, Erin, who's been to all of our community meetings, I want to thank her for doing that, and her staff. I've been to 3 of the planning committee meetings along with these residents, and they don't want it. They're not saying that they don't want any housing. They just want the right housing for that committee, for the community. And, you know, where I am right now is what matters to them matters to me. And I think you all know, I've worked with you all long enough to know that what matters to the people. There's a lot of seniors in that community. We have a new school as well. And so let's build something that's going to be an asset to the community. And I'm asking you all, please, you know, if you need more information about this property, or I urge you to go by and have a meeting with Aaron and Jeff Foster. They will tell you what is going on with that property.
All righty. So with that, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to committee.
All right, let's move the bill.
That's right.
We do have conflicting recommendations.
Correct.
I'm sorry, can I say one other thing, please? I want to say what the planning department is denying this project. I think we need to start over, and I appreciate them being honest with me. So they're not agreeing with it, and I don't think we should ram this down the residents' throat. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And now, committee members, we will go to discussion, and we have one council member in the queue. Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions before moving forward. First of all, I'm not sure who to ask these questions to, and maybe planning, maybe the community, this area, and I went to Ribault High School, which is literally a block away from this. In the spot where this is going to be, that is not roped off or cordoned off or whatever, and I keep hearing all these allegations of toxicity, and I remember when I served on Soil and Water, we did a lot of the brownfield projects, and I did a lot of work to try to help mitigate those things in Jacksonville. If this parcel is in that much of a disrepair, or that bad, why is it not cordoned off? That's the first question. Through the chair, my apologies.
Through the chair to Councilman Johnson. So I don't have a direct answer for that. What I can say is, because it was a private dump, we don't have like official documents. We don't have good records on it because it was private. So our maps don't even show it as a brownfield, although we know that it was. We just don't have the data to back that up. And I guess it hasn't been recorded with DEP maybe. So I don't have a better answer for you than that. We can check with Mr. Foster, Jeff Foster, about it, or Eric Fuller with Public Works. They're the landfill, brownfield sort of experts. So.
Okay, because that then leads to other questions. If you know that it was a dump, that kind of intimates that you do have the data. So I think it's important to synthesize the data so that we can make sure that if it shouldn't be on the market if these issues are there. We should find some way to mitigate that. My next question is, I heard talk about since it was a 55 plus community, there was it's not, you can't look at the regular rubric, and maybe someone can explain this to me. I don't think you can look at the regular rubric that was quoted about the national statistics or whatever, because it's this kind of community. Am I right in that assumption? Like the number of trips per day, what the units would cause, what kind of things they would bring. I don't think that is in context with what's happening. It's good information. I just don't think it's congruent with what we're talking about today. Please help me understand that.
Yeah, definitely. Through the chair to Councilman Johnson. So when we are evaluating land use, in this case, they're requesting medium density residential. So we don't look at, in terms of that evaluation, we don't look at who could be living there. We don't look at like ownership type. We just look at the allowable density. So we don't make any
your time's up. No, I'm just
I'll come back later, Mr. Chair.
I'm just kidding.
Thank you. No, I'll come back later. Thank you.
Evaluate based on those. So.
Yeah. You could, if y'all need more time, that's fine. Okay, well, there's no one else in the queue, so do you want to get that question answered, or do you want to?
Yes, sir. So what was I saying? Okay, so medium density residential allows for 20 dwelling units per acre, and which is a jump. LDR allows for 7 dwelling units per acre. We do not do our evaluation based on who might be living there, on their age, on their ownership structure. The PUD will sometimes have
if
that.
I may, can I interrupt you just a moment?
course.
I think through the chair, that really wasn't the question. It was more of the statistics that came out about not the one of the facts that I heard that I jotted down was someone saying there's going to be this many additional trips per day. There'll be this much additional density. So in listening to that and talking about multifamily in this kind of community, saying that this would decrease the value, obviously that's not something you determine either, but I just wanted to say, is that applicable because of this kind of development? Would that information that was shared be applicable?
I would say not for the land use evaluation.
Okay.
It would play more of a role, if at all, in the rezoning.
Gotcha. Next question, and I'm not sure who this goes to. There was talk about the environmental quality of this, and because it is like it is now, obviously it's not taxable. I mean, we can't use it. There's nothing there, but we could gain from that. I'm recalling, and this committee may remember several months ago, there was I know because I have property in Mixontown, and that is near the Forest Park site, which is where the Classical Academy is located. And I don't know if you remember that question. They were trying to put a gym at the Classical Academy, which underneath was the incinerator for the dump. Having that particular structure on it kind of capped it off and allowed it to be used and to protect the community from what was underneath. Is this the same kind of thing where having a structure on there could both protect the community as well as bring us tax revenue from that property?
So through the chair to Councilman Johnson, it's entirely possible. I do not have the expertise to determine that for this particular site, but I will say that capping is a well-known remediation tool. Yeah. So I think it just depends on the specifics of that. And for residential, I'm just thinking of pipes and all those things. But I don't have the expertise for that, but capping is a remediation tool.
Is there anyone here who could speak to it, Mr. Chair? Is there Mr. Hertzberg, maybe?
Sure. Yeah, I was going to say.
Through the chair to Councilmember Dr. Johnson. Specifically, let me clarify the difference between these two types of landfills too. The city's landfill is a municipal waste landfill. That will come with the plastics, the heavy metals, the things of that nature. This property was used as a CND landfill, or a construction and demolition debris landfill. It's wood, it's glass, it's materials from when they tore down a house, that type of thing. So it typically doesn't carry the same type of pollutants. But in this case, you're absolutely right. Capping would be a better use. It probably would not be a good idea to put a bunch of single-family homes where kids are going to play in the yard, things of that nature, which is, again, why this is more programmed to be a 55-plus community, an apartment community. People aren't really going to be out on the lawn. It's a smaller-scale project. The purpose of that would be just as you say. You want to have less interaction in the grass, less interaction on there. And even after cleaning it, we still have the city's site behind it that is likely leaching towards it. So by providing this, we would be kind of captioning or cordoning that off.
Is that the same, and this is my last question, and thank you for that, Mr. Hertzberg, through the chair to planning, is that I know you said we don't have the specific data, but is that what you have, that it was I don't want to use the word non-lethal, but a non-incineratory site? And if not, where can we get that information? Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair.
Sure, to Councilman Johnson. So we actually don't have any data on it at all. We have heard, and we believe that it is likely correct that this was the private dump, as Mr. Hertzberg said. Public Works probably has something on it, since Councilwoman Pittman spoke with Public Works about it. It sounds like they must have something on it. Planning Department, we don't have any records on it in any of our brownfields records. But again, we totally believe that that's what it was. So I would think Public Works would be the go-to.
All right. Good deal. So with that, did we close the public hearing on this? We didn't? Okay. Ms. Pittman, did you want to speak? I thought we did. Yeah, I moved it with conflicting. No, yeah, we did. We did close it. Yeah, and we moved the bill, so we're on.
I second.
Okay, we had a second, so yeah, we're on the bill. And yes, ma'am, go ahead. Ms. Pittman, you're recognized.
To add some additional information, that particular site, based on what Mr. Foster shared with me, he said that was a dump where it was a contractor that was paid X amount of money to dump trash there back in the day. And so with that in mind, and Miss Glover lives right next to, I don't know if you can let her come back up here or not, but a lot of the information, the historical information, I was able to get from the residents, as well as getting a follow-up from Mr. Foster, who actually came to the meeting to explain all of the information to the residents. There was a kid that had got drowned in there. So there's a lot of horrific things that have happened to that land. And, Mr. Hirschberg, I like you and everything, but at the end of the day, this is not a good project. And so we have all of these seniors that's here, and I shared with you, I gave you an opportunity to come to the Legends meeting. We had 2 meetings with the residents at the church, and these residents are active. So I want to tell you, these are not people who are not active in their community, and we want to make sure, with all of the disparities that's going on, let them live their life and not build on this cancerous land. Thank you.
All right, we got no other speakers in the queue. Does everyone have their questions answered? And again, this is just the land use here. So 2025-242, we have a motion and a second. So with no other speakers, let's open the ballot, record your votes.
Six yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-242. Moving on to item number 6, 2025-243. Council members, please declare any ex parte communication you have. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to declare ex parte that on October 2nd, I received an email from Mr. Herzberg stating the project and the rezoning, and it's being filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right, we have no other speakers. Let's open the public hearing and get a staff report. Oh, Councilmember Johnson.
Guess it didn't pop up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I reached out to Mr. Hertzberg. I had questions about this property, and I also spoke with Reverend Flagg outside in the building. Both of these conversations have been filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
All right, no other speakers in the queue for ex parte. Let's open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is the companion PUD rezoning ordinance 2025-0243, which is seeking to rezone approximately 5.34 acres of land from RLD 60 to a PUD. The current request, according to the submitted written description and site plan that staff has, is to allow for the development of 96 multifamily dwellings. Staff has reviewed the proposed PUD, and while the permitted and permissible uses in the PUD written description are consistent with the allowed uses and density of the MDR category, when applying the criteria with consistency in the 2045 comprehensive plan and with the combined factors of the goals, objectives, and policies, we find the intensity and scale of the project is not consistent with the intent of the comp plan. The transition and compatibility and intensity of uses are accomplished through appropriate zoning and are an important consideration to the welfare and sustainability of an area. This is especially important when multifamily residential units are introduced to a predominantly single-family area as proposed within this PUD. The property is also located within the Northwest Vision Plan, which emphasizes the importance of strengthening and protecting existing neighborhoods. As the proposed development is located within an established single-family neighborhood, it would disrupt the character and be incompatible with the surrounding single-family uses. We do note that there are multifamily developments within the immediate area, but these developments have direct access to Moncrief Road West, which is classified as a collector roadway. These developments create a natural transition of densities from development along the higher classified roadways to the existing single-family developments expanding off of that roadway. This proposed development is further back within the established single-family neighborhood where access is only along a local roadway. We find that the requested rezoning to be inconsistent and not compatible. So because of these reasons and those in the staff report, we are forwarding a recommendation of denial. This application was heard by Planning Commission on September 18th, where there were 2 speakers in opposition expressing the community's desire to maintain the existing neighborhood character of single-family dwellings. They also noted that the existing apartments in the immediate area are deteriorating and contributing to blight and increasing the crime. The commissioners were divided. Several expressed concerns about the site's history as a former dump, noting that remediation could potentially expose a vulnerable population to contamination. They also felt that the proposed development was not compatible with the surrounding single-family developments, while other commissioners, however, found that the site was appropriate for a higher density development given the presence of several existing apartment complexes in the area. But ultimately, the commission voted 4-3 to approve the application.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Herzberg, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I won't use all of that time. I'll be brief. Actually, on August 20th, we had sent to the Planning Department a revised PUD, which again changed the nature of this. And in your package, there should be a depiction of the proposed architectural styling. So what we did was reduce the footprint of the project, taking about what would have been about a say 60% use of the property and flipped it. So now we're only going to use about 40% of the property. The 60% would remain in the back and retain its natural current status. But again, this would be limited to 84 units. There would be, in fact, 7 buildings. Each of those buildings could contain up to 12 units. They're 1-bedroom apartments. We have architectural plans, elevations that we've submitted both to the councilwoman, to the community, and to the department. And I apologize, I thought you guys had that since August 20th in the email that I had sent to the director and several others. But again, this would be limited to the building type that's in your project. So again, hearing from the community that they wanted single-family dwellings, but knowing that that could not be achieved, we arrived at what's called a big house concept. It looks like a single-family dwelling, but it allows for multifamily within it. Again, you've heard about the number of aged folks in the community. This provides them an opportunity to stay or to remain in the community of which their families live, be in close proximity, be close to their houses of worship, along with their grandchildren that are going to the schools. So again, I think from the planning perspective, what you're creating here is a more livable community, a community that one can age within by allowing this type of housing. I disagree with the staff on numerous policies that were referred to in the earlier parts, but I do want to be very clear that this is limited to 84 units. It was reduced from 96 to 84. The site plan was revised, and the architectural style would be mandated to be that which is depicted herein. Be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you so much.
All right, just pause right there for a second. Mr. Reingold, did you have a concern or a question with something that was said?
Through the chair, thank you very much to the applicant, Mr. Herzberg. Mr. Herzberg, the Planning Department report is based upon a written description dated March 18, 2025, and a site plan dated March 18, 2025. Both are original. Are you saying you have new site plan and written description exhibits?
Through the chair, that's exactly what I'm saying. On August 20th, an email was sent to the director and Aaron Abney. I have a copy of that I could forward to anyone that would want that, including the staff. But in that case, we do indicate the reduction down to 94, that it would be a 55 plus, and that we would be using this architectural style with a photo of the architectural components attached to it. Be happy to send that to you and back to staff, or however would be easiest.
Through the chair to Mr. Herzberg, I don't have those documents. So if this board were to take action on this tonight, I just don't have those in front of me. They don't have it in front of me. I've tried my best today to provide them with copies of everything that other applicants have provided us. I'm just kind of, I'm not in the posture to have any of this stuff.
I understand completely, which is why I heard the comments earlier about 96 units, and I was shaking my head. No. We had already agreed to move this down to 84 back in August and change the site plan accordingly. So don't know what posture that leaves us in here, but...
So there's no new site plan that's showing the reduced number of units?
I've got printed copies of that I could hand to you right now, but I've also, again, sent the email to the department with intent that that be revised.
Through the chair,
August.
do you have a revised written description as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because, yeah, we haven't, was that provided to staff as well?
That was all provided in August 20th. Yes, sir.
So why don't we go ahead and get them hard copies of it since they don't have it in their email? One second. This is Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson. Who are you asking the question to?
Yeah, it's just a real quick question.
For staff?
First, while he's getting that, I was just curious because...
Well, hold on. Who are you asking the question to?
I think it's going to go to Aaron.
Okay, we'll just wait because she's in the middle of...
Because it was going to... And I'll just put it out there. Did the lack of having this information, since they didn't have it, was that the reason for denial?
Okay.
That was it.
Okay, good question.
That was your question? Yeah, because they said denial.
Everyone actually. Oh, that wasn't your... Ms. Pittman? Yes, go ahead.
To keep us from doing work here tonight, I'd like to know if we can defer this to get it right, because you all just voted for the apartments. I think it's a disservice if the staff doesn't have the information. And I want to make sure that there's a fair opportunity to give the residents an opportunity and the staff to review. You know, we all have projects in our district, and I just think this is unacceptable right now to make a decision right now at this city council meeting. That's unacceptable. And so I'm just asking you if we can withdraw the vote that we just had and give, and I don't know who would be the right person to ask, so we can vote on this at the same time, because it's not fair.
Okay, well, I hear
Please.
you. I hear you.
Okay.
I'm inclined to not do that because I just want to hear specifically what was changed. Is it just the number of units? If it's just the number of units, then no. We're going to vote on this now. No offense, but we don't need more time for a small change like that. It's a written description. It's 3 words that need to be changed, and it's 10 o'clock. We're not going to table this. Everyone's been here. They've been waiting. So if it's disservice, it's a disservice to these people who have come down here and waited for 5 hours to talk to this bill. So we're not deferring this. Staff, let me know if you have a copy of it and you're good to go.
I have one copy. I'm a little bit perplexed why it's dated March 18, 2025, when that's the original written description. So there's a change, but you kept the same date. I would highly recommend to you, Mr. Herzberg, through the chair, that you have a different date on your written description. Also, I really would like an 8.5 by 11 that could be part of the bill. I mean, the whatever amendment comes through. I'm happy to move forward tonight. I'm just a little bit disappointed.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to move forward with that information, and in my opinion, those are small changes, and he's going to get that done. So we're going to vote on that information being codified either after tonight. So it is what it is. With that, we're still in the public comment, or we're still in the public hearing right now, correct?
Yes, I
Okay, so do you want to speak right now, or you want to speak after? Okay, so let's go through the public. Let's get back on track here. Let's go through the public hearing cards, and we're going to hear all the comments from the community, and then we will bring it back to this committee. So number one, now we have Mr. Artis Worthen. You are up. Thank you for waiting, sir.
Thank you. I'm Artis Worthen, and my address is on file. And I learned a lot of things here I didn't even know about in a lot of these meetings. But one of the most worst things that I'm worried about are seniors. And to me, one of the main things I'm here for, and I'm going to speak just on this, Reebok School, the property there, talking about putting complex. Let me tell you something. We have got to see about and take care of our senior citizens. Right now, every apartment complex, senior citizens trying to get out of them. They're getting out of them because there's more killing, more drug activity in these complexes, and our senior citizens want out. They want their own places. Please deny, oppose to building anything close to the schools. Anything. We don't need that. Every time you turn the radio, TV on, someone is getting killed, or they manufacturing drugs in these places, and these senior citizens want out. Please think about that. The opposition of building anything near the schools, and then it's near the schools. People going to be coming out of there doing drugs, manufacturing drugs. Our seniors don't need that. Now, getting back to the chemical they were talking about, I just didn't know about a lot of this stuff. But do you all remember Wilson Tumor Fertilizer Plant, Vasco Chemical Company, and those people were hauling chemicals, dumping them near the school off of Moncrief Road. I reflect back to my house. I live on the water. They were dead fish, stinking. I had the city out there. Dead fish came up stinking. I couldn't walk in my backyard for the smell.
All right, thank you, sir. That is your time. Next up, we have Donna Wells. Okay, is in opposition, Janicia Odom, followed by Anthony Akins, and then Joycelyn Ann Glover. Janicia Odom? Yes, ma'am.
3960 Robert C. Weaver.
Can you speak into the mic? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Janicia Odom, 3960 Robert C. Weaver. On the previous agenda, Councilmember Arias, is it? You spoke on you said, well, at least it wasn't affordable housing or multifamily being put in their neighborhood. For us, it would be both. So I would like for that same consideration to be taken into account for us. The big house concept that you spoke of, I don't think it's so much the structure. 84 bodies on top of our community is a lot to add into, that little plot. So I just want that to be considered moving forward. It's a lot, whether it's a big house, small house, apartment complex. And at the previous meeting, it was mentioned that the investor wouldn't make his money back because he wouldn't make the money back from single-family homes. I think that's a personal problem, and I don't think we're being considered in that aspect at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Anthony Akins.
Again, Anthony Akins. My address should be on file, I would imagine. Again, I'm in opposition to the rezoning of this property for the simple fact you have it on there for a particular type of homes to be built. And you're talking about, I've heard it over and over and over tonight, talking about spot zoning. This would be spot zoning. The same company are building homes over off Edgewood Avenue, which is about maybe a mile, if that, maybe 3/4 of a mile from where they want to put these 84 units that's supposedly be 84 units now. So that in itself is not, if that's not spot zoning, what is? When you already have a place over on Edgewood Avenue, over Edgewood in Cleveland, that's zoned for the homes that they're building there now. But you want to come and put another 84 over here for Winton. We have enough of these units or apartments in our community. That's all you guys approve for our community. Apartments or these low-income apartment homes or liquor stores. Give us something that we need. This is more or less like a food desert. Give us something that we can actually use or will serve the community besides more homes that are deteriorating and bringing down the price of the value of our community. That's all we're asking. Treat us as individuals that pay our taxes just as well as the people in Mandarin do, as well as the people down at the beaches do. Give us the respect that we are due and stop cramming this crap down our throats. We're tired of it. We can't depend on you guys to do nothing for us besides, hey, sentence us to death.
Joycelyn Ann Glover, followed by Clenzeria Brown, Aaron Flagg, and Joseph Wood.
Joycelyn Ann Glover, 3661 Macmillan Avenue. I just want to make a correction. When I moved over there in 1959, that was not a dump. It was a swimming hole. It was a swimming hole. People swarmed in it. In 1969, a young boy drowned. That's when they started dumping stuff in it. And I was an eyewitness. I saw what they was dumping in it. They dumped Coca-Cola, Pepsi, debris from the grocery stores. I never, ever saw any material from a house. Never saw any material from a house. And I'm an eyewitness. I know that. So I don't know where he got this information from, but I'm an eyewitness. When I moved over there, that was a water hole the children swam in. From 59 to April of 1969, when the young boy, about 10 years old, drowned. That's when they sucked the water out and started dumping in it. But they did not dump any debris from any houses because we was watching them in the neighborhood when they was coming over there and dumping. And that's just that's the only thing I have to say, a rebuttal to what he said. I'm an eyewitness. As hearsay, he's saying, I'm an eyewitness. Thank you.
All right, Clenzeria Brown, are you here? Okay. Aaron Flagg. Or you're next. You're next. Just making sure you're here.
Clenzeria Brown. My address is already recorded It's late, so I'm gonna make it short. This is a lot. This is really a lot. And my concern, whether it's 94, 84, council member, you said it doesn't really matter, that you all are gonna vote on it anyway. And that's troubling to me because that's like the young lady said, she's a recent homeowner. That's 84 people in one block, and we have to digest that. There's one road in McMillan, one road way in and one way out. And if anything, and like they were saying when the planning committee did their specs on it and they did not recommend it because we're not opposed to the housing. That's what you all don't understand. We're not opposed to it, but the infrastructure does not support it. It is not Moncrief Road. It is not, what's another road? It's not Bay Meadows Road. It's a small street, single street with houses. It's not a main thoroughfare. So how are we going to be able to massage all of that if the zoning passes? And the people are going to be stuck there. You have rebound rains. People are coming in, dropping their kids off first thing in the morning. It's going to be awful traffic. So that's my thing. How are we going to support that when that street is not built for that? Thank you.
Next, we have Aaron Flagg.
My name is Aaron Flagg. My address is on file. I want to appeal to your Christian moral conscience and what just took place in that boat and the way that it went down. God sits high and looks low. We can't hide anything from him. We do wrong, he'll certainly, I think the Bible says you reap what you sow. But in that particular dump, I told y'all Mr. Herzog will sell or carry his own milk, and he got y'all food. But he don't know what was put in that dump, cause wasn't no guard over there, and everybody from anywhere and everything went in that dump. It wasn't just no bill of materials. It was anything somebody wanted to blunt that had $5 to get a man to pull in there. And when he was gone, everybody in the world went through there and dumped. So let's don't try to do that. But I'm saying, if it's covered up, and we go and dig it up, knowing that it's unsafe, then we, the city of Jacksonville, and the community are liable to our children and the people that get sick behind it. Now, is that a chance we want to take? God bless you. Keep you. Amen.
All right, next we have Joseph Wood. Opposition, Kira Melton. In opposition, Juanita Owens. Opposes, LaTanya Pickett. Are you coming down, ma'am? Okay. LaTanya Pickett, are you here? Okay, she's in opposition, and then
you have my card. I'm Juanita Owens, and I live 2972 Palmdale Street. I'm here because of opposition to this apartments. And as far as that dump is concerned, I've been in my home for 53 years. And the smell tells it all. We used to smell, we know when people were dumping over there, because I don't care what you will find on papers, checking back with the city, they're saying it was privately owned. It may have been privately owned, but that person that owned it wasn't there to see what was being dumped. but we knew there was something, it had to be something more than metal and materials. It had to be stuff that's smelly, and we smell it very often. We've had fish dying in my property is just in back of this property that you're talking about. My property is just in back of that, where there's a small pond, a lake there. And there was so many dead fish in there this past winter, where it's supposedly they had already dug up all this stuff. There was so many dead fish, like the gentleman was saying earlier, if we could hardly go outside without smelling fish, nice big fish. It's a live lake, a live pond, or however you want to call it. But it was terrible. And there's still some chemicals and stuff in there that's causing all kinds of problems. Thank you.
Okay, we have no other speaker cards. Mr. Herzberg, if you'd like to use the remainder of your time, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I have the utmost respect for these folks, as well as the district councilwoman, and I apologize for all of this tonight. The project started off as one thing. The community really did better the project, in my personal opinion, professional opinion, by providing their input and their comments and concerns. Again, I can't tell you what's in the ground. I don't know anybody that can. But I can tell you that I firmly believe it's better to go in there and clean the site when you have a property owner that's willing to do so than to leave it sit in its current configuration and potentially migrate into these folks' yards if there is such chemicals or things of that nature. This is not going to be a simple cleanup. Again, the city of Jackson will be looking over his shoulder, as well as the FDEP. So when you take one of these, what we believe to be a construction demolition debris facility, and clean it, or whatever is in there, he's going to have to meet all the standards of the state and local governments. Finally, with regard to infrastructure, I do believe the infrastructure is there. This is a 55-plus community. They're not as likely to be entering the traffic stream in the mornings when the school is busy, things of that nature. And again, I truly believe that the use of this property is better than the vacant nature in which it sits, from the comments that we've heard tonight. But I thank you very much for your consideration.
All right, with that, we will bring it back to committee. Ms. Pittman, you popped off, but you can go first or you can go last, whichever. We're still in public hearing. Did you have questions that you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I'll have a question that I want to ask Mr. Hirschberg.
Go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Hirschberg, based on the budget for the cleanup, how much do y'all have allocated for that?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, they haven't even gotten that far. Again, they couldn't spend that dollars to try and start programming that until they did spend money doing test pits and specific augering bits to try and figure out what's down there and how deep it goes. But there's no budget that's even been calculated yet.
So that's my concern. You just mentioned that you don't know what's down there. If let's say y'all had $1 million allocated for that, it might be $2 million, and that means that you've already got this project approved. That's problematic. You know what I mean? And so will the developer be willing to spend X amount of money, $2 million to clean it up? Because when we met, we all understood that it was supposed to be the development of the project was supposed to be X amount of dollars, right? So if you don't know what's down there, I really wish Mr. Foster was here, because he could really kind of give us some rollout about that property. So I'm just asking you a question. So let's say it might be $1 million or $1.5 million to clean it. Will that developer be willing to pay that amount of money in addition to developing the project?
Through the chair, Councilwoman, I can't say what he would or will not be able to do financially or be able to get a loan for, but I guess the counter argument to that would be that if he was unable to do so, the property wouldn't change. All of this would be for naught, but you also wouldn't have any change to the character of the neighborhood. There'd be no development whatsoever on the property. The site has to be cleaned to move forward. Otherwise, nothing can be built here. So if he figures out after a pro forma that nothing can be built, nothing changes on the site. The folks will have everything
And
as they've
so
got it right
I want
now.
to make sure that you keep us abreast to what's going on, because council members, I can't tell y'all what to do, but I got to say, you know, when you all have stuff in your district, we support you. Right now, I feel like you all are not supporting what the people want. The ones even before that. I mean, it's crazy. It's stuff that y'all have in y'all community that you all don't want, right? And we support that because of what the people say. But when you don't do what the people say, there's consequences. So I'm just saying, I'm really disturbed tonight that you all didn't pass this project. I'm not saying, you know, you could go back and develop another project, but I'm concerned that it's going to be more to clean it up than what y'all think it is. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Arias, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Herzberg, I have a couple questions for you. The whole issue with the 96 units to 84 units, obviously it's already been cleared up. My question was going to be, regardless of that, you talked about 7 towers with the 84 units, and then the land in the back, you weren't going to do anything with it. Is that because you just don't want to do anything with it, or what's the reason, the logic behind that?
Through the chair to the councilman, the goal was, again, to try and shrink the project, to try and create at least something that emulated a single-family community, as opposed to the first project that would have been a multifamily project.
I asked because what I don't want is for you guys in the future to come back and say, we're going to build something here. So what kind of guardrails can you give the neighbors saying, hey, we're going to keep this as a green space or whatever the case is? Is that something that we could add to this?
Through the chair, sir, respectfully, the site plan clearly denotes the buildable area. It shows the 7 buildings that could be built. We've submitted the building plans and the architectural for the structures that will be built. So there is no ability to go beyond that or build further back into the
Perfect.
site.
So we got that protected for them. Yes. My next question, which I'm pretty sure I know the answer, is this rental or purchase property?
Through the chair, sir, this would be a rental product.
Rental product.
Yes, sir.
What is the going rate for these?
Sir, I don't even know. Again, that the issue will be the costs involved and how the performer works out in the future.
How many 55-plus communities do we have in the surrounding area?
Sir, respectfully, I defer to the councilwoman.
One. All right. Okay.
We had not had any new development in over 30 years.
30 years, yep. Thank you, ma'am. That's actually going to be my next question, Mr. Herzberg. I'm not done with you, sir. All right. The cleaning of the site, you obviously mentioned that, and obviously my time, I don't know, did my time run out?
I don't think it ran out. I don't think they restarted it.
Okay.
Steven's doing the show or the work
Steven,
of like 5 people down there.
Steven, if you don't mind just adding 3 minutes on the clock, that'll be great. Right, so.
No, he's got like 1 more minute.
All right, 1 more minute. The cleaning of the site, right? That's the biggest issue. The reason why there hasn't been any development in 20, 30 years is because the site is like this. I'm not saying what I'm going to do or not do, but the point of the matter is very simple. If you want property values to go up, something needs to hit. And in this case, that dump site will continue to bring down property values. It will make people not want to move there or continue to grow businesses. That dump site needs to be removed. The fact that you have somebody that's willing to incur the cost of that, that's a huge blessing. The fact that you're going to put 55-plus seniors, not just anybody, young people causing havoc, I like that. So the puzzle pieces are coming together in a way that I think just makes sense for the community. The biggest thing, I did hear somebody call my name out regarding, the integrity of the neighborhood, how this one doesn't compare to the other one. The reason why is because the other one was 100-foot lots. This one does have a couple of MDRs surrounding it, and I know we're talking about the rezoning, but the integrity of this neighborhood has a little mix of everything else. So that's why if you see my vote tonight, it's because it's not the same as the other one. And my time is up, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We can't allow any other comments from the community at this point. The public hearing has been closed. So, committee members, if there's no other questions, we are in. Have we had a motion on this? No, sir. Sorry. Your time to speak is past. Okay. Dylan, did we close the public hearing? Okay. Okay. No, the public hearing is closed. We're in the committee discussion at this point. Councilmember Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and have listened to all sides, and definitely, I personally, when opportunities present themselves for development, want to find ways that we can add value to communities. There are some challenges that I sense and hear in this one, and these challenges run deep. And I was just there today dropping off backpacks at Reebok in the area. When I hear the neighbors talk about the challenges of that community, it leads me to believe or wonder, for the product that's being placed there, are we putting those people in the safest of positions and places, considering the challenges that they face? So I have some uncertainty when it comes to that. I am definitely in favor of helping our seniors. I'm all for that, and putting them in positions where they have a quality of life that I think they deserve in their finer years of life. But I don't think in this situation for me that I'm going to be comfortable enough for a community that oftentimes has found itself faced with some challenges to move forward with this one. And this is uncommon for me. I believe it's going to have the votes up here. And so that's fine. And it's no shade on any of you all who choose to support it. But I just can't get over right now our seniors being impacted by this, and having seniors here tonight talking about their concern with the compatibility of the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes, I wanted to say, Mr. Chair, that in doing continual research the entire time we were speaking, one of the things that I see is the Owens dump, and I'm a little confused as to how I can find information about Owens dump, but the city doesn't have it accessible. I think we've got to really work on that to ensure that we have the information, but it literally lists the chemicals that were there, and it was not just, based on the information that I've been able to ascertain, it was not just household waste, but additional chemicals, hydrochlorins, and I'm not going to list all of them, but it literally lists just a bevy of chemicals. My reason for wanting to do something with this property is to cap it so that it does not expand. That's why I want to. However, based on where we are now, I don't know that this is the right place for us to be. I do want to see this property capped so it will not infect or infiltrate other parts of the community, which is why I am supportive of doing something with it so that it does become usable. I just don't know that this is it. So I do need more information on it. If we do have to vote tonight, I will not be supporting this project moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we're waiting. No, there's no amendment on this. Okay. Oh, do you want to move? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, walk us through that, Ms. Reingold.
So try to put us in the right posture. The item was marked as without an amendment. Mr. Herzberg presented what I'm going to describe as an October 7th, 2025 written description that changes the number of units from 96 apartments to, I believe, 84 units. It also, I believe, also designates some language about housing for the elderly. So that written description that was handed to us, and I literally will just strike out the March 18th date and put in October 7th. Second, it incorporates a revised site plan dated July 8th. But I want to be very clear, Mr. Herzberg, and I want to put this on the record, is that includes a site plan, and it contains 3 sort of architectural renderings, which are named as the City of Waycross apartment building, and then the final page of it is a picture of what it's supposed to look like. Do you agree, Mr. Herzberg, that that is the site plan and the written description?
Through the chair, I agree.
Okay, so we have a motion, and do we have a second on that amendment?
A motion and second.
All right. All in favor of the amendment, which is the amended site plan as just agreed to by Mr. Herzberg, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. What? Oh, okay, sorry, and the written description, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment carries.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. No one in the queue. Open the ballot, record your votes. Wait, let's see.
4 yeas,
Okay.
2 nays.
All right, by your action, you've approved 2025, 243. Moving on to item number 7, 2025, 448. Any speaker cards? Let's open the public hearing. One speaker card, Chrissy Kinney. Come on down.
Chrissy Kinney, address on file. I oppose the relaxation of 6561209 subpart C that's listed in this bill 448. It may appear administrative, but it erodes Jacksonville's environmental protections and legal posture. It conflicts with the comprehensive plan, weakens resilience funding eligibility, increases neighborhood exposure, and locks the city into weaker standards under state preemption of Senate Bill 180. This council is urged to maintain current 6561209 applicability standards until the state's preemption window closes, provided no other named storms impact the state. In the meantime, at best, a full consistency review should be completed, not a change in law. Industrial and commercial owners should be the first to defend this because a healthy, beautiful city is the best business model there is. People spend more, stay longer, and invest deeper in places that feel alive. Every tree, every green space, every landscape buffer adds value, not cost. Why relax the very elements that make Jacksonville neighborhoods desirable? You can't build prosperity on bare pavement. And I'm also somewhat offended by the argument that protecting 6561209 is anti-growth. It's quite the contrary. It's exactly how we make growth worth something. And that worth has a clear value. Financial analysis for urban rehabilitation and retrofitting principles, particularly landscaping, generates sufficient profits for property owners through a blend of increased revenue and decreased operational cost. On national average, well-designed landscape spaces correlate with higher values and rental rates. 17% higher rental revenue for commercial spaces with high-quality landscaping. 10 to 20% increase in property value for commercial sites with professionally designed and maintained landscapes. And higher commercial rent premiums in walkable, mixed-use urban areas, sometimes as much as 75%. Increased spending. Shoppers are willing to spend more time and money in retail centers with attractive landscaping and tree canopy. Improved foot traffic, lush greenery, and inviting walkways can turn a visit into an enjoyable outing, attracting more foot traffic and repeat business. And better brand imaging. A well-cared-for exterior signals quality and professionalism, which builds trust and positive brand perceptions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. This public hearing is continued until 10/21/25. Moving on now, we are on 2025-449. Council members, please declare any ex parte communication you have at this time. Seeing none, we're going to open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is PUD rezoning ordinance 2025-0449, which is seeking to rezone approximately 14.5 acres of land from RMDA to a PUD to allow for a maximum of 225 multifamily dwellings. The subject site is located at the end of Sheldon Drive, which is a local roadway that serves as one of the primary access points for Ed White High School. The Sheldon Drive right-of-way currently goes through the school's parking lot before reaching the property. However, the physical roadway is not built within the actual right-of-way. The school board and the applicant are working together in order to fix the right-of-way issues and to create an agreement in place for access to both the subject site and the school property. Staff has reviewed the request and finds that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the internal and external compatibility factors. Access to the facility will be serviced by Old Middleburg Road North, which is currently operating at 32% capacity. Today, under the existing RMDA zoning district, the site is entitled to single-family homes and townhome developments at a density under the existing land use, which is medium-density residential. So the request is to allow for apartments under the same density allowed under the existing MDR land use. The site is bordered by I-295 to the west. You have a cemetery to the east and a Florida Highway Patrol Station to the north. Further east along Old Middleburg Road, recently rezoning was approved for a property to go to RMDD, which would allow for a similar development and density to this project. We find that the requested rezoning to be consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. So because of these reasons and those in the staff report, we forward a recommendation of approval with 2 conditions that are listed in your agenda. The applicant did provide staff with an updated site plan to reflect some sidewalk changes throughout the development. And you've received a copy of that revised Exhibit 3 that's dated September 24th, 2025. The application was heard by Planning Commission on September 18th, where there were no speakers in opposition and the commission had little concerns about the proposed development. Condition 2 was amended slightly during the public hearing to be clearer on the location of the sidewalks, which the planning department had no concerns on. And again, the commission had no concerns and they voted unanimously for approval.
All right, thank you so much. One speaker card, Mr. Michael Sittner.
Michael Sittner, 1 Independent Drive, Suite 1200, on behalf of the applicant. Chairman, did I hear you? I'm the only speaker card on this?
Yes.
Okay, great. I stand behind the staff report. We agreed to the 2 conditions as included in the agenda and the site plan that we submitted dated 9/24/25. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Let's go ahead to the committee members for questions. Councilmember Arias, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. I forgot to declare ex parte on this.
Oh, okay.
So declare ex parte on 2 dates, 9/11/2025. I received a phone call from Mr. Sittner to discuss the rezoning. And then today, October 7th, I had a conversation with Ms. Trimmer and Mr. Sittner as well on this to see if I had any other questions. And it's all currently being filed. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Freeman, is it ex parte?
It's both.
Huh? Okay, just go through your ex parte first, and then I think Councilmember Johnson, you have ex parte, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a meeting with Mr. Sittner and a representative from the developers in my office, and we will make sure the necessary paperwork is filed and submitted to legislative services.
All right. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask to declare ex parte for Monday the 6th, yesterday at 4 p.m. in my office. I had a meeting with the team from Driver McAfee. The details are included with the Legislative Services Office. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Freeman, did you want to go ahead and ask your questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the meeting, through the chair to Mr. Sittner, I had one concern, and I had not heard back from your office or from you all. And that concern was the close proximity of the project to a school and sexual predators, registered sex offenders. Can you give us the assurance or give me the assurance that the required distance or whatever it may be, if you guys are even allowed to do that or not? Can you elaborate, please?
Sure. Through the chair to Councilman Freeman, our management company runs background checks on everybody, so it will be disclosed and they will not be afforded an opportunity to rent there.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to committee.
All right.
We have an amendment with, okay, yeah, we have an amendment with conditions. Can someone please explain the amendment?
Absolutely. The amendment is to adopt the revised site plan dated September 24th, 2025. It also is that the development shall secure an agreement with the Duval County School Board for access to the subject property via Sheldon Drive prior to the issuance by the city of the first certificate of occupancy for a residential unit or the functional equivalent on the subject property. And second condition is that the developer shall construct a pedestrian pathway along Sheldon Drive within or adjacent to the right-of-way from the subject property entrance/exit point at Sheldon Drive, connecting connecting to the pedestrian pathway at the intersection of Sheldon Drive and Old Middlebrook Road North. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any of you opposed? Amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended with the conditions.
All right, we have a motion second on the bill as amended with conditions. And I actually have my ex parte that I need to do right now, so we don't do it at full council. All right, this is for 2025-449. I spoke with Michael Sittner in my office on September 8th at 11 a.m., and the paperwork will be filed with Legislative Services tonight. With that, open the ballot, record your votes.
Six yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-449. Item number 9 has been discussed. Item number 10 has been discussed. Those are open. Continue. Yep. Yeah, 10. You can put them up there. We already went through those. Item 11, we did that. Item 12, we did that. Item number 13, 2025-495. Open the public hearing. No speaker cards. We'll continue this public hearing until 10/21/25. Item number 14, 2025-496. Open the public hearing. No speaker cards. We'll continue this public hearing until 10/21/25. Item number 15, 2025-515. Open the public hearing. We have 2 speaker cards. Deborah Lowe is in opposition. Joanne Prescott opposes. This public hearing is going to be continued until 10/21/25. And item number 16, 2025-516, open the public hearing. No speaker cards. We'll continue this public hearing until 10/21/25. Item number 17, 2025-580, open the public hearing. Get a staff report.
Excuse me. Thank you. Ordinance 2025-580 is for a small-scale land use amendment for approximately 3.99 acres at 3640 and 0 Hemlock Street in the suburban development area. The applicant is seeking a land use change from rural residential to medium-density residential to allow for additional residential units. As documented in the staff report, properties near the subject site have been transitioning to allow for a higher residential density. The proposed land use amendment to MDR results in a compatible land use development pattern, as it will be an extension of the MDR land use category directly north, east, and south of the property. For these reasons and others outlined in the staff report, the Planning Department recommends approval. The Planning Commission heard this item at their September 4th meeting and unanimously recommended approval with a vote of 7-0 with no discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. We have 1 speaker card, Mrs. Samantha Series. Number 17, okay. And Brian Small, did you want to speak as well? Do you have a card? Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Series, we have to let the applicant go first. We just didn't have his card. But you're already down here, so go ahead and take your special seat right there. And Mr. Small, we'll go ahead and have you come up and do your, 3 minutes is fine.
Good evening, Brian Small, address on file, and I'll answer any questions, and
okay,
let's hear what she has to say, and go from there.
Okay. Thank you. And just make sure you get a card for us. And now we'll go to Miss Samantha Series.
Samantha Series, address on file. Sorry. I just wanted to say that I oppose this. Really just has to do with the density. Again, obviously you've heard me talk about the same things over and over again. Don't really want to beat a dead horse, especially since it's almost 11 o'clock. Just want to say that going from RR to MDR is kind of a big change, and I think that that should be considered, especially with the surrounding areas. You know, going from a current 8 dwelling units to a proposed 60 dwelling units, that's a lot. And I'm not sure, you know, unfortunately I haven't had as much ability to do research on this one. So sorry, I'm a little not like as together as the other ones, but just to say, you know, I oppose this. I think that maybe there's a better way to do this. I think we need to do responsible building, responsible development. That's all I have to say.
All right. Councilmember White, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Could I ask you a question? Could you tell me how close you live to this particular location?
Sure. I mean, I can Google it right now, but.
I mean,
just a guesstimate. We don't need like a.
Just an estimate's fine.
Like a couple miles.
A couple miles. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Gaffney. No, she doesn't live in your district. She lives in my district on the south side, AC Skinner Parkway. So definitely more than a few miles. I don't understand. Like, you know, you said you haven't done your research yet. You oppose it. So I want to know, why are you opposing this? Like, what is the competent substantial evidence that you have here for this matter?
My opposing of this is because, you know, it is an RR, so that's rural residential, and, you know, switching it to rezone or adopt a small scale amendment to the comp plan. Obviously, the comp plan had it as residential. That is the reason, because going from RR to MDR, that is a big difference. I don't think it's not to LDR, it's to MDR. So going from rural residential to MDR, and it's in the comprehensive plan. So you're literally changing the comprehensive plan that was already in place. So that is why I oppose it. You know, I come here and I try to do as much research as I can. It is not my job. I have a full-time job. And, you know, I'm coming here doing my best, just trying to keep up with all of the rezoning. I'm just trying to show that there is opposition to rezoning absolutely everything in Jacksonville.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Councilmember White, you're still in the queue. Did you get your question answered? Okay. All right, with that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to committee.
All right, let's move this bill.
All right, move and seconded. No questions. Open the ballot, record your votes.
6 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-580. Moving on to item number 18, 2025-581. Council members, please declare any ex parte communication you have at this time. Seeing two speakers. Councilmember Gaffney, are you on ex parte?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair, I would like to declare ex parte. Mr. Brian Smalls reached out to me last week, asked me did I have any questions about this legislation. I make sure everything get filed with legislative services.
All right, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise to declare ex parte. I met with Mr. Small last week. He asked if I had any questions about this. We're talking about another piece of information. The questions and everything will be filed with legislative services. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is the companion conventional rezoning ordinance 2025-0581, which is rezoning 6.8 acres from RR acre to RMDA to allow for single-family subdivision consistent with the surrounding existing developments. Property is located along Hemlock Street, which connects with Lim Turner. Lim Turner is classified as a minor arterial roadway. Surrounding areas developed primarily with single-family dwellings. Also, there's some townhomes. There's been many rezonings for this particular area, several rezonings, all to RMDA or similar PUD-type developments in 2022 and 2024. So the area is trending for smaller lot sizes. Staff has reviewed the request, finds that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the comp plan with the land use category of medium density residential. So because of these reasons and those in the staff report, we forward a recommendation of approval. Planning Commission heard it on September 4th. There were no speakers in opposition, little discussion, and they voted unanimously for approval.
All right, thank you so much. With that, we'll go to our first speaker card, Mr. Brian Small. Here for questions only. Okay, and then we have Samantha Series.
Samantha, series address on record. I did want to say I'm sorry. I didn't realize the area exactly where it was. It's out by the airport. I was looking at a different one. But I'm telling you, it's just a lot to rezone all these things. Again, I know, we all know that these public comments really aren't getting anywhere. So thank you.
All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing and bring back to committee. Councilmember. All right, we have a motion second on the bill. Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
While I do, I'm certainly looking into this, Mr. Chair, and I really want to get deeper, and I don't go back and forth, but I just want to put on the record that we are listening to every bit of competent, substantial evidence that comes about, and testimony from our community is competent, substantial evidence. So these public comments are certainly warranted, and I believe that all of us are listening and looking at them, and I just wanted that to be on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And I think we have a motion and a second. So with that, open the ballot, record your vote.
Zero nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-581. Moving on to item number 19, 2025-590, looking for a motion to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw.
All right, we have a motion and a second to withdraw. Open the ballot, record your vote.
0 nays.
By your action, you've withdrawn 2025-590. Item number 20, 2025-592, open the public hearing. 2 speaker cards. Rhonda Scott, she is not here, and Vincent Scott, both in opposition. With that, this public hearing will be continued until 10/21/25. Moving on to item number 21, 2025-590. Open the public hearing. 2 speaker cards. Vincent Scott is in opposition. Rhonda Scott is in opposition. This public hearing will be continued to 10/21/25. Moving on to item number 22, 2025-594. Open the public hearing. 2 speaker cards. Vincent Scott, oppose. Rhonda Scott, oppose. This public hearing is going to be continued until 10/21/25. Item number 23, 2025-623. Open the public hearing. No speaker cards. We'll continue this public hearing until 10/21/25. Item number 24, 2025-624. Open the public hearing. No speaker cards. We'll continue this public hearing until 10/21/25. Item number 25, 2025-625. Open the public hearing. Get a staff report.
Thank you. Ordinance 2025-625 is for a small-scale land use amendment for 2.05 acres on the west side of Spring Grove Street between 26th Street West and 30th Street West. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use designation of the subject site from low-density residential, LDR, to light industrial, LI, within the urban area. The surrounding area is predominantly light industrial and residential. The subject site is within the industrial situational compatibility zone. These are areas identified on the industrial preservation map, and they are strategically located to provide access to rail facilities or truck routes, serve ports, or serve airport multimodal requirements. The subject site is supplied with full urban services. The proposed amendment would provide new industrial business space within an industrial situational compatibility area, less than 1/10 of a mile from Canal Street North, which is a collector road, to the east, and Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway and FDOT Expressway to the south. For these reasons and others in the staff report, the Planning Department recommends approval. Planning Commission approved this item unanimously at their September 18th meeting with a vote of 6-0. Thank you.
All right, with that, we will go to the speaker card. We have 1, Michael Sittner, questions only. Close the public hearing, bring it back to committee. Motion and second on the bill. Any discussion? Seeing none, open the ballot, record your vote.
0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-625. Moving on to item number 26, 2025-626. Council members declare ex parte communication at this time. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Chair. I want to declare ex parte. Today I had a phone call with Ms. Trimmer and Mr. Sittner, and it's currently being filed. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is the companion PUD rezoning ordinance 2025-0626, which is seeking to rezone approximately 2 acres from RLD 60 to a PUD to permit light industrial uses, including truck and trailer parking. The PUD differs from a conventional zoning code by removing some of the higher intense industrial uses, which would not be compatible with the surrounding area. It also provides larger buffers along the western and northern property boundary adjacent to residential. They're providing 30 feet of buffering along those property boundaries. As mentioned, this property is located within the industrial situational compatibility zone, which are areas of the city that are identified as potentially appropriate for industrial uses. Staff has reviewed the request and finds it is consistent with the comp plan and meets the internal and external compatibility factors. It's located on the western side of Spring Grove. Properties to the south and east are developed with industrial uses, which can include warehousing and open storage. To the north is multifamily housing, and to the west is single-family dwellings. We find the proposed use will be compatible with the existing established developments and is appropriately buffered. So because of these reasons and those in the staff report, we forward a recommendation of approval with a revised Exhibit 3 site plan that's dated October 6, 2020. Sorry, a revised Exhibit 4 site plan. Nope, sorry. It's late. Revised Exhibit 3 written description dated
Man,
October
Dylan, stop
6th.
nitpicking all that, man. We got it. We got it.
It's in, yeah, it's listed there. Planning Commission heard it on September 18th. There were no speakers in opposition and little discussion, and they voted unanimously for approval.
All right. One speaker card, Mr. Michael Sittner.
Michael Sittner, 1 Independent Drive, Suite 1200, on behalf of the applicant. I just appreciate, I didn't see the amendment on the agenda, so just wanted to make sure we're going to amend to adopt the 8/6/25.
Yes.
And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Can someone please explain the amendment?
Absolutely. The amendment is to adopt a revised written description dated October 6, 2025, which should be sitting in front of you and was also emailed to you earlier today.
All right. Do we have a motion on the amendment?
Motion on amendment, and we got a second from Mr. Pittman.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the amendment. Ms. Pittman, are you on the amendment? Okay, go ahead.
To Ms. Abney or to Mr. Segner, do we have a landscaping plan and lighting for that facility?
Through the chair to Ms. Pittman, so we only require the landscape buffer, the spacing, and we require all the buffering to comply with Part 12. What that means in lawyer speak is that there are landscape standards that are set out in the zoning code, which require a certain amount of trees and fencing per square feet or per frontage. And so the landscaping in the PUD will require that standard zoning code requirement, but for 30 feet.
Okay, so let me just ask the question this way. Is it yes or no?
Yes.
Do we have lighting and do we have landscaping on the outside?
I can't recall off the top of my head on lighting, but I can't recall landscaping.
I need you to get back with me on that. I need to know that for 25 and 26. If you can let me know, okay?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment carries.
Move the bill as amended.
Got to get a second, guys. All right. Yo. Motion is second. I know it's late. Yeah, these guys to my right over here are falling asleep. That's okay. Yeah, I will. I'll be sleeping. What did we just get a motion on?
We got to move the bills amended is what I proposed. He got a second. So.
All right, open the ballot, record your votes.
60 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you approve 2025-626 as amended. Item number 27, 2025-627. This bill is going to be deferred, and we are going to open the public hearing and continue the public hearing until 11/4/2025. And there will be no public hearing on 10/21. Is that good? Yes. Okay, you need it on the 18th? Yeah. Okay. All right. Staff, OGC, it is going to be 11/18. And we will open the public hearing and continue until 11/18/2025. There will be no public hearings between now and then, correct? Okay, no public hearings until 11/18. Moving on to item number 28, 2025-628. This bill is going to be the companion, so it will follow along and also be deferred until 11/18. So we will open the public hearing and continue the public hearing until 11/18/2025. Item number 29, 2025-629. Council members, declare any ex parte communication you have at this time. Seeing none, let's open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is conventional rezoning 2025-629, which seeks to rezone 0.1 acres from CCG 1 to CRO to permit residential uses and lower intense commercial uses. This is a vacant property located at the intersection of 63rd Street East and Wakefield Avenue. The area has been historically developed with single-family and low-density multifamily residential. The under the zoning district of CRO, the property owner would be permitted to develop the property with residential uses. Staff reviewed the request, finds it's consistent with the comp plan. Planning department finds that the requested is consistent with the area. So because of these reasons and those in the staff report, we forward a recommendation of approval. Planning Commission heard it September 18th. There were no speakers in opposition, little discussion, and they voted unanimously for approval.
Okay, great. With that, we'll go to our only speaker card, Mr. Messick. Mr. Messick, the applicant, come on down.
Hi, my name is Hayrudin Messick, which is Hagrudin. Last name Messick, Mesic, and I'm an applicant, and I have no any questions.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir. With that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to committee.
All right, let's move this bill.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no questions, no discussion. Let's go ahead and open the ballot, record your vote.
6 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-629. Moving on to item number 30. Yes, sir. Number 30, 2025-630. Open the public hearing. No speaker cards. Will continue this public hearing until 10/21/25. Item number 31, 2025-631. Council members, please declare any ex parte communications you have at this time. Anybody? Oh, you're good. Go ahead, Councilmember Gaffney.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I would like to declare ex parte. I met with the applicant last week in my office. I'll make sure everything get filed with legislative services.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is conventional rezoning 2025-631, which seeks to rezone approximately 1.5 acres from industrial business park to industrial light to allow for more intense industrial uses, including some outside storage. The property is located along Woodley Road, just west of New Kings Road, where the surrounding properties are all zoned for industrial uses, ranging from IBP and IL zoning. Property to the west were just rezoned from IBP to IL. That was under Ordinance 2025-214. Staff reviewed the request and finds it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And we find that the request for rezoning to IL will be consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. So because of these reasons and those in the staff report, we forward a recommendation of approval. Planning Commission heard it September 18th. There were no speakers in opposition, little discussion, and they voted unanimously for approval.
All right, with that, we'll go to our only speaker card for questions only. Grover Cheshire, is that correct? Yep, okay. Are you here? Oh, okay. Well, no, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Everybody who has been here for a while knows where I was going with that. All right, so with that, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to committee.
All right, let's move this bill.
Motion and second on the bill. No discussion. Open the ballot, record your vote.
6 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-631. Item number 32, 2025-673 is deferred. Item number 33, 2025-674 is deferred. Item number 34, 2025-675 is deferred. There's no public hearing. Number 35, 2025-676, we've already taken up. Item number 36, 2025-677. Council members, declare any ex parte communication you have at this time. Seeing none, let's open the public hearing and get staff report.
Thank you. This is 2025-677, which seeks a waiver of road frontage to reduce the required frontage from 80 feet to 0 feet. The subject property is a 10.34 acre lot located along Alvin Road East and is zoned RR acre. There's currently one single family dwelling on the property, and the applicant seeks to add a second dwelling for a family member. The subject property was originally platted in this configuration in 1913 and is considered a lot of record. The zoning code permits the development of one single family dwelling on a lot of record in the RR acre zoning district, regardless of lot area, lot width, and road frontage. Because Alvin Road is classified as an unapproved private road, though, a waiver of road frontage is needed to add a second dwelling. Staff finds that the lot meets all other zoning requirements for a second dwelling and is compatible with the surrounding area, as there are at least 10 other homes that utilize the unapproved portion of Alvin Road. For these reasons, we forward a recommendation of approval.
All right, thank you so much. Now we will go first speaker card, the applicant, Mr. Robert Ordonio. You're here. Questions only? All right, questions only. Next speaker, Sylvia Barber. Come on down.
Hello, everybody.
Name and address.
So on this particular one,
Can you state your name and address, ma'am?
is this better?
Yep, we just need your name and address.
Oh, my name's Sylvia Barber, 6842 Plum Lake Lane, Jacksonville 32222.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. The little notice that we got has looks like a screenshot maybe of you guys' property maps. The problem is it doesn't look consistent with what my husband and I, when we bought the house 31 years ago, it does not look consistent with what our plot plan looks like that we got when we bought the property. Our big question is this going to become a business? Because this gentleman has been accumulating horses and equipment, and he wants to now change the entryway from 80 feet requirement to 0 because he doesn't have 80 feet. He really only has about 30 feet until it hits my property on Alvin Road. It's kind of a weird situation where a planned urban development, my lot backs up against the back of my lot backs up against his lot. This doesn't seem, to me, it doesn't look the same as what we, when we got a survey. So our question being is if it's going to be a business, what kind of business is it? Because nothing's listed. And I know I can't answer questions, but it is a change in the zoning. And so we wanted to find out, is there anything that we need to be aware of with this gentleman?
So it's not a zoning change, it's just a waiver of road frontage, and the gentleman right here, so maybe he can speak to the...
Could you explain to me what that means? Why does he need from 80 feet to 0 feet? We don't understand that.
Okay. If Ms. Abney or whoever wants to answer what a waiver of road frontage is, that would be great.
Basically, the zoning code requires that in order to develop a lot with a single-family dwelling, you have to have frontage along a public right-of-way or an approved private road.
Right.
So his lot meets all of the zoning requirements for RR acre. He has 10 acres, so he could technically put multiple dwellings on here. However, this portion of Alvin Road that goes past Plum Lake, it's an unapproved private road. So he has direct access to his property.
Yes.
It's just because it's not an approved private road that's documented with Public Works. He has to get this waiver in order to add a second dwelling on the property. So it's not going to be for a business. It's a second dwelling for a family member.
So he's adding a second residence on the property?
That is correct.
But it's not a business?
Correct.
All right. Well, that answers my question. I do appreciate your time.
Well, I'm so sorry you had to wait 6 hours to get your question answered.
Well, that's okay. I'm pretty patient. So.
Yeah, your patience is beyond, I think, most of ours. So,
well, my husband
and I'm glad it was a satisfactory
my husband
answer.
Says persistent, and I know I probably dozed off. Yeah, I missed my afternoon map today.
Well, catch up on that tomorrow, so,
All right.
which will be in about 45 minutes. All
All
right.
right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. All right. Where are we at? 30. Okay, so we did that. All right. Let's go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to committee. Amendment?
We have an amendment. Move the amendment.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the amendment. All right. The amendment basically puts a space in between by Robert and Robert. So if we could get a Scrivener employee in our step, no, I'm just kidding. That would be great. All right, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The amendment carries.
All right. Move the bill as amended.
Motion and a second on the bill as amended. Open the ballot, record your vote.
6 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you approved. 2025-677. Item number 37. 2025-678. Councilmembers, please declare any ex parte communication you have at this time. Councilmember Arias, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Declaring ex parte, I spoke to the applicants today via phone call, and it's currently being filed. Thank you.
All right. No other ex parte. So with that, we'll open the public hearing and get staff report.
Thank you. This is 2025-678, which seeks a waiver of road frontage to reduce the required frontage from 72 feet to 50 feet for 2 lots. The subject property is a 0.34 acre lot located along Algonquin Avenue between Baltic Street and Verona Avenue. The applicant seeks to reduce the road frontage in order to subdivide the lot with the existing house on one lot and build a new dwelling on the other. While the property and surrounding area are zoned RLD 90, many of the lots in this portion of the Ortega neighborhood were developed much smaller than the minimum requirements of the zoning district. The proposed lots will match the lots adjacent to the property at 2927, 2935, 2937, and 2939 Algonquin Avenue. Staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding area and forwards a recommendation of approval, and there is also a companion administrative deviation which will be presented next.
All right. Thank you so much. With that, we'll go to the applicant, Michael Sittner. Questions only. Next up, we have Nathan Gray is also here in support. Questions only. All right. Let's go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to committee. We got an amendment.
Yep, move the amendment.
Can someone please explain? Oh, okay. The amendment is changing the word Hagar to Hager. Is that right? Okay. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment carries.
Move the bill's amended.
Second. Okay. We have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Open the ballot, record your vote.
Six yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-678. Item number 38, 2025-679. Council members, please declare any ex parte communication you have at this time.
Yep.
All right. Councilmember Arias.
All right, thank you, Chair. I declare ex parte as well. I had a phone call with the applicant this morning on October 7th, and it's currently being filed. Thank you.
All right. No other ex parte communication, so let's open the public hearing and get a staff report.
Thank you. This is the companion administrative deviation 2025-679, which seeks to reduce the required minimum lot area from 9,900 square feet to 7,500 square feet and reduce the minimum lot width from 90 feet to 50 feet for 2 lots, along with reducing the side and rear yards for an existing accessory dwelling unit. As previously stated, the applicant seeks to subdivide the existing parcel into 2 separate lots. While the proposed lot width and area reduction is less than the RLD 90 zoning requirements, the proposed lots will match the neighboring lots to the east. There is also an existing house and accessory dwelling unit on the property that the applicant seeks to maintain. While the proposed lot split, the accessory dwelling unit encroaches into the side and rear setback. This application also seeks to legalize those encroachments. Staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding area and forwards a recommendation of approval.
All right. Thank you so much. With that, we will go to our speaker cards. Michael Sittner, questions only. Nathan Gray, in support, questions only. With that, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to committee.
All right, let's move the amendment.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the amendment. The amendment is listed below. It's the same as the previous amendment. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The amendment carries. Motion and a second on the bill as amended. Open the ballot, record your vote.
6 yeas, 0 nays.
By your action, you've approved 2025-679. All right. That concludes the meeting, and we will go through the second readings. 2025-721 is on second. 722, 723, 724, 725, 726 are all second reading. And we have two awards tonight. One award is for the most ex parte, which is Councilmember Arias. Congratulations. And then the second award goes to Mr. Stephen Libby down here for doing the job of like three people. Basically, it seemed like at one point during the committee. Yeah, good job. All right. And the third award goes to the entire committee and staff for our first late nighter. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.